Section 134 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 165. London, April 30th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, avoir du monde is, in my opinion, a very just and happy expression for having address, manners, and for knowing how to behave properly in all companies; and it implies very truly that a man who hath not those accomplishments is not of the world. Without them, the best parts are inefficient, civility is absurd, and freedom offensive. A learned parson, rusting in his cell at Oxford or Cambridge, will season admirably well upon the nature of man, will profoundly analyze the head, the heart, the reason, the will, the passions, the senses, the sentiments, and all those subdivisions of we know not what; and yet, unfortunately, he knows nothing of man, for he hath not lived with him, and is ignorant of all the various modes, habits, prejudices, and tastes that always influence and determine him. He views the man as he does colors in Sir Isaac Newton's prism, where only the capital ones are seen; but an experienced dyer knows all their various shades and gradations, together with the result of their several mixtures. Few men are of one plain, decided color; most are mixed, shaded, and blended, and vary as much from different situations as changeable silks do from different lights. The man qui a du monde knows all this from his own experience and observation. The conceited, cloistered philosopher knows nothing of it from his own theory. His practice is absurd and improper, and he acts as awkwardly as a man would dance who had never seen others dance, nor learned of a dancing master, but who had only studied the notes by which dances are now pricked down as well as tunes. Observe and imitate, then, the address, the arts, and the manners of those 'qui ont du monde'. See by what methods they first make, and afterwards improve impressions in their favor. Those impressions are much oftener owing to little causes than to intrinsic merit, which is less volatile, and hath not so sudden an effect. Strong minds have undoubtedly an ascendant over weak ones, as Galigai Marechal d'Ancre very justly observed, when, to the disgrace and reproach of those times, she was executed for having governed Mary of Medicis by the arts of witchcraft and magic. But then ascendant is to be gained by degrees, and by those arts only which experience and the knowledge of the world teaches, for few are mean enough to be bullied, though most are weak enough to be bubbled. I have seen people of superior, governed by people of much inferior parts, without knowing or even suspecting that they were so governed. This can only happen when those people of inferior parts have more worldly dexterity and experience than those they govern. They see the weak and unguarded part, and apply to it, they take it, and all the rest follows. Would you gain either men or women, and every man of sense desires to gain both, il faut du monde. You have had more opportunities than ever any man had, at your age, of acquiring ce monde. You have been in the best companies of most countries, at an age when others have hardly been in any company at all. You are master of all those languages, which John Trott seldom speaks at all, and never well, and consequently you need be a stranger nowhere. This is the way, and the only way, of having du monde; but if you have it not, and have still any coarse rusticity about you, may not one apply to you the rusticus expectat of Horace? This knowledge of the world teaches us more particularly two things, both which are of infinite consequence, and to neither of which nature inclines us: I mean the command of our temper and of our countenance. A man who has had no monde is inflamed with anger, or annihilated with shame, at every disagreeable incident. The one makes him act and talk like a madman, the other makes him look like a fool. But a man who has du monde seems not to understand what he cannot or ought not to resent. If he makes a slip himself, he recovers it by his coolness, instead of plunging deeper by his confusion like a stumbling horse. He is firm, but gentle, and practices that most excellent maxim, suaviter in modo, fortiter in re. The other is the volto sciolto a pensieri stretti. People unused to the world have babbling countenances, and are unskillful enough to show what they have sense enough not to tell. In the course of the world, a man must very often put on an easy, frank countenance, upon very disagreeable occasions. He must seem pleased when he is very much otherwise. he must be able to accost and receive with smiles those whom he would much rather meet with swords. In courts he must not turn himself inside out. All this may, nay, must be done, without falsehood and treachery, for it must go no further than politeness and manners, and must stop short of assurances and professions of simulated friendship. Good manners, to those one does not love, are no more a breach of truth than your humble servant at the bottom of a challenge is. They are universally agreed upon and understood to be things of course. They are necessary guards of the decency and peace of society. They must only act defensively, and then not with arms poisoned by perfidy. Truth, but not the whole truth, must be the invariable principle of every man, who hath either religion, honor, or prudence. Those who violate it may be cunning, but they are not able. Lies and perfidy are the refuge of fools and cowards. Adieu. P.S. I must recommend to you again to take your leave of all your French acquaintance, in such a manner as may make them regret your departure, and wish to see and welcome you at Paris again, where you may possibly return before it is very long. This must not be done in a cold, civil manner, but with at least seeming warmth, sentiment, and concern. Acknowledge the obligations you have to them for the kindness they have shown you during your stay at Paris. Assure them that wherever you are, you will remember them with gratitude. Wish for opportunities of giving them proofs of your plus tendre et respectueux souvenir. Beg of them, in case your good fortune should carry them to any part of the world where you could be of any the least use to them, that they would employ you without reserve. Say all this, and a great deal more, emphatically and pathetically, for you know si vie me flaire. This can do you no harm, if you never return to Paris, but if you do, as probably you may, it will be of infinite use to you. Remember, too, not to omit going to every house where you have ever been once, to take leave and recommend yourself to their remembrance. The reputation which you leave at one place, where you have been, will circulate, and you will meet with it at 20 places where you are to go. That is a labor never quite lost. This letter will show you, that the accident which happened to me yesterday, and of which Mr. Grevenkop gives you account, hath no bad consequences. My escape was a great one. End of section 134. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 135 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 166. London, May 11th, Old Style, 1752. Dear Friend, I break my word by writing this letter, but I break it on the allowable side, by doing more than I promised. I have pleasure in writing to you, and you may possibly have some profit in reading what I write. Either of the motives were sufficient for me, both for you I cannot withstand. By your last I calculate that you will leave Paris upon this day se'nnight. Upon that supposition, this letter may still find you there. Colonel Perry arrived here 2 or 3 days ago, and sent me a book from you, Cassandra abridged. I am sure it cannot be too much abridged. The spirit of that most voluminous work, fairly extracted, may be contained in the smallest duodecimo, and it is most astonishing that there ever could have been people idle enough to write or read such endless heaps of the same stuff. It was, however, the occupation of thousands in the last century, and is still the private, though disavowed, amusement of young girls and sentimental ladies. A lovesick girl finds, in the captain with whom she is in love, all the courage and all the graces of the tender and accomplished Oroondates; and many a grown-up sentimental lady talks delicate Clelia to the hero, whom she would engage to eternal love, or laments with her that love is not eternal. Ah, qu'il est dur d'aimer, si pend à moi toujours, mais hélas, il n'est point d'éternel amour. It is, however, very well to have read one of those extravagant works, of which all La Calpurnides are the best, because it is well to be able to talk, with some degree of knowledge, upon all those subjects that other people talk sometimes upon, and I would by no means have anything that is known to others be totally unknown to you. It is a great advantage for any man to be able to talk or to hear, neither ignorantly nor absurdly, upon any subject, for I have known people who have not said one word, here ignorantly and absurdly. It has appeared in their inattentive and unmeaning faces. This, I think, is as little likely to happen to you as to anybody of your age; and if you will but add a versatility and easy conformity of manners, I know no company in which you are likely to be de trop. This versatility is more particularly necessary for you at this time, now that you are going to so many different places; for though the manners and customs of the several courts of Germany are in general the same, yet every one has its particular characteristic, some peculiarity or other, which distinguishes it from the next. This you should carefully attend to and immediately adopt. Nothing flatters people more, nor makes strangers so welcome, as an occasional conformity. I do not mean by this that you should mimic the air and stiffness of every awkward German court. No, by no means; but I mean that you should only cheerfully comply, and fall in with certain local habits, such as ceremonies, diet, turn of conversation, etc. People who are lately come from Paris, and who have been a good while there, are generally suspected, and especially in Germany, of having a degree of contempt for every other place. Take great care that nothing of this kind appear, at least outwardly, in your behavior, but commend whatever deserves any degree of commendation, without comparing it with what you may have left, much better of the same kind, at Paris. As, for instance, the German kitchen is, without doubt, execrable, and the French delicious. However, never commend the French kitchen at a German table, but eat of what you can find tolerable there, and commend it, without comparing it to anything better. I have known many British yahoos, who, though while they were at Paris conformed to no one French custom, as soon as they got anywhere else, talked of nothing but what they did, saw, and ate at Paris. The freedom of the French is not to be used indiscriminately at all courts in Germany, though their easiness may and ought, but that too at some places more than at others. The courts of Mannheim and Bonn I take to be a little more unbarbarized than some others; that of Mayence, an ecclesiastical one, as well as that of Treves, neither of which is much frequented by foreigners, retains, I conceive, a great deal of the Goth and Vandal still. There more reserve and ceremony are necessary, and not a word of the French. At Berlin you cannot be too French. Hanover, Brunswick, Kassel, etc., are of the mixed kind, un peu de croix, mais pas assez. Another thing which I most earnestly recommend to you, not only in Germany, but in every part of the world where you may ever be, is not only real, but seeming attention, to whoever you speak to, or to whoever speaks to you. There is nothing so brutally shocking, nor so little forgiven, as a seeming inattention to the person who is speaking to you; and I have known many a man knocked down, for, in my opinion, a much lighter provocation, than that shocking inattention which I mean. I have seen many people who, while you are speaking to them, instead of looking at and attending to you, fix their eyes upon the ceiling or some other part of the room, look out of the window, play with a dog, twirl their snuff-box, or pick their nose. Nothing discovers a little, futile, frivolous mind more than this, and nothing is so offensively ill-bred. It is an explicit declaration on your part, that every the most trifling object deserves your attention more than all that can be said by the person who is speaking to you. Judge of the sentiments of hatred and resentment, which such treatment must excite in every breast, where any degree of self-love dwells, and I am sure I never met yet with that breast where there was not a great deal. I repeat it again and again, for it is highly necessary for you to remember it. That sort of vanity and self-love is inseparable from human nature, whatever may be its rank or condition. Even your footman will sooner forget and forgive a beating, than any manifest mark of slight and contempt. Be, therefore, I beg of you, not only really, but seemingly and manifestly attentive to whoever speaks to you. Nay more, take their ton, and tune yourself to their unison. Be serious with the serious, gay with the gay, and trifle with the triflers. In assuming these various shapes, endeavor to make each of them to sit easily upon you, and even to appear to be your own natural one. This is the true and useful versatility, of which a thorough knowledge of the world at once teaches the utility and the means of acquiring. I am very sure, at least I hope, that you will never make use of a silly expression, which is the favorite expression and the absurd excuse of all fools and blockheads. I cannot do such a thing, a thing by no means either morally or physically impossible. I cannot attend long together to the same thing, says one fool. That is, he is such a fool that he will not. I remember a very awkward fellow, who did not know what to do with his sword, and who always took it off before dinner, saying that he could not possibly dine with his sword on, upon which I could not help telling him that I really believed he could without any probable danger either to himself or others. It is a shame and an absurdity for any man to say that he cannot do all those things which are commonly done by all the rest of mankind. Another thing that I must earnestly warn you against is laziness, by which more people have lost the fruit of their travels than, perhaps, by any other thing. Pray be always in motion. Early in the morning go and see things, and the rest of the day go and see people. If you stay but a week at a place, and that an insignificant one, see, however, all that is to be seen there. Know as many people, and get into as many houses as ever you can. I recommend to you likewise, though probably you have thought of it yourself, to carry in your pocket a map of Germany, in which the post roads are marked, and also some short book of travels through Germany. The former will help to imprint in your memory situations and distances, and the latter will point out many things for you to see, that might otherwise possibly escape you, and which, though they may be in themselves of little consequence, you would regret not having seen, after having been at the places where they were. Thus warned and provided for your journey, God speed you. Felix Faustum Cassit. Adieu. End of section 135. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 136 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 167. London, May 27th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, I send you the enclosed original from a friend of ours, with my own commentaries upon the text, a text which I have so often paraphrased and commented upon already, that I believe I can hardly say anything new upon it. But, however, I cannot give it over till I am better convinced, than I yet am, that you feel all the utility, the importance, and the necessity of it, nay, not only feel, but practice it. Your panegyrist allows you what most fathers would be more than satisfied with, in a son, and chides me for not contenting myself with 'l'essentiellement bon', but I, who have been in no one respect like other fathers, can neither, like them, content myself with 'l'essentiellement bon', because I know that it will not do your business in the world, while you want the 'quelque couche de vernis'. Few fathers care much for their sons, or at least, most of them care more for their money, and consequently content themselves with giving them, at the cheapest rate, the common run of education, that is, a school till 18, the university till 20, and a couple of years riding post through the several towns of Europe, impatient till their boobies come home to be married, as they call it, settled. Of those who really love their sons, few know how to do it. Some spoil them by fondling them while they are young, and then quarrel with them when they are grown up, for having been spoiled. Some love them like mothers, and attend only to the bodily health and strength of the hopes of their family, solemnize his birthday, and rejoice, like the subjects of the Great Mogul, at the increase of his bulk, while others, minding as they think only essentials, take pains and pleasure to see in their heir all their favorite weaknesses and imperfections. I hope and believe that I have kept clear of all these errors in the education which I have given you. No weaknesses of my own have warped it, no parsimony has starved it, no rigor has deformed it. Sound and extensive learning was the foundation which I meant to lay. I have laid it, but that alone I knew would by no means be sufficient. The ornamental, the showish, the pleasing superstructure was to be begun. In that view, I threw you into the great world, entirely your own master, at an age when others either guzzle at the university, or are sent abroad in servitude to some awkward, pedantic Scotch governor. This was to put you in the way, and the only way of acquiring those manners, that address, and those graces, which exclusively distinguish people of fashion, and without which all moral virtues and all acquired learning are of no sort of use in the courts and le beau monde. On the contrary, I am not sure if they are not an hindrance. They are feared and disliked in those places, as too severe, if not smoothed and introduced by the Graces; but of these Graces, of this necessary beau vernis, it seems that there are still quelques couches qui manquent. Now pray let me ask you, coolly and seriously, pourquoi ces couches manquent-elles? For you may as easily take them, as you may wear more or less powder in your hair, more or less lace upon your coat. I can therefore account for your wanting them no other way in the world, than from your not being yet convinced of their full value. You have heard some English bucks say, "Damn these finical outlandish airs, give me a manly resolute manner." They make a rout with their Graces, and talk like a parcel of dancing masters, and dress like a parcel of fops. One good Englishman will beat 3 of them. But let your own observation undeceive you of these prejudices. I will give you one instance only, instead of 100 that I could give you, of a very shining fortune and figure, raised upon no other foundation whatsoever than that of address, manners, and Graces. Between you and me, for this example must go no further, what do you think made our friend Lord A, Colonel of a regiment of Guards, Governor of Virginia, Groom of the Stole, and Ambassador to Paris, amounting in all to 16 or 17,000 pounds a year? Was it his birth? No, a Dutch gentleman only. Was it his estate? No, he had none. Was it his learning, his parts, his political abilities and application? You can answer all these questions as easily and as soon as I can ask them. What was it then? Many people wondered, but I do not, for I know and will tell you. It was his air, his address, his manners, and his Graces. He pleased, and by pleasing he became a favorite, and by becoming a favorite became all that he has been since. Show me any one instance, where intrinsic worth and merit, unassisted by exterior accomplishments, have raised any man so high. You know the Duc de Richelieu, now Marechal, Cordon Bleu, Gentilhomme de la Chambre, twice Ambassador, etc. By what means? Not by the purity of his character, the depth of his knowledge, or any uncommon penetration and sagacity. Women alone formed and raised him. The Duchess of Burgundy took a fancy to him, and had him before he was 16 years old. This put him in fashion among the beau monde, and the late Regent's oldest daughter, now Madame de Modene, took him next, and was near marrying him. These early connections with women of the first distinction gave him those manners, Graces, and address, which you see he has, and which, I can assure you, are all that he has; for strip him of them, and he will be one of the poorest men in Europe. Man or woman cannot resist an engaging exterior. It will please, it will make its way. You want, it seems, but quelques couches. For God's sake, lose no time in getting them; and now you have gone so far, complete the work. Think of nothing else till that work is finished. Unwearied application will bring about anything, and surely your application can never be so well employed as upon that object, which is absolutely necessary to facilitate all others. With your knowledge and parts, if adorned by manners and Graces, what may you not hope one day to be? But without them, you will be in the situation of a man who should be very fleet of one leg, but very lame of the other. He could not run; the lame leg would check and clog the well one, which would be very near useless. From my original plan for your education, I meant to make you un homme universel. What depends on me is executed; the little that remains undone depends singly upon you. Do not then disappoint, when you can so easily gratify me. It is your own interest which I am pressing you to pursue, and it is the only return that I desire for all the care and affection of yours. End of Section 136. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 137 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 168. London, May 31st, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, the world is the book, and the only one to which, at present, I would have you apply yourself, and the thorough knowledge of it will be of more use to you than all the books that ever were read. Lay aside the best book whenever you can go into the best company, and depend upon it, you change for the better. However, as the most tumultuous life, whether of business or pleasure, leaves some vacant moments every day, in which a book is the refuge of a rational being, I now mean to point out to you the method of employing those moments, which will and ought to be but few, in the most advantageous manner. Throw away none of your time upon those trivial, futile books, published by idle or necessitous authors, for the amusement of idle and ignorant readers. Such sort of books swarm and buzz about one every day. Flap them away, they have no sting. Certum pet finem. Have some one object for those leisure moments, and pursue that object invariably till you have attained it, and then take some other. For instance, considering your destination, I would advise you to single out the most remarkable and interesting eras of modern history, and confine all your reading to that era. If you pitch upon the Treaty of Munster, and that is the proper period to begin with, in the course which I am now recommending, do not interrupt it by dipping and deviating into other books, unrelative to it, but consult only the most authentic histories, letters, memoirs, and negotiations, relative to that great transaction, reading and comparing them with all that caution and distrust which Lord Bolingbroke recommends to you, in a better manner and in better words than I can. The next period worth your particular knowledge is the Treaty of the Pyrenees, which was calculated to lay, and in effect did lay, the succession of the House of Bourbon to the crown of Spain. Pursue that in the same manner, singling, out of the millions of volumes written upon that occasion, the 2 or 3 most authentic ones, and particularly the letters, which are the best authorities in matters of negotiation. Next come the treaties of Nimeguen and Ryswick, postscripts in a manner to those of Munster and the Pyrenees. Those 2 transactions have had great light thrown upon them by the publication of many authentic and original letters and pieces. The concessions made at the Treaty of Ryswick, by the then triumphant Louis XIV, astonished all those who viewed things only superficially, but I should think must have been easily accounted for by those who knew the state of the kingdom of Spain, as well as of the health of its king, Charles II, at that time. The interval between the conclusion of the Peace of Ryswick and the breaking out of the Great War in 1702, though a short, is a most interesting one. Every week of it almost produced some great event. 2 partition treaties, the death of the King of Spain, his unexpected will, and the acceptance of it by Louis XIV, in violation of the second Treaty of Partition, just signed and ratified by him. Philip V quietly and cheerfully received in Spain, and acknowledged as king of it, by most of those powers, who afterwards joined in an alliance to dethrone him. I cannot help making this observation upon that occasion, that character has often more to do in great transactions than prudence and sound policy, for Louis XIV gratified his personal pride by giving a Bourbon king to Spain, at the expense of the true interest of France, which would have acquired much more solid and permanent strength by the addition of Naples, Sicily, and Lorraine, upon the footing of the second partition treaty, and I think it was fortunate for Europe that he preferred the will. It is true, he might hope to influence his Bourbon posterity in Spain. He knew too well how weak the ties of blood are among men, and how much weaker still they are among princes. The memoirs of Count Harrach and of La Torres give a good deal of light into the transactions of the court of Spain previous to the death of that weak king, and the letters of the Marechal d'Harcourt, then the French ambassador in Spain, of which I have authentic copies in manuscript from the year 1698 to 1701, have cleared up that whole affair to me. I keep that book for you. It appears by those letters that the impudent conduct of the House of Austria, with regard to the King and Queen of Spain, and Madame Berlippe, her favorite, together with the knowledge of the partition treaty, which incensed all Spain, were the true and only reasons of the will in favor of the Duke of Anjou. Cardinal Portocarrero, nor any of the grandees, were bribed by France, as was generally reported and believed at that time, which confirms Voltaire's anecdote upon that subject. Then opens a new scene and a new country. Louis XIV's good fortune forsakes him, till the Duke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene make him amends for all the mischief they had done him, by making the allies refuse the terms of peace offered by him at Greutudenberg. How the disadvantageous peace of Utrecht was afterward brought on, you have lately read, and you cannot inform yourself too minutely of all those circumstances, that treaty being the freshest source from whence the late transactions of Europe have flowed. The altercations that have since happened, whether by wars or treaties, are so recent, that all the written accounts are to be helped out, proved, or contradicted, by the oral ones of almost every informed person, of a certain age or rank in life. For the facts, dates, and original pieces of this century, you will find them in Lamberty, till the year 1715, and after that time in Rousset's Recul. I do not mean that you should plod hours together in researches of this kind. No, you may employ your time more usefully; but I mean that you should make the most of the moments you do employ, by method and the pursuit of one single object at a time. Nor should I call it a digression from that object, when you meet with clashing and jarring pretensions of different princes to the same thing, you had immediately recourse to other books, in which those several pretensions were clearly stated. On the contrary, that is the only way of remembering those contested rights and claims; for, were a man to read tout de suite Scherderus's Theatrum Prensionium, Schwederus's Theatrum Pretensionem, he would only be confounded by the variety, and remember none of them; whereas by examining them occasionally, as they happen to occur, either in the course of your historical reading, or as they are agitated in your own times, you will retain them, by connecting them with those historical facts which occasioned your inquiry. For example, had you read in the course of 2 or 3 folios of pretensions, those, among others, of the 2 kings of England and Prussia to Oost-Frise, it is impossible that you should have remembered them; but now that they are become the debated object at the Diet at Ratisbon, and the topic of all political conversations, if you consult both books and persons concerning them, and inform yourself thoroughly, you will never forget them as long as you live. You will hear a great deal of them on one side at Hanover, and as much on the other side afterward at Berlin. Hear both sides, and form your own opinion, but dispute with neither. Letters from foreign ministers to their courts, and from their courts to them, are, if genuine, the best and most authentic records you can read, as far as they go. Cardinal Dosat's, President Jeannin's, D'Estrade's, Sir William Temple's, will not only inform your mind, but form your style, which in letters of business should be very plain and simple, but at the same time exceedingly clear, correct, and pure. All that I have said may be reduced to these 2 or 3 plain principles: first, that you should now read very little, but converse a great deal; second, to read no useless, unprofitable books; and third, that those which you do read may all tend to a certain object, and be relative to, and consequential of each other. In this method, half an hour's reading every day will carry you a great way. People seldom know how to employ their time to the best advantage till they have too little left to employ; but if at your age, in the beginning of life, people would but consider the value of it, and put every moment to interest, it is incredible what an additional fund of knowledge and pleasure such an economy would bring in. I look back with regret upon that large sum of time, which in my youth I lavished away idly, without either improvement or pleasure. Take warning betimes, and enjoy every moment. Pleasures do not commonly last so long as life, and therefore should not be neglected; and the longest life is too short for knowledge; consequently, every moment is precious. I am surprised at having received no letter from you since you left Paris. I still direct this to Strasbourg, as I did my 2 last. I shall direct my next to the post house at Mayence, unless I receive in the meantime contrary instructions from you. Adieu. Remember les attentions; they must be your passports into good company. End of Section 137. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 138 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 169. London, June. Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, very few celebrated negotiators have been eminent for their learning. The most famous French negotiators, and I know no nation that can boast of abler, have been military men, as Monsieur d'Harcourt, Comte d'Estrades, Marechal d'Uxelles, and others. The late Duke of Marlborough, who was at least as able a negotiator as a general, was exceedingly ignorant of books, but extremely knowing in men, whereas the learned Grotius appeared, both in Sweden and in France, to be a very bungling minister. This is, in my opinion, very easily to be accounted for. A man of very deep learning must have employed the greatest part of his time in books, and a skillful negotiator must necessarily have employed much the greater part of his time with man. The sound scholar, when dragged out of his dusty closet into business, acts by book, and deals with men as he has read of them, not as he has known them by experience. He follows Spartan and Roman precedents in what he falsely imagines to be similar cases, whereas two cases never were, since the beginning of the world, exactly alike, and he would be capable, where he thought spirit and vigor necessary, to draw a circle round the persons he treated with, and to insist upon a categorical answer before they went out of it, because he had read in the Roman history that once upon a time some Roman ambassador did so. No, a certain degree of learning may help, but no degree of learning will ever make a skillful minister, whereas a great knowledge of the world, of the characters, passions, and habits of mankind, has, without one grain of learning, made 1,000. Military men have seldom much knowledge of books. Their education does not allow it. But what makes great amends for that want is, that they generally know a great deal of the world. They are thrown into it young, they see variety of nations and characters, and they soon find, that to rise, which is the aim of them all, they must first please. These concurrent causes almost always give them manners and politeness, in consequence of which you see them always distinguished at courts, and favored by the women. I could wish that you had been of an age to have made a campaign or two as a volunteer. It would have given you an attention, a versatility, and an alertness, all which I doubt you want, and a great want it is. A foreign minister has not great business to transact every day, so that his knowledge and his skill in negotiating are not frequently put to the trial. But he has that to do every day and every hour of the day which is necessary to prepare and smooth the way for his business, that is, to insinuate himself by his manners, not only into the houses, but into the confidence of the most considerable people of the place, to contribute to their pleasures, and insensibly not to be looked upon as a stranger himself. A skillful minister may very possibly be doing his master's business full as well, in doing the honors gracefully and genteelly of a ball or a supper, as if he were laboriously writing a protocol in his closet. The Marechal d'Harcourt, by his magnificence, his manners, and his politeness, blunted the edge of the long aversion which the Spaniards had to the French. The court and the grandees were personally fond of him, and frequented his house, and were at least insensibly brought to prefer a French to a German yoke, which I am convinced would never have happened, had Comte d'Arrache been Marechal d'Harcourt, or the Marechal d'Harcourt Comte d'Arrache. The Comte d'Estrades had, by ses manières polies et liants, formed such connections, and gained such an interest in the Republic of the United Provinces, that Monsieur de Witt, the then pensionary of Holland, often applied to him to use his interest with his friend, both in Holland and the other provinces, whenever he, De Witt, had a difficult point which he wanted to carry. This was certainly not brought about by his knowledge of books, but of men. Dancing, fencing, and riding, with a little military architecture, were no doubt the top of his education, and if he knew that collegium in Latin signified college in French, it must have been by accident. But he knew what was more useful. From 13 years old he had been in the great world, and had read men and women so long that he could then read them at sight. Talking the other day, upon this and other subjects, all relative to you, with one who knows and loves you very well, and expressing my anxiety and wishes that your exterior accomplishments, as a man of fashion, might adorn, and at least equal your intrinsic merit as a man of sense and honor, the person interrupted me and said, Set your heart at rest. That never will or can happen. It is not in character, that gentleness, that douceur, those attentions which you wish him to have, are not in his nature; and do what you will, nay, let him do what he will, he can never acquire them. Nature may be a little disguised and altered by care, but can by no means whatsoever be totally forced and changed. I denied this principle to a certain degree; but admitting, however, that in many respects our nature was not to be changed, and asserting at the same time that in others it might by care be very much altered and improved, so as in truth to be changed, that I took those exterior accomplishments, which we had been talking of, to be mere modes, and absolutely depending upon the will and upon custom; and that therefore I was convinced that your good sense, which must show you the importance of them, would make you resolve at all events to acquire them, even in spite of nature, if nature be in the case. Our dispute, which lasted a great while, ended as Voltaire observes that disputes in England are apt to do, in a wager of 50 guineas, which I myself am to decide upon honor, and of which this is a faithful copy. If you think I shall win it, you may go my halves if you please; declare yourself in time. This I declare, that I would most cheerfully give 1,000 guineas to win those 50. You may secure them me if you please. I grow very impatient for your future letters from the several courts of Mannheim, Bonn, Hanover, etc., and I desire that your letters may be to me what I do not desire they should be to anybody else, I mean full of yourself. Let the egotism, a figure which upon all other occasions I detest, be your only one to me. Trifles that concern you are not trifles to me, and my knowledge of them may possibly be useful to you. Adieu. Les grâces, les grâces, les grâces. End of section 138. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 139 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 170. London, June 23rd, Old Style, 1752. My dear Friend, I direct this letter to Mayence, where I think it is likely to meet you, supposing as I do that you stayed 3 weeks at Mannheim, after the date of your last from thence. But should you have stayed longer at Mannheim, to which I have no objection, it will wait for you at Mayence. Mayence will not, I believe, have charms to detain you above a week, so that I reckon you will be at Bonn at the end of July, New Style. There you may stay just as little or as long as you please, and then proceed to Hanover. I had a letter by the last post from a relation of mine at Hanover, Mr. Stanhope Aspinwall, who is in the Duke of Newcastle's office, and has lately been appointed the King's Minister to the Dey of Algiers, a post which, notwithstanding your views of foreign affairs, I believe you do not envy him. He tells me in that letter, there are very good lodgings to be had at one Mrs. Myers's, the next door to the Duke of Newcastle's, which he offers to take for you. I have desired him to do it, in case Mrs. Myers will wait for you till the latter end of August or the beginning of September, New Style, which I suppose is about the time when you will be at Hanover. You will find this Mr. Aspinwall of great use to you there. He will exert himself to the utmost to serve you. He has been twice or thrice at Hanover, and knows all the allures there. He is very well with the Duke of Newcastle, and will puff you there. Moreover, if you have a mind to work there as a volunteer in that bureau, he will assist and inform you. In short, he is a very honest, sensible, and informed man, mais me paye pas beaucoup de sa figure. Il abuse même du privilège qu'ont les hommes d'être laids, et il ne sera pas un reste avec les lions et les léopards qu'il trouverait à Algiers. As you are entirely master of the time when you will leave Bonn and go to Hanover, so you are master to stay at Hanover as long as you please, and to go from thence where you please, provided that at Christmas you are at Berlin, for the beginning of the Carnival. This I would not have you say at Hanover, considering the mutual disposition of those two courts. But when anybody asks you where you are to go next, say that you propose rambling in Germany, at Brunswick, Cassel, etc., till the next spring, when you intend to be in Flanders, in your way to England. I take Berlin at this time to be the politest, the most shining, and the most useful court in Europe for a young fellow to be at, and therefore I would upon no account not have you there for at least a couple of months of the Carnival. If you are as well received, and pass your time as well at Bonn as I believe you will, I would advise you to remain there till about the 20th of August, New Style. In 4 days you will be at Hanover. As for your stay there, it must be shorter or longer, according to certain circumstances which you know of. Supposing them, at the best, then, stay within a week or 10 days of the King's return to England; but supposing them at the worst, your stay must not be too short, for reasons which you also know. No resentment must either appear or be suspected. Therefore, at worst, I think you must remain there a month, and at best as long as ever you please. But I am convinced that all will turn out very well for you there. Everybody is engaged or inclined to help you: the ministers, English and German, the principal ladies, and most of the foreign ministers, so that I may apply to you, nullum numen abest, si sit prudentia. Du Perron will, I believe, be back there from Turin much about the time you get there. Pray be very attentive to him, and connect yourself with him as much as ever you can; for besides that he is a very pretty and well-informed man, he is very much in fashion at Hanover, is personally very well with the King and certain ladies, so that a visible intimacy and connection with him will do you credit and service. Pray cultivate Monsieur Hope, the Dutch minister, who has always been very much my friend, and will, I am sure, be yours. His manners, it is true, are not very engaging; he is rough, but he is sincere. It is very useful sometimes to see things which one ought to avoid, as it is right to see very often those which one ought to imitate, and my friend Hop's manners will frequently point out to you what yours ought to be by the rule of contraries. Congreve points out a sort of critics, to whom he says that we are doubly obliged. Rules for good writing they with pains indite, then show us what is bad by what they write. It is certain that Monsieur Hop, with the best heart in the world, and 1,000 good qualities, has 1,000 enemies, and hardly a friend, simply from the roughness of his manners. N.B. I heartily wish you could have stayed long enough at Mannheim to have been seriously and desperately in love with Madame de Taxis, who, I suppose, is a proud, insolent, fine lady, and who would consequently have expected attentions little short of adoration. Nothing would do you more good than such a passion, and I live in hopes that somebody or other will be able to excite such a one in you. Your hour may not yet be come, but it will come. Love has not been unaptly compared to the smallpox, which most people have sooner or later. Iphigenia had a wonderful effect upon Simon. I wish some Hanover Iphigenia may try her skill upon you. I recommend to you again, though I have already done it twice or thrice, to speak German, even affectedly, while you are at Hanover, which will show that you prefer that language, and be of more use to you there with somebody than you can imagine. When you carry my letters to Monsieur Munchausen and Monsieur Schweigelt, address yourself to them in German. The latter speaks French very well, but the former extremely ill. Show great attention to Madame Munchausen's daughter, who is a great favorite. Those little trifles please mothers, and sometimes fathers, extremely. Observe, and you will find, almost universally, that the least things either please or displease most, because they necessarily imply either a very strong desire of obliging, or an unpardonable indifference about it. I will give you a ridiculous instance enough of this truth, from my own experience. When I was ambassador the first time in Holland, Comte de Wassenaer and his wife, people of the first rank and consideration, had a little boy of about 3 years old, of whom they were exceedingly fond. In order to make my court to them, I was so too, and used to take the child often upon my lap and play with him. One day his nose was very dirty, upon which I took out my handkerchief and wiped it for him. This raised a loud laugh, and they called me a very handy nurse; but the father and mother were so pleased with it, that to this day it is an anecdote in the family, and I never receive a letter from Comte Wassenaer, but that he makes me compliments 'du morveau que j'ai mouche autrefois', who, by the way, I am assured, is now the prettiest young fellow in Holland. Where one would gain people, remember that nothing is little. Adieu. End of Section 139. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 140 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 171. London, June 26th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, as I have reason to fear, from your last letter of the 18th New Style from Mannheim, that all or at least most of my letters to you, since you left Paris, have miscarried, I think it requisite, at all events, to repeat in this the necessary parts of those several letters, as far as they relate to your future motions. I suppose that this will either find you, or be but a few days before you at Bonn, where it is directed; and I suppose, too, that you have fixed your time for going from thence to Hanover. If things turn out well at Hanover, as in my opinion they will, ci sta bene non si muova. Stay there till a week or 10 days before the King sets out for England. But should they turn out ill, which I cannot imagine, stay, however, a month, that your departure may not seem a step of discontent or peevishness, the very suspicion of which is by all means to be avoided. Whenever you leave Hanover, be it sooner or be it later, where would you go? Le Padrone, and I give you your choice. Would you pass the months of November and December at Brunswick, Cassel, etc.? Would you choose to go for a couple of months to Ratisbonne, where you would be very well recommended to, and treated by the King's electoral minister, the Baron de Berre, and where you would improve your jus publicum? Or would you rather go directly to Berlin, and stay there till the end of the Carnival? 2 or 3 months at Berlin are, considering all circumstances, necessary for you, and the Carnival months are the best. Pour le reste, décidez un dernier réseau, et s'en appelle comme d'abus. Let me know your decree, when you have formed it. Your good or ill success at Hanover will have a very great influence upon your subsequent character, figure, and fortune in the world. Therefore I confess that I am more anxious about it than ever bride was on her wedding night, when wishes, hopes, fears, and doubts tumultuously agitate, please, and terrify her. It is your first crisis. The character which you will acquire there will, more or less, be that which will abide by you for the rest of your life. You will be tried and judged there, not as a boy but as a man, and from that moment there is no appeal for character; it is fixed. To form that character advantageously, you have 3 objects particularly to attend to: your character as a man of morality, truth, and honor; your knowledge in the objects of your destination as a man of business; and your engaging and insinuating address, air, and manners as a courtier, the sure and only steps to favor. Merit at courts, without favor, will do little or nothing. Favor, without merit, will do a good deal; but favor and merit together will do everything. Favor at courts depends upon so many, such trifling, such unexpected and unforeseen events, that a good courtier must attend to every circumstance, however little, that either does or can happen. He must have no absences, no distractions. He must not say, I did not mind it, who would have thought it? He ought to have minded, and ought to have thought it. A chambermaid has sometimes caused revolutions in courts which have produced others in kingdoms. Were I to make my way to favor in a court, I would neither wilfully nor by negligence give a dog or a cat there reason to dislike me. 2 pieds grèches, well instructed, you know, made the fortune of de Lune with Louis XIII. Every step a man makes at court requires as much attention and circumspection as those which were made formerly between hot plowshares, in the ordeal, or fiery trials, which in those times of ignorance and superstition were looked upon as demonstrations of innocence or guilt. Direct your principal battery at Hanover at the D of N's. There are many very weak places in that citadel, where, with a very little skill, you cannot fail making a great impression. Ask for his orders in everything you do; talk Austrian and anti-Gallican to him; and as soon as you are upon a foot of talking easily to him, tell him, en badinant, that his skill and success in 30 or 40 elections in England leave you no reason to doubt of his carrying his election for Frankfort, and that you look upon the Archduke as his member for the Empire. In his hours of festivity and compotation, Drop that he puts you in mind of what Sir William Temple says of the pensionary De Witt, who at that time governed half Europe, that he appeared at balls, assemblies, and public places, as if he had nothing else to do or to think of. When he talks to you upon foreign affairs, which he will often do, say that you really cannot presume to give any opinion of your own upon those matters, looking upon yourself at present only as a postscript to the Corps Diplomatique, but that if his Grace will be pleased to make you an additional volume to it, though but in 12mo, you will do your best that he shall neither be ashamed nor repent of it. He loves to have a favorite, and to open himself to that favorite. He has now no such person with him. The place is vacant, and if you have dexterity you may fill it. In one thing alone do not humor him, I mean drinking; for, as I believe you have never yet been drunk, you do not yourself know how you can bear your wine, and what a little too much of it may make you do or say. You might possibly kick down all you had done before. You do not love gaming, and I thank God for it; but at Hanover I would have you show and profess a particular dislike to play, so as to decline it upon all occasions, unless where one may be wanted to make a fourth at whist or quadrille, and then take care to declare it the result of your complaisance, not of your inclinations. Without such a precaution you may very possibly be suspected, though unjustly, of loving play, upon account of my former passion for it, and such a suspicion would do you a great deal of hurt, especially with the King, who detests gaming. I must end this abruptly. God bless you. End of section 140. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 141 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 172. My dear friend, versatility as a courtier may be almost decisive to you hereafter; that is, it may conduce to, or retard your preferment in your own destination. The first reputation goes a great way, and if you fix a good one at Hanover, it will operate also to your advantage in England. The trade of a courtier is as much a trade as that of a shoemaker, and he who applies himself the most will work the best. The only difficulty is to distinguish, what I am sure you have sense enough to distinguish, between the right and proper qualifications and their kindred faults; for there is but a line between every perfection and its neighboring imperfection. As, for example, you must be extremely well bred and polite, but without the troublesome forms and stiffness of ceremony. You must be respectful and assenting, but without being servile and abject. You must be frank, but without indiscretion, and close without being causative. You must keep up dignity of character, without the least pride of birth or rank. You must be gay within all the bounds of decency and respect, and grave without the affectation of wisdom, which does not become the age of 20. You must be essentially secret, without being dark and mysterious. You must be firm and even bold, but with great seeming modesty. With these qualifications, which, by the way, are all in your own power, I will answer for your success, not only at Hanover, but at any court in Europe. And I am not sorry that you begin your apprenticeship at a little one, because you must be more circumspect, and more upon your guard there than at a great one, where every little thing is not known nor reported. When you write to me, or to anybody else, from thence, take care that your letters contain commendations of all that you see and hear there, for they will most of them be opened and read; but as frequent couriers will come from Hanover to England, you may sometimes write to me without reserve, and put your letters into a very little box, which you may send safely by some of them. I must not omit mentioning to you, that at the Duke of Newcastle's table, where you will frequently dine, there is a great deal of drinking. Be upon your guard against it, both upon account of your health, which would not bear it, and of the consequences of your being flustered and heated with wine. It might engage you in scrapes and frolics, which the King, who is a very sober man himself, detests. On the other hand, you should not seem too grave and too wise to drink like the rest of the company. Therefore use art. Mix water with your wine. Do not drink all that is in the glass, and if detected, and pressed to drink more, do not cry out sobriety, but say that you have lately been out of order, that you are subject to inflammatory complaints, and that you must beg to be excused for the present. A young fellow ought to be wiser than he should seem to be, and an old fellow ought to seem wiser, whether he really be so or not. During your stay at Hanover, I would have you make 2 or 3 excursions to parts of that electorate: the Harz, where the silver mines are; Gottingen, for the university; Stade, for what commerce there is. You should also go to Zell. In short, see everything that is to be seen there, and inform yourself well of all the details of that country. Go to Hamburg for 3 or 4 days, and know the constitution of that little Hanseatic republic, and inform yourself well of the nature of the King of Denmark's pretensions to it. If all things turn out right for you at Hanover, I would have you make it your headquarters, till about a week or 10 days before the King leaves it, and then go to Brunswick, which, though a little, is a very polite, pretty court. You may stay there a fortnight or 3 weeks, as you like it, and from thence go to Cassel, and stay there till you go to Berlin, where I would have you be by Christmas. At Hanover you will very easily get good letters of recommendation to Brunswick and to Cassel. You do not want any to Berlin; however, I will send you one for Voltaire. A propos of Berlin, be very reserved and cautious while at Hanover, as to that king and that country, both which are detested, because feared, by everybody there, from his Majesty down to the meanest peasant. But, however, they both extremely deserve your utmost attention, and you will see the arts and wisdom of government better in that country now than in any other in Europe. You may stay 3 months at Berlin, if you like it, as I believe you will, and after that I hope we shall meet there again. Of all the places in the world, I repeat it once more, establish a good reputation at Hanover, et faites-vous valoir là autant qu'il est possible par le brillant, les manières et les grâces. Indeed, it is of the greatest importance to you, and will make any future application to the King in your behalf very easy. He is more taken by those little things than any man, or even woman, that I ever knew in my life, and I do not wonder at him. In short, exert to the utmost all your means and powers to please, and remember that he who pleases the most will rise the soonest and the highest. Try but once the pleasure and advantage of pleasing, and I will answer that you will never more neglect the means. I send you herewith 2 letters, the one to Monsieur Munchausen, the other to Monsieur Zweigelt, an old friend of mine, and a very sensible, knowing man. They will both, I am sure, be extremely civil to you, and carry you into the best company, and then it is your business to please that company. I never was more anxious about any period of your life than I am about this, your Hanover expedition, it being of so much more consequence to you than any other. If I hear from thence that you are liked and loved there, for your air, your manners, and address, as well as esteemed for your knowledge, I shall be the happiest man in the world. Judge then what I must be, if it happens otherwise. Adieu. End of section 141. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 142 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 173. London, July 21st, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, by my calculation this letter may probably arrive at Hanover 3 or 4 days before you, and as I am sure of its arriving there safe, it shall contain the most material points that I have mentioned in my several letters to you since you left Paris, as if you had received but few of them, which may very probably be the case. As for your stay at Hanover, it must not in all events be less than a month, but if things turn out to your satisfaction, it may be just as long as you please. From thence you may go wherever you like, for I have so good an opinion of your judgment, that I think you will combine and weigh all circumstances, and choose the properest places. Would you saunter at some of the small courts, as at Brunswick, Cassel, etc., till the carnival at Berlin? You are master. Would you pass a couple of months at Ratisbon, which might not be ill employed? A la bonne heure. Would you go to Brussels, and stay a month or 2 there with Daroy, and from thence to Mr. York at the Hague? With all my heart. Or, lastly, would you go to Copenhagen and Stockholm? Lì e anche padrone. Choose entirely for yourself, without any further instructions from me. Only let me know your determination in time, that I may settle your credit, in case you go to places where at present you have none. Your object should be to see the mores multorum hominum et urbis. Begin and end it where you please. By what you have already seen of the German courts, I am sure you must have observed that they are much more nice and scrupulous in points of ceremony, respect, and attention, than the greater courts of France and England. You will, therefore, I am persuaded, attend to the minutest circumstances of address and behavior, particularly during your stay at Hanover, which, I will repeat it, though I have said it often to you already, is the most important preliminary period of your whole life. Nobody in the world is more exact, in all points of good breeding, than the King, and it is the part of every man's character that he informs himself of first. The least negligence, or the slightest inattention, reported to him, may do you infinite prejudice, as their contraries would service. If Lord Albemarle, as I believe he did, trusted you with the secret affairs of his department, let the Duke of Newcastle know that he did so, which would be an inducement to him to trust you too, and possibly to employ you in affairs of consequence. Tell him that, though you are young, you know the importance of secrecy in business, and can keep a secret; that I have always inculcated this doctrine into you, and have, moreover, strictly forbidden you ever to communicate, even to me, any matters of a secret nature, that you may happen to be trusted with in the course of business. As for business, I think I can trust you to yourself, but I wish I could say as much for you with regard to those exterior accomplishments, which are absolutely necessary to smooth and shorten the way to it. Half the business is done when one has gained the heart and the affections of those with whom one is to transact it. Air and address must begin, manners and attention must finish that work. I will let you into one secret concerning myself, which is, that I owe much more of the success which I have had in the world to my manners, than to any superior degree of merit or knowledge. I desired to please, and I neglected none of the means. This, I can assure you without any false modesty, is the truth. You have more knowledge than I had at your age, but then I had much more attention and good breeding than you. Call it vanity, if you please, and possibly it was so, but my great object was to make every man I met with like me, and every woman love me. I often succeeded, but why? By taking great pains, for otherwise I never should. My figure by no means entitled me to it, and I had certainly an uphill game; whereas your countenance would help you, if you made the most of it, and prescribed forever the guilty, gloomy, and funereal part of it. Dress, address, and air would become your best countenance, and make your little figure pass very well. If you have time to read at Hanover, pray let the books you read be all relative to the history and constitution of that country, which I would have you know as correctly as any Hanoverian in the whole electorate. Inform yourself of the powers of the states, and of the nature and extent of the several judicatures; the particular articles of trade and commerce of Bremen, Harburg, and Stade; the details and value of the mines of the Harz. 2 or 3 short books will give you the outlines of all these things, and conversation turned upon those subjects will do the rest, and better than books can. Remember of all things to speak nothing but German there. Make it, to express myself pedantically, your vernacular language; seem to prefer it to any other; call it your favorite language, and study to speak it with purity and elegance, if it has any. This will not only make you perfect in it, but will please, and make your court there the better than anything. A propos of languages, did you improve your Italian while you were at Paris, or did you forget it? Had you a master there? And what Italian books did you read with him? If you are master of Italian, I would have you afterward, by the first convenient opportunity, learn Spanish, which you may very easily, and in a very little time do. You will then, in the course of your foreign business, never be obliged to employ, pay, or trust any translator for any European language. As I love to provide eventually for everything that can possibly happen, I will suppose the worst that can befall you at Hanover. In that case I would have you go immediately to the Duke of Newcastle, and beg his Grace's advice, or rather orders, what you should do; adding, that his advice will always be orders to you. You will tell him that though you are exceedingly mortified, you are much less so than you should otherwise be, from the consideration that being utterly unknown to his M, his objection could not be personal to you, and could only arise from circumstances which it was not in your power either to prevent or remedy; that if his Grace thought that your continuing any longer there would be disagreeable, you entreated him to tell you so; and that, upon the whole, you referred yourself entirely to him, whose orders you should most scrupulously obey. But this precaution, I dare say, is ex abundanti, and will prove unnecessary. However, it is always right to be prepared for all events, the worst as well as the best. It prevents hurry and surprise, two dangerous situations in business; for I know no one thing so useful, so necessary in all business, as great coolness, steadiness, and sang-froid. They give an incredible advantage over whoever one has to do with. I have received your letter of the 15th New Style from Mayence, where I find that you have diverted yourself much better than I expected. I am very well acquainted with Comte Cobenz's character, both of parts and business. He could have given you letters to Bonn, having formerly resided there himself. You will not be so agreeably electrified where this letter will find you, as you were both at Mannheim and Mayence; but I hope you may meet with a second German Mrs. F. D., who may make you forget the two former ones, and practice your German. Such transient passions will do you no harm, but, on the contrary, a great deal of good. They will refine your manners and quicken your attention. They give a young fellow du brillant, and bring him into fashion, which last is a great article at setting out in the world. I have wrote, about a month ago, to Lord Albemarle, to thank him for all his kindnesses to you; but pray, have you done as much? Those are the necessary attentions which should never be omitted, especially in the beginning of life, when a character is to be established. That ready wit, which you so partially allow me, and so justly Sir Charles Williams, may create many admirers, but take my word for it, it makes few friends. It shines and dazzles like the noonday sun, but, like that too, is very apt to scorch, and therefore is always feared. The milder morning and evening light and heat of that planet soothe and calm our minds. Good sense, complaisance, gentleness of manners, attentions, and graces are the only things that truly engage, and durably keep the heart at long run. Never seek for wit. If it presents itself, well and good; but even in that case, let your judgment interpose, and take care that it be not at the expense of anybody. Pope says, very truly, "There are whom heaven has blessed with store of wit, yet want as much again to govern it." And in another place, I doubt with too much truth; for wit and judgment are ever at strife, though meant each other's aid, like man and wife. The Germans are very seldom troubled with any extraordinary ebullitions or effervescences of wit, and it is not prudent to try it upon them. Whoever does, offendent solido. Remember to write me very minute accounts of all your transactions at Hanover, for they excite both my impatience and anxiety. Adieu. End of section 142. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 143 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 174. London, August 4th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, I am extremely concerned at the return of your old asthmatic complaint, of which your letter from Cassel of the 28th July, New Style, informs me. I believe it is chiefly owing to your own negligence, for notwithstanding the season of the year, and the heat and agitation of travelling, I dare swear you have not taken one single dose of gentle, cooling physic, since that which I made you take at Bath. I hope you are now better, and in better hands. I mean in Dr. Hugo's at Hanover. He is certainly a very skillful physician, and therefore I desire that you will inform him most minutely of your own case, from your first attack in Carniola, to this last at Marburg, and not only follow his prescriptions exactly at present, but take his directions with regard to the regimen that he would have you observe to prevent the returns of this complaint, and, in case of any returns, the immediate applications, whether external or internal, that he would have you make use of. Consider, it is very worth your while to submit at present to any course of medicine or diet, to any restraint or confinement for a time, in order to get rid, once for all, of so troublesome and painful a distemper, the returns of which would equally break in upon your business or your pleasures. Notwithstanding all this, which is plain sense and reason, I much fear that, as soon as ever you are got out of your present distress, you will take no preventive care, by a proper course of medicines and regimen, but, like most people of your age, think it impossible that you ever should be ill again. However, if you would not be wise for your own sake, I desire you will be so for mine, and most scrupulously observe Dr. Hugo's present and future directions. Hanover, where I take it for granted you are, is at present the seat and centre of foreign negotiations. There are ministers from almost every court in Europe, and you have a fine opportunity of displaying with modesty, in conversation, your knowledge of the matters now in agitation. The chief I take to be are the election of the King of the Romans, which, though I despair of, heartily wish were brought about for two reasons. The first is, that I think it may prevent a war upon the death of the present emperor, who, though young and healthy, may possibly die, as young and healthy people often do. The other is, the very reason that makes some powers oppose it, and others dislike it, who do not openly oppose it. I mean, that it may tend to make the imperial dignity hereditary in the House of Austria, which I heartily wish, together with a very great increase of power in the empire, till when Germany will never be anything near a match for France. Cardinal Richelieu showed his superior abilities in nothing more than in thinking no pains or expense too great to break the power of the House of Austria in the empire. Ferdinand had certainly made himself absolute, and the empire consequently formidable to France, if that cardinal had not piously adopted the Protestant cause, and put the empire, by Treaty of Westphalia, in pretty much the same disjointed situation in which France itself was before Louis XI., when princes of the blood, at the head of provinces, and dukes of Brittany, etc., always opposed and often gave laws to the crown. Nothing but making the empire hereditary in the House of Austria can give it that strength and efficiency which I wish it had, for the sake of the balance of power. For while the princes of the empire are so independent of the emperor, so divided among themselves, and so open to the corruption of the best bidders, it is ridiculous to expect that Germany ever will or can act as a compact and well-united body against France. But as this notion of mine would as little please some of our friends as many of our enemies, I would not advise you, though you should be of the same opinion, to declare yourself too freely so. Could the Elector Palatine be satisfied, which I confess will be difficult, considering the nature of his pretensions, the tenaciousness and haughtiness of the court of Vienna, and our inability to do, as we have too often done, their work for them, I say, if the Elector Palatine could be engaged to give his vote, I should think it would be right to proceed to the election with a clear majority of 5 votes, and leave the King of Prussia and the Elector of Cologne to protest and remonstrate as much as ever they please. The former is too wise, and the latter too weak in every respect, to act in consequence of these protests. The distracted situation of France, with its ecclesiastical and parliamentary quarrels, not to mention the illness and possibly the death of the Dauphin, will make the King of Prussia, who is certainly no Frenchman in his heart, very cautious how he acts as one. The Elector of Saxony will be influenced by the King of Poland, who must be determined by Russia, considering his views upon Poland, which, by the by, I hope he will never obtain. I mean as to making that crown hereditary in his family. As for his son's having it by precarious tenure of election, by which his father now holds it, à la bonne heure. But should Poland have a good government under hereditary kings, there would be a new devil raised in Europe, that I do not know who could slay. I am sure I would not raise him, though on my own side for the present. I do not know how I came to trouble my head so much about politics today, which has been so very free from them for some years. I suppose it was because I knew that I was writing to the most consummate politician of this and his age. If I err, you will set me right. Sit quod novesti rectius istus, candidus imperiti, etc. I am excessively impatient for your next letter, which I expect by the first post from Hanover, to remove my anxiety, as I hope it will, not only with regard to your health, but likewise to other things. In the meantime, in the language of a pedant, but with the tenderness of a parent, jubeo te bene valere. Lady Chesterfield makes you many compliments, and is much concerned at your indisposition. End of section 143. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 144 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 175. To Monsieur de Voltaire, now staying at Berlin. London, August 27th, Old Style, 1752. Sir, as a most convincing proof how infinitely I am interested in everything which concerns Mr. Stanhope, who will have the honor of presenting you this letter, I take the liberty of introducing him to you. He has read a great deal. He has seen a great deal. Whether or not he has made a proper use of that knowledge is what I do not know. He is only 20 years of age. He was at Berlin some years ago, and therefore he returns thither, for at present people are attracted toward the north by the same motives which but lately drew them to the south. Permit me, sir, to return you thanks for the pleasure and instruction I have received from your history of Louis XIV. I have as yet read it but 4 times, because I wish to forget it a little before I read it a 5th, but I find that impossible. I shall therefore only wait till you give us the augmentation which you promised. Let me entreat you not to defer it long. I thought myself pretty conversant in the history of the reign of Louis XIV., by means of those innumerable histories, memoirs, anecdotes, etc., which I had read relative to that period of time. You have convinced me that I was mistaken, and had upon that subject very confused ideas in many respects, and very false ones in others. Above all, I cannot but acknowledge the obligation we have to you, sir, for the light which you have thrown upon the follies and outrages of the different sects. The weapons you employ against those madmen, or those impostors, are the only suitable ones. To make use of any others would be imitating them. They must be attacked by ridicule, and punished with contempt. Apropos of those fanatics, I send you here enclosed a piece upon that subject, written by the late Dean Swift. I believe you will not dislike it. You will easily guess why it was never printed. It is authentic, and I have the original in his own handwriting. His Jupiter, at the Day of Judgment, treats them much as you do, and as they deserve to be treated. Give me leave, sir, to tell you freely that I am embarrassed upon your account, as I cannot determine what it is that I wish from you. When I read your last history, I am desirous that you should always write history, but when I read your Rome Sauvée, though ill printed and disfigured, yet I then wish you never to deviate from poetry. However, I confess that there still remains one history worthy of your pen, and of which your pen alone is worthy. You have long ago given us the history of the greatest and most outrageous madman, I ask your pardon if I cannot say the greatest hero of Europe. You have given us latterly the history of the greatest king. Give us now the history of the greatest and most virtuous man in Europe. I should think it degrading to call him king. To you this cannot be difficult. He is always before your eyes. Your poetical invention is not necessary to his glory, as that may safely rely upon your historical candor. The first duty of an historian is the only one he need require from his, ne quid falsi dicere audiat, ne quid veri non audiat. Adieu, sir. I find that I must admire you every day more and more, but I also know that nothing can ever add to the esteem and attachment with which I am actually your most humble and most obedient servant, Chesterfield. End of section 144. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 145 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 176. London, September 19th, 1752. My dear friend, since you have been at Hanover, your correspondence has been both unfrequent and laconic. You made indeed one great effort in folio on the 18th, with a postscript of the 22nd August new style, and since that, vous avez un quarto. On the 31st August new style you give me no informations of what I want chiefly to know, which is what Dr. Hugo, whom I charged you to consult, said of your asthmatic complaint, and what he prescribed you to prevent the returns of it; and also, what is the company that you keep there, who has been kind and civil to you, and who not. You say that you go constantly to the parade, and you do very well; for though you are not of that trade, yet military matters make so great a part both of conversation and negotiation, that it is very proper not to be ignorant of them. I hope you mind more than the mere exercise of the troops you see, and that you inform yourself at the same time of the more material details, such as their pay, and the difference of it when in and out of quarters; what is furnished them by the country when in quarters, and what is allowed them of ammunition, bread, etc., when in the field; the number of men and officers in the several troops and companies, together with the non commissioned officers, as caporals, frey caporals, ans passades, sergeants, quartermasters, etc.; the clothing, how frequent, how good, and how furnished, whether by the colonel, as here in England, from what we call the off reckonings, that is, deductions from the men's pay, or by commissaries appointed by the government for that purpose, as in France and Holland. By these inquiries you will be able to talk military with military men, who in every country in Europe, except England, make at least half of all the best companies. Your attending the parades has also another good effect, which is, that it brings you, of course, acquainted with the officers, who, when of a certain rank and service, are generally very polite, well-bred people, et du bon ton. They have commonly seen a great deal of the world and of its courts, and nothing else can form a gentleman, let people say what they will of sense and learning, with both which a man may contrive to be a very disagreeable companion. I dare say there are very few captains of foot, who are not much better company than ever Descartes or Sir Isaac Newton were. I honor and respect such superior geniuses, but I desire to converse with people of this world, who bring into company their share at least of cheerfulness, good breeding, and knowledge of mankind. In common life one much oftener wants small money and silver than gold. Give me a man who has ready cash about him for present expenses, sixpences, shillings, half crowns, and crowns, which circulate easily; but a man who has only an ingot of gold about him is much above common purposes, and his riches are not handy nor convenient. Have as much gold as you please in one pocket, but take care always to keep change in the other, for you will much oftener have occasion for a shilling than for a guinea. In this the French must be allowed to excel all people in the world; they have un certain entregent, un enjouement, un aimable légèreté dans la conversation, une politesse assez et naturelle, qui parfois ne leur rien coûte, which gives society all its charms. I am sorry to add, but it is too true, that the English and the Dutch are the farthest from this, of all the people in the world. I do by no means except even the Swiss. Though you do not think proper to inform me, I know from other hands that you were to go to Gurs with Comte Schullenberg, for 8 or 10 days only, to see the reviews. I also know that you had a blister upon your arm, which did you a great deal of good. I know, too, you have contracted a great friendship with Lord Essex, and that you two were inseparable at Hanover. All these things I would rather have known from you than from others, and they are the sorts of things that I am the most desirous of knowing, as they are more immediately relative to yourself. I am very sorry for the Duchess of Newcastle's illness, full as much upon your as upon her account, as it has hindered you from being so much known to the Duke as I could have wished; use and habit going a great way with him, as indeed they do with most people. I have known many people patronized, pushed up, and preferred by those who could have given no other reason for it than that they were used to them. We must never seek for motives by deep reasoning, but we must find them out by careful observation and attention, no matter what they should be, but the point is what they are. Trace them up, step by step, from the character of the person. I have known de par le monde, as Brantome says, great effects from causes too little ever to have been suspected. Some things must be known, and can never be guessed. God knows where this letter will find you, or follow you; not at Hanover, I suppose, but wherever it does, may it find you in health and pleasure. Adieu. End of Section 145. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 146 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 177. London, September 22nd, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, the day after the date of my last, I received your letter of the 8th. I approve extremely of your intended progress, and I am very glad that you go to the Gore with Comte Schulenburg. I would have you see everything with your own eyes, and hear everything with your own ears, for I know, by very long experience, that it is very unsafe to trust to other people's. Vanity and interest cause many misrepresentations, and folly causes many more. Few people have parts enough to relate exactly and judiciously, and those who have, for some reason or other, never fail to sink, or to add some circumstances. The reception which you have met with at Hanover I look upon as an omen of your being well received everywhere else; for, to tell you the truth, it was the place that I distrusted the most in that particular. But there is a certain conduct, there are certain manieres, that will and must get the better of all difficulties of that kind. It is to acquire them that you still continue abroad, and go from court to court. They are personal, local, and temporal. They are modes which vary, and owe their existence to accidents, whim, and humor. All the sense and reason in the world will never point them out. Nothing but experience, observation, and what is called knowledge of the world can possibly teach them. For example, it is respectful to bow to the King of England; it is disrespectful to bow to the King of France. It is the rule to courtesy to the Emperor, and the prostration of the whole body is required by Eastern monarchs. These are established ceremonies, and must be complied with; but why they were established, I defy sense and reason to tell us. It is the same among all ranks, where certain customs are received, and must necessarily be complied with, though by no means the result of sense and reason. As, for instance, the very absurd, though almost universal, custom of drinking people's healths. Can there be anything in the world less relative to any other man's health, than my drinking a glass of wine? Common sense certainly never pointed it out, but yet common sense tells me I must conform to it. Good sense bids one be civil and endeavor to please, though nothing but experience and observation can teach one the means, properly adapted to time, place, and persons. This knowledge is the true object of a gentleman's travelling, if he travels as he ought to do. By frequenting good company in every country, he himself becomes of every country. He is no longer an Englishman, a Frenchman, or an Italian, but he is an European. He adopts respectively the best manners of every country, and is a Frenchman at Paris, an Italian at Rome, an Englishman at London. This advantage, I must confess, very seldom accrues to my countrymen from their travelling, as they have neither the desire nor the means of getting into good company abroad; for, in the first place, they are confoundedly bashful, and, in the next place, they either speak no foreign language at all, or, if they do, it is barbarously. You possess all the advantages that they want; you know the languages in perfection, and have constantly kept the best company in the places where you have been, so that you ought to be an European. Your canvas is solid and strong, your outlines are good, but remember that you still want the beautiful coloring of Titian, and the delicate, graceful touches of Guido. Now is your time to get them. There is in all good company a fashionable air, countenance, manner, and phraseology, which can only be acquired by being in good company, and very attentive to all that passes there. When you dine or sup at any well-bred man's house, observe carefully how he does the honors of his table to the different guests. Attend to the compliments of congratulation or condolence that you hear a well-bred man make to his superiors, to his equals, and to his inferiors. Watch even his countenance and his tone of voice, for they all conspire in the main point of pleasing. There is a certain distinguishing diction of a man of fashion; he will not content himself with saying, like John Trott, to a newly married man, "Sir, I wish you much joy;" or to a man who lost his son, "Sir, I am sorry for your loss," and both with a countenance equally unmoved; but he will say, in effect, the same thing in a more elegant and less trivial manner, and with a countenance adapted to the occasion. He will advance with warmth, vivacity, and a cheerful countenance to the newly married man, and, embracing him, perhaps say to him, If you do justice to my attachment to you, you will judge of the joy that I feel upon this occasion, better than I can express it, etc. To the other in affliction he will advance slowly, with a grave composure of countenance, in a more deliberate manner, and with a lower voice, perhaps say, I hope you do me the justice to be convinced that I feel whatever you feel, and shall ever be affected where you are concerned. Your aboard, I must tell you, was too cold and uniform. I hope it is now mended. It should be respectfully open and cheerful with your superiors, warm and animated with your equals, hearty and free with your inferiors. There is a fashionable kind of small talk which you should get, which, trifling as it is of use in mixed companies, and at table, especially in your foreign department, where it keeps off certain serious subjects that might create disputes, or at least coldness for a time. Upon such occasions it is not amiss to know how to parley cuisine, and to be able to dissert upon the growth and flavor of wines. These, it is true, are very little things, but they are little things that occur very often, and therefore should be said 'avec gentillesse et grâce'. I am sure they must often fall in your way; pray take care to catch them. There is a certain language of conversation, a fashionable diction, of which every gentleman ought to be perfect master, in whatever language he speaks. The French attend to it carefully, and with great reason, and their language, which is a language of phrases, helps them out exceedingly. That delicacy of diction is characteristical of a man of fashion and good company. I could write folios upon this subject, and not exhaust it, but I think and hope that to you I need not. You have heard and seen enough to be convinced of the truth and importance of what I have been so long inculcating into you upon these points. How happy am I, and how happy are you, my dear child, that these Titian tints and Guido graces are all that you want to complete my hopes and your own character. But then, on the other hand, what a drawback would it be to that happiness, if you should never acquire them? I remember, when I was of age, though I had not near so good an education as you have, or seen a quarter so much of the world, I observed those masterly touches and irresistible graces in others, and saw the necessity of acquiring them myself. But then an awkward mauvais honte, of which I had brought a great deal with me from Cambridge, made me ashamed to attempt it, especially if any of my countrymen and particular acquaintances were by. This was extremely absurd in me, for without attempting I could never succeed. But at last, insensibly, by frequenting a great deal of good company, and imitating those whom I saw that everybody liked, I formed myself, tant bien que mal. For God's sake, let this last fine varnish, so necessary to give lustre to the whole piece, be the sole and single object now of your utmost attention. Berlin may contribute a great deal to it, if you please. There are all the ingredients that compose it. A propos of Berlin, while you are there, take care to seem ignorant of all political matters between the two courts, such as the affairs of Ostfriese and Saxe-Lauenburg, etc., and enter into no conversations upon those points. But, however, be as well at court as you possibly can, live at it, and make one of it. Should General Keith offer you civilities, do not decline them, but return them, however, without being enfant de la maison chez lui. Say des choses flatteuses of the royal family, and especially of his Prussian Majesty, to those who are the most like to repeat them. In short, make yourself well there, without making yourself ill somewhere else. Make compliments from me to Algarotti, and converse with him in Italian. I go next week to the bath, for a deafness which I have been plagued with these 4 or 5 months, and which I am assured that pumping my head will remove. This deafness, I own, has tried my patience, as it has cut me off from society, at an age when I had no pleasures but those left. In the meantime, I have, by reading and writing, made my eyes supply the defect of my ears. Madame H., I suppose, entertained both yours alike. However, I am very glad that you were well with her, for she is a good proneuse, and puffs are very useful to a young fellow at his entrance into the world. If you should meet with Lord Pembroke again, anywhere, make him many compliments from me, and tell him that I should have written to him, but that I knew how troublesome an old correspondent must be to a young one. He is much commended in the accounts from Hanover. You will stay at Berlin just as long as you like it, and no longer, and from thence you are absolutely master of your own motions, either to the Hague or to Brussels; but I think that you had better go to the Hague first, because that from thence Brussels will be in your way to Calais, which is a much better passage to England than from Helvoetsluis. The two courts of the Hague and Brussels are worth your seeing, and you will see them both to advantage, by means of Colonel Yorke and Desrolles. Adieu. Here is enough for this time. End of section 146, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 147 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 178. London, September 26, 1752. My dear friend, as you chiefly employ, or rather wholly engross my thoughts, I see every day, with increasing pleasure, the fair prospect which you have before you. I had two views in your education; they draw nearer and nearer, and I have now very little reason to distrust your answering them fully. Those two were, parliamentary and foreign affairs. In consequence of those views, I took care, first, to give you a sufficient stock of sound learning, and next, an early knowledge of the world. Without making a figure in Parliament, no man can make any in this country, and eloquence alone enables a man to make a figure in Parliament, unless it be a very mean and contemptible one, which those make there who silently vote, and who do pedibus ire in sententiam. Foreign affairs, when skillfully managed, and supported by a parliamentary reputation, lead to whatever is most considerable in this country. You have the languages necessary for that purpose, with a sufficient fund of historical and treaty knowledge; that is to say, you have the matter ready, and only want the manner. Your objects being thus fixed, I recommend to you to have them constantly in your thoughts, and to direct your reading, your actions, and your words to those views. Most people think only ex re nata, and few ex professo. I would have you do both, but begin with the latter. I explain myself. Lay down certain principles, and reason and act consequently from them. As, for example, say to yourself, I will make a figure in Parliament, and in order to do that, I must not only speak, but speak very well. Speaking mere common sense will by no means do, and I must speak not only correctly but elegantly, and not only elegantly but eloquently. In order to do this, I will first take pains to get an habitual but unaffected purity, correctness, and elegance of style in my common conversation. I will seek for the best words, and take care to reject improper, inexpressive, and vulgar ones. I will read the greatest masters of oratory, both ancient and modern, and I will read them singly in that view. I will study Demosthenes and Cicero, not to discover an old Athenian or Roman custom, nor to puzzle myself with the value of talents, minds, drachmas, and sesterces, like the learned blockheads in us do, but to observe their choice of words, their harmony of diction, their method, their distribution, their exordia, to engage the favor and attention of their audience, and their perorations, to enforce what they have said, and to leave a strong impression upon the passions. Nor will I be pedant enough to neglect the modern, for I will likewise study Atterbury, Dryden, Pope, and Bolingbroke. Nay, I will read everything that I do read in that intention, and never cease improving and refining my style upon the best models, till at last I become a model of eloquence myself, which by care it is in every man's power to be. If you set out upon this principle, and keep it constantly in your mind, every company you go into, and every book you read, will contribute to your improvement, either by showing you what to imitate, or what to avoid. Are you to give an account of anything to a mixed company, or are you to endeavor to persuade either man or woman? This principle, fixed in your mind, will make you carefully attend to the choice of your words, and to the clearness and harmony of your diction. So much for your parliamentary object. Now to the foreign one. Lay down first those principles which are absolutely necessary to form a skillful and successful negotiator, and form yourself accordingly. What are they? First, the clear historical knowledge of past transactions of that kind. That you have pretty well already, and will have daily more and more; For in consequence of that principle, you will read history, memoirs, anecdotes, etc., in that view chiefly. The other necessary talents for negotiation are, the great art of pleasing and engaging the affection and confidence, not only of those with whom you are to cooperate, but even of those whom you are to oppose; to conceal your own thoughts and views, and to discover other people's; to engage other people's confidence by a seeming cheerful frankness and openness, without going a step too far; to get the personal favor of the king, prince, ministers, or mistresses of the court to which you are sent; to gain the absolute command over your temper and your countenance, that no heat may provoke you to say, nor no change of countenance to betray, what should be a secret; to familiarize and domesticate yourself in the houses of the most considerable people of the place, so as to be received there rather as a friend to the family than as a foreigner. Having these principles constantly in your thoughts, everything you do, and everything you say, will in some way or other tend to your main view, and common conversation will gradually fit you for it. You will get a habit of checking any rising heat, and you will be upon your guard against any indiscreet expression. You will by degrees get the command of your countenance, so as not to change it upon any the most sudden accident; and you will, above all things, labor to acquire the great art of pleasing, without which nothing is to be done. Company is, in truth, a constant state of negotiation, and if you attend to it in that view, will qualify you for any. By the same means that you make a friend, guard against an enemy, or gain a mistress, you will make an advantageous treaty, baffle those who counteract you, and gain the court you are sent to. Make this use of all the company you keep, and your very pleasures will make you a successful negotiator. Please all who are worth pleasing, offend none. Keep your own secret, and get out other people's. Keep your own temper, and artfully warm other people's. Counterwork your rivals, with diligence and dexterity, but at the same time with the utmost personal civility to them, and be firm without heat. Messieurs Davaux and Servien did no more than this. I must make one observation, in confirmation of this assertion, which is, that the most eminent negotiators have always been the politest and best bred men in company, even what the women call the prettiest men. For God's sake, never lose view of these your two capital objects; bend everything to them; try everything by their rules, and calculate everything for their purposes. What is peculiar to these two objects is, that they require nothing but what one's own vanity, interest, and pleasure would make one do independently of them. If a man were never to be in business, and always to lead a private life, would he not desire to please and to persuade? So that, in your two destinations, your fortune and figure luckily conspire with your vanity and your pleasures. Nay more, a foreign minister, I will maintain it, can never be a good man of business if he is not an agreeable man of pleasure too. Half his business is done by the help of his pleasures; his views are carried on, and perhaps best and most unsuspectedly, at balls, suppers, assemblies, and parties of pleasure, by intrigues with women, and connections insensibly formed with men, at those unguarded hours of amusement. These objects now draw very near you, and you have no time to lose in preparing yourself to meet them. You will be in Parliament almost as soon as your age will allow, and I believe you will have a foreign department still sooner, and that will be earlier than ever any other body had one. If you set out well at 21, what may you not reasonably hope to be at 41? All that I could wish you. Adieu. End of section 147. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 148 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 179. London, September 29th, 1752. My dear friend, there is nothing so necessary, but at the same time there is nothing more difficult, I know it by experience, for you young fellows, than to know how to behave yourselves prudently toward those whom you do not like. Your passions are warm, and your heads are light. You hate all those who oppose your views, either of ambition or love, and a rival in either is almost a synonymous term for an enemy. Whenever you meet such a man, you are awkwardly cold to him at best, but often rude, and always desirous to give him some indirect slap. This is unreasonable; for one man has as good a right to pursue an employment, or a mistress, as another; but it is, into the bargain, extremely imprudent, because you commonly defeat your own purpose by it, and while you are contending with each other, a third often prevails. I grant you that the situation is irksome; a man cannot help thinking as he thinks, nor feeling what he feels, and it is a very tender and sore point to be thwarted and counterworked in one's pursuits at court, or with a mistress; but prudence and abilities must check the effects, though they cannot remove the cause. Both the pretenders make themselves disagreeable to their mistress, when they spoil the company by their pouting, or their sparring; whereas, if one of them has command enough over himself, whatever he may feel inwardly, to be cheerful, gay, and easily and unaffectedly civil to the other, as if there were no manner of competition between them, the lady will certainly like him the best, and his rival will be 10 times more humbled and discouraged; for he will look upon such a behavior as a proof of the triumph and security of his rival; he will grow outrageous with the lady, and the warmth of his reproaches will probably bring on a quarrel between them. It is the same in business, where he who can command his temper and his countenance the best, will always have an infinite advantage over the other. This is what the French call 'un procede honnête et galant', to pique yourself upon showing particular civilities to a man, to whom lesser minds would, in the same case, show dislike or perhaps rudeness. I will give you an instance of this in my own case; and pray remember it, whenever you come to be, as I hope you will, in a like situation. When I went to the Hague, in 1744, it was to engage the Dutch to come roundly into the war, and to stipulate their quotas of troops, etc. Your acquaintance, the Abbe de la Ville, was there on the part of France, to endeavor to hinder them from coming into the war at all. I was informed, and very sorry to hear it, that he had abilities, temper, and industry. We could not visit, our 2 masters being at war; but the first time I met him at a third place, I got somebody to present me to him; and I told him that, though we were to be national enemies, I flattered myself we might be, however, personal friends, and with a good deal more of the same kind; which he returned in full as polite a manner. 2 days afterward, I went, early in the morning, to solicit the deputies of Amsterdam, where I found l'Abbe de la Ville, who had been beforehand with me; upon which I addressed myself to the deputies, and said smilingly, I am very sorry, gentlemen, to find my enemy with you; my knowledge of his capacity is already sufficient to make me fear him; we are not upon equal terms, but I trust to your own interest against his talents. If I have not this day had the first word, I shall at least have the last. They smiled; the Abbe was pleased with the compliment, and the manner of it, stayed about a quarter of an hour, and then left me to my deputies, with whom I continued upon the same tone, though in a very serious manner, and told them that I was only come to state their own true interest to them, plainly and simply, without any of those arts, which it was very necessary for my friend to make use of to deceive them. I carried my point, and continued my 'procede' with the Abbe; and by this easy and polite commerce with him, at third places, I often found means to fish out of him whereabouts he was. Remember, there are but 2 proceeds in the world for a gentleman and a man of parts, either extreme politeness or knocking down. If a man notoriously and designedly insults and affronts you, knock him down; but if he only injures you, your best revenge is to be extremely civil to him in your outward behavior, though at the same time you counterwork him, and return him the compliment, perhaps with interest. This is not perfidy nor dissimulation; it would be so if you were, at the same time, to make professions of esteem and friendship to this man, which I by no means recommend, but on the contrary abhor. But all acts of civility are, by common consent, understood to be no more than a conformity to custom, for the quiet and conveniency of society, the agremens of which are not to be disturbed by private dislikes and jealousies. Only women and little minds pout and spar for the entertainment of the company, that always laughs at, and never pities them. For my own part, though I would by no means give up any point to a competitor, yet I would pique myself upon showing him rather more civility than to another man. In the first place, this proceed infallibly makes all les heirs of your side, which is a considerable party; and in the next place, it certainly pleases the object of the competition, be it either man or woman, who never fail to say, upon such an occasion, that they must own you have behaved yourself very handsomely in the whole affair. The world judges from the appearance of things, and not from the reality, which few are able, and still few are inclined to fathom; and a man who will take care always to be in the right in those things, may afford to be sometimes a little in the wrong in more essential ones. There is a willingness, a desire to excuse him. With 9 people in 10, good breeding passes for good nature, and they take attentions for good offices. At courts there will be always coldnesses, dislikes, jealousies, and hatred, the harvest being but small in proportion to the number of laborers; but then, as they arise often, they die soon, unless they are perpetuated by the manner in which they have been carried on, more than by the matter which occasioned them. The turns and vicissitudes of courts frequently make friends of enemies, and enemies of friends. You must labor, therefore, to acquire that great and uncommon talent of hating with good breeding, and loving with prudence; to make no quarrel irreconcilable by silly and unnecessary indications of anger, and no friendship dangerous, in case it breaks, by a wanton, indiscreet, and unreserved confidence. Few, especially young people, know how to love, or how to hate. Their love is an unbounded weakness, fatal to the person they love; their hate is a hot, rash, and imprudent violence, always fatal to themselves. 19 fathers in 20, and every mother, who had loved you half as well as I do, would have ruined you; whereas I always made you feel the weight of my authority, that you might one day know the force of my love. Now I both hope and believe, my advice will have the same weight with you from choice that my authority had from necessity. My advice is just 28 years older than your own, and consequently, I believe you think rather better. As for your tender and pleasurable passions, manage them yourself, but let me have the direction of all the others. Your ambition, your figure, and your fortune, will, for some time at least, be rather safer in my keeping than in your own. Adieu. End of section 148, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 149 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 180. Bath, October 4th, 1752. My dear Friend, I consider you now as at the court of Augustus, where, if ever the desire of pleasing animated you, it must make you exert all the means of doing it. You will see there, full as well, I dare say, as Horace did at Rome, how states are defended by arms, adorned by manners, and improved by laws. Nay, you have an Horace there as well as an Augustus. I need not name Voltaire, qui nihil molitur inept, as Horace himself said of another poet. I have lately read over all his works that are published, though I had read them more than once before. I was induced to this by his Siècle de Louis XIV, which I have yet read but 4 times. In reading over all his works, with more attention, I suppose, than before, my former admiration of him is, I own, turned into astonishment. There is no one kind of writing in which he has not excelled. You are so severe a classic that I question whether you will allow me to call his Henriade an epic poem, for want of the proper number of gods, devils, witches, and other absurdities, requisite for the machinery, which machinery is, it seems, necessary to constitute the epopee. But whether you do or not, I will declare, though possibly to my own shame, that I have never read any epic poem with near so much pleasure. I am grown old, and have possibly lost a great deal of that fire which formerly made me love fire in others at any rate, and however attended with smoke; but now I must have all sense, and cannot, for the sake of 5 righteous lines, forgive 1,000 absurd ones. In this disposition of mind, judge whether I can read all Homer through tout de suite. I admire its beauties, but to tell you the truth, when he slumbers I sleep. Virgil, I confess, is all sense, and therefore I like him better than his model; but he is often languid, especially in his 5 or 6 last books, during which I am obliged to take a good deal of snuff. Besides, I profess myself an ally of Turnus against the pious Aeneas, who, like so many soi-disant pious people, does the most flagrant injustice and violence in order to execute what they impudently call the will of heaven. But what will you say, when I tell you truly, that I cannot possibly read our countryman Milton through? I acknowledge him to have some most sublime passages, some prodigious flashes of light, but then you must acknowledge that light is often followed by darkness visible, to use his own expression. Besides, not having the honour to be acquainted with any of the parties in the poem, except the man and the woman, the characters and speeches of a dozen or two of angels, and of as many devils, are as much above my reach as my entertainment. Keep this secret from me, for if it should be known, I should be abused by every tasteless pedant, and every solid divine in England. Whatever I have said to the disadvantage of these 3 poems, holds much stronger against Tasso's Jerusalem. It is true he has very fine and glaring rays of poetry, but then they are only meteors; they dazzle, then disappear, and are succeeded by false thoughts, poor concetti, and absurd impossibilities; witness the fish and the parrot, extravagancies unworthy of an heroic poem, and would much rather have become Ariosto, who professes le coglioniere. I have never read the Lusiad of Camon, except in prose translation; consequently I have never read it at all, so shall say nothing of it; but the Henriade is all sense from the beginning to the end, often adorned by the justest and liveliest reflections, the most beautiful descriptions, the noblest images, and the sublimest sentiments, not to mention the harmony of the verse, in which Voltaire undoubtedly exceeds all the French poets. Should you insist upon an exception in favour of Racine, I must insist, on my part, that he at least equals him. What hero ever interested more than Henry IV., who, according to the rules of epic poetry, carries on one great and long action, and succeeds in it at last? What descriptions ever excited more horror than those, first of the massacre, and then of the famine at Paris? Was love ever painted with more truth and morbidezza than in the 9th book? Not better, in my mind, even in the 4th of Virgil. Upon the whole, with all your classical rigour, if you will but suppose St. Louis a god, a devil, or a witch, and that he appears in person, and not in a dream, the Henriade will be an epic poem, according to the strictest statute laws of the epopee; but in my court of equity it is one as it is. I could expatiate as much upon all his different works, but then I should exceed the bounds of a letter and run into a dissertation. How delightful is his history of that northern brute, the King of Sweden, for I cannot call him a man, and I should be sorry to have him pass for a hero, out of regard to those true heroes, such as Julius Caesar, Titus, Trajan, and the present King of Prussia, who cultivated and encouraged arts and sciences, whose animal courage was accompanied by the tender and social sentiments of humanity, and who had more pleasure in improving than in destroying their fellow creatures. What can be more touching or more interesting, what more nobly thought or more happily expressed, than all his dramatic pieces? What can be more clear and rational than all his philosophical letters? And whatever was so graceful and gentle as all his little poetical trifles? You are fortunate à portée of verifying, by your knowledge of the man, all that I have said of his works. Monsieur de Maupertuis, whom I hope you will get acquainted with, is what one rarely meets with, deep in philosophy and mathematics, and yet honnête et aimable homme. Algarotti is young Fontenelle. Such men must necessarily give you the desire of pleasing them, and if you can frequent them, their acquaintance will furnish you the means of pleasing everybody else. A propos of pleasing, your pleasing Mrs. F. D. is expected here in 2 or 3 days. I will do all that I can for you with her. I think you carried on the romance to the 3rd or 4th volume; I will continue it to the 11th; but as for the 12th and last, you must come and conclude it yourself. Non sum qualis eram. Good night to you, child, for I am going to bed, just at the hour which I suppose you are going to live at Berlin. End of Section 149. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 150 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 181. Bath, November 11th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, it is a very old and very true maxim, that those kings reign the most secure and the most absolute, who reign in the hearts of their people. Their popularity is a better guard than their army, and the affections of their subjects a better pledge of their obedience than their fears. This rule is, in proportion, full as true, though upon a different scale, with regard to private people. A man who possesses that great art of pleasing universally, and of gaining the affections of those with whom he converses, possesses a strength which nothing else can give him, a strength which facilitates and helps his rise, and which, in case of accidents, breaks his fall. Few people of your age sufficiently consider this great point of popularity, and when they grow older and wiser, strive in vain to recover what they have lost by their negligence. There are three principal causes that hinder them from acquiring this useful strength: pride, inattention, and mauvais ton. The first I will not, I cannot suspect you of; it is too much below your understanding. You cannot, and I am sure you do not, think yourself superior by nature to the Savoyard who cleans your room, or the footman who cleans your shoes; but you may rejoice, and with reason, at the difference that fortune has made in your favor. Enjoy all those advantages, but without insulting those who are unfortunate enough to want them, or even doing anything unnecessarily that may remind them of that want. For my own part, I am more upon my guard as to my behavior to my servants, and others who are called my inferiors, than I am toward my equals, for fear of being suspected of that mean and ungenerous sentiment of desiring to make others feel that difference, which fortune has, and perhaps too undeservedly, made between us. Young people do not enough attend to this, and falsely imagine that the imperative mood, and a rough tone of authority and decision, are indications of spirit and courage. Inattention is always looked upon, though sometimes unjustly, as the effect of pride and contempt, and where it is thought so, is never forgiven. In this article young people are generally exceedingly to blame, and offend extremely. Their whole attention is engrossed by their particular set of acquaintance, and by some few glaring and exalted objects of rank, beauty, or parts. All the rest they think so little worth their care, that they neglect even common civility toward them. I will frankly confess to you that this was one of my great faults when I was your age. Very attentive to please that narrow court circle in which I stood enchanted, I considered everything else as bourgeois, and unworthy of common civility. I paid my court assiduously and skillfully enough to shining and distinguished figures, such as ministers, wits, and beauties; but then I most absurdly and imprudently neglected, and consequently offended, all others. By this folly I made myself 1,000 enemies of both sexes, who, though I thought them very insignificant, found means to hurt me essentially where I wanted to recommend myself the most. I was thought proud, though I was only imprudent. A general easy civility and attention to the common run of ugly women and of middling men, both which I sillily thought, called, and treated as odd people, would have made me as many friends, as by the contrary conduct I made myself enemies. All this, too, was a peu près, for I might equally, and even more successfully, have made my court, where I had particular views to gratify. I will allow that this task is often very unpleasant, and that one pays, with some unwillingness, that tribute of attention to dull and tedious men, and to old and ugly women; but it is the lowest price of popularity and general applause, which are very well worth purchasing, were they much dearer. I conclude this head with this advice to you: gain, by particular assiduity and address, the men and women you want, and by an universal civility and attention please everybody so far as to have their good word, if not their good will, or at least as to secure a partial neutrality. Mauvais ton not only hinders young people from making a great many friends, but makes them a great many enemies. They are ashamed of doing the thing they know to be right, and would otherwise do, for fear of the momentary laugh of some fine gentleman or lady, or of some mauvais plaisant. I have been in this case, and have often wished an obscure acquaintance at the devil, for meeting and taking notice of me when I was in what I thought and called fine company. I have returned their notice shyly, awkwardly, and consequently offensively, for fear of a momentary joke, not considering, as I ought to have done, that the very people who would have joked upon me first, would have esteemed me the more for it afterward. An example explains a rule best. Suppose you were walking in the Tuileries with some fine folks, and that you should unexpectedly meet with your old acquaintance, little crooked Grierson, what would you do? I will tell you what you should do, by telling you what I would do now in that case myself. I would run up to him and embrace him, say some kind of things to him, and then return to my company. There I should be immediately asked, Mais qu'est-ce que c'est donc qui ce petit sapajou que vous avez embrassé si tendrement? Pour cela, l'accolade a été charmante, with a great deal more festivity of that sort. To this I should answer, without being the least ashamed, but en bandonnant, ou je ne vous dirai ta qui c'est un petit ami que je tiens incognito, qui a son mérite et qui, à force d'être connu, fait oublier sa figure. Que me donnerez-vous, et je vous le présenterai? And then, with a little more seriousness, I would add, Mais d'aller, c'est que je ne décevo jamais mes connaissances, à cause de leur état ou de leur figure. Il faut avoir bien peu de sentiments pour le faire. This would at once put an end to that momentary pleasantry, and give them all a better opinion of me than they had before. Suppose, in another case, and that some of the finest ladies du bon ton should come into a room, and find you sitting by, and talking politely to la vieille. Marquise de Bellefonds, the joke would, for a moment, turn upon that tete-a-tete. Eh bien, avez-vous à la fin fixe de la belle marquise? La partie est-elle faite pour la petite maison? Le souper sera galant sans doute, mais ne fais-tu donc point scrupule de séduire une jeune et aimable personne comme celle-là? To this I should answer, La partie n'était pas encore tout à fait lui. Vous nous avez interrompu, mais avec le temps, que fait-on? D'ailleurs, moquez-vous de mes amours tant qu'il vous plairait. Je vous dirai que je respecte tant les jeunes dames, que je respecte même les vieilles, pour l'avoir été. Après cela, il y a souvent des liaisons entre les vieilles et les jeunes. This would at once turn the pleasantry into an esteem for your good sense and your good breeding. Pursue steadily, and without fear or shame, whatever your reason tells you is right, and what you see is practiced by people of more experience than yourself, and of established characters of good sense and good breeding. After all this, perhaps, you will say, that it is impossible to please everybody. I grant it, but it does not follow that one should not endeavor to please as many as one can. Nay, I will go further, and admit that it is impossible for any man not to have some enemies. But this truth, from long experience, I assert, that he who has the most friends and the fewest enemies is the strongest, will rise the highest with the least envy, and fall, if he does fall, the gentlest and the most pitied. This is surely an object worth pursuing. Pursue it according to the rules I have here given you. I will add one observation more, and two examples to enforce it, and then, as the parsons say, conclude. There is no one creature so obscure, so low, or so poor, who may not, by the strange and unaccountable changes and vicissitudes of human affairs, somehow or other, and some time or other, become an useful friend or a troublesome enemy to the greatest and the richest. The late Duke of Ormond was almost the weakest, but at the same time the best bred and most popular man in this kingdom. His education in courts and camps, joined to an easy, gentle nature, had given him that habitual affability, those engaging manners, and those mechanical attentions, that almost supplied the place of every talent he wanted, and he wanted almost every one. They procured him the love of all men, without the esteem of any. He was impeached, after the death of Queen Anne, only because that, having been engaged in the same measures with those who were necessarily to be impeached, his impeachment for form's sake became necessary. but he was impeached without acrimony, and without the least intention that he should suffer, notwithstanding the party violence of those times. The question for his impeachment in the House of Commons was carried by many fewer votes than any other question of impeachment, and Earl Stanhope, then Mr. Stanhope and Secretary of State, who impeached him, very soon after negotiated and concluded his accommodation with the late king, to whom he was to have been presented the next day. But the late Bishop of Rochester, Atterbury, who thought that the Jacobite cause might suffer by losing the Duke of Ormond, went in all haste and prevailed with the poor weak man to run away, assuring him that he was only to be gulled into a disgraceful submission, and not to be pardoned in consequence of it. When his subsequent attainder passed, it excited mobs and disturbances in town. He had not a personal enemy in the world, and had 1,000 friends. All this was simply owing to his natural desire of pleasing, and to the mechanical means that his education, not his parts, had given him of doing it. The other instance is the late Duke of Marlborough, who studied the art of pleasing, because he well knew the importance of it. He enjoyed and used it more than ever man did. He gained whoever he had a mind to gain, and he had a mind to gain everybody, because he knew that everybody was more or less worth gaining. Though his power, as minister and general, made him many political and party enemies, they did not make him one personal one, and the very people who would gladly have displaced, disgraced, and perhaps attainted the Duke of Marlborough, at the same time personally loved Mr. Churchill, even though his private character was blemished by sordid avarice, the most unamiable of all vices. He had wound up and turned his whole machine to please and engage. He had an inimitable sweetness and gentleness in his countenance, a tenderness in his manner of speaking, a graceful dignity in every motion, and an universal and minute attention to the least things that could possibly please the least person. This was all art in him, art of which he well knew and enjoyed the advantages, for no man had ever had more interior ambition, pride, and avarice than he had. Though you have more than most people of your age, and have yet very little experience and knowledge of the world, now I wish to inoculate mine upon you, and thereby prevent both the dangers and the marks of youth and inexperience. If you receive the matter kindly, and observe my prescriptions scrupulously, you will secure the future advantages of time, and join them to the present inestimable ones of 21. I most earnestly recommend one thing to you, during your present stay at Paris. I own it is not the most agreeable, but I affirm it to be the most useful thing in the world to one of your age, and therefore I do hope that you will force and constrain yourself to do it. I mean to converse frequently, or rather to be in company frequently with both men and women much your superiors in age and rank. I am very sensible that, at your age, vous y entrez pour peu de choses, et même souvent pour rien, et que vous y passerez même quelques mauvais quarts d'heure. But no matter, you will be a solid gainer by it. You will see, hear, and learn the truth and manners of those people. You will gain premature experience by it, and it will give you a habit of engaging and respectful attentions. Versailles, as much as possible, though probably unentertaining; the Palais Royal often, however dull; foreign ministers of the first rank, frequently; and women, though old, who are respectable and respected for their rank or parts, such as Madame de Puiseaux, Madame de Niverneuil, Madame d'Aiguillon, Madame Geoffrin, etc. This suggestion, if it be one to you, will cost you but very little in these 3 or 4 months that you are yet to pass in Paris, and will bring you in a great deal; nor will it, nor ought it, hinder you from being in a more entertaining company a great part of the day. Vous pouvez, si vous voulez, tirer une grande partie de ces 4 mois. May God make you so, and bless you. Adieu. End of section 150, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 151 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 182. Bath, November 16th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, vanity, or to call it by a gentler name, the desire of admiration and applause, is perhaps the most universal principle of human actions. I do not say that it is the best, and I will own that it is sometimes the cause of both foolish and criminal effects. But it is so much oftener the principle of right things, that though they ought to have a better, yet, considering human nature, that principle is to be encouraged and cherished, in consideration of its effects. Where that desire is wanting, we are apt to be indifferent, listless, indolent, and inert. We do not exert our powers, and we appear to be as much below ourselves as the vainest man living can desire to appear above what he really is. As I have made you my confessor, and do not scruple to confess even my weaknesses to you, I will fairly own that I had that vanity, that weakness if it be one, to a prodigious degree; and, what is more, I confess it without repentance. Nay, I am glad I had it, since, if I have had the good fortune to please in the world, it is to that powerful and active principle that I owe it. I began the world, not with a bare desire, but with an insatiable thirst, a rage of popularity, applause, and admiration. If this made me do some silly things on one hand, it made me, on the other hand, do almost all the right things that I did. It made me attentive and civil to the women I disliked, and to the men I despised, in hopes of the applause of both, though I neither desired nor would I have accepted the favors of the one, nor the friendship of the other. I always dressed, looked, and talked my best, and I own was overjoyed whenever I was perceived that by all three, or by any one of them, the company was pleased with me. To men I talked whatever I thought would give them the best opinion of my parts and learning, and to women, what I was sure would please them, flattery, gallantry, and love. And moreover, I will own to you, under the secrecy of confession, that my vanity has very often made me take great pains to make a woman in love with me, if I could, for whose person I would not have given a pinch of snuff. In company with men, I always endeavored to outshine, or at least, if possible, to equal the most shining man in it. This desire elicited whatever powers I had to gratify it, and where I could not, perhaps, shine in the first, enabled me at least to shine in a second or third sphere. By these means I soon grew in fashion, and when a man is once in fashion, all he does is right. It was infinite pleasure to me to find my own fashion and popularity. I was sent for to all parties of pleasure, both of men or women, where in some measure I gave the ton. This gave me the reputation of having had some women of condition, and that reputation, whether true or false, really got me others. With the men I was a Proteus, and assumed every shape, in order to please them all. Among the gay I was the gayest, among the grave the gravest, and I never omitted the least attentions of good breeding, or the least offices of friendship, that could either please or attach them to me, and accordingly I was soon connected with all the men of fashion or figure in town. To this principle of vanity, which philosophers call a mean one, and which I do not, I owe a great part of the figure that I have made in life. I wish you had as much, but I fear you have too little of it, and you seem to have a degree of laziness and listlessness about you that makes you indifferent as to general applause. This is not in character at your age, and would be barely pardonable in an elderly and philosophical man. It is a vulgar ordinary saying, but a very true one, that one should always put the best foot foremost. One should please, shine, and dazzle wherever it is possible. At Paris, I am sure, you must observe que chacun se fait valoir autant qu'il est possible, and La Bruyere observes, very justly, qu'on ne vaut pas dans ce monde que ce qu'on veut valoir. Wherever applause is in question, you will never see a Frenchman, nor woman, remiss or negligent. Observe the eternal attentions and politeness that all people have there for one another. Ce n'est pas pour leurs beaux yeux au moins. No, but for their own sakes, for commendations and applause. Let me then recommend this principle of vanity to you. Act upon it meo periculo. I promise you it will turn to your account. Practice the arts that ever coquette did to please. Be alert and indefatigable in making every man admire and every woman in love with you. I can tell you, too, that nothing will carry you higher in the world. I have had no letter from you since your arrival at Paris, though you must have been long enough there to have written me 2 or 3. In about 10 or 12 days I propose leaving this place, and going to London. I have found considerable benefit by my stay here, but not all that I want. Make my compliments to Lord Albemarle. End of letter 151, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 152 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 183. Bath, November 28, 1752. My dear friend, since my last to you, I have read Madame Maintenon's letters. I am sure they are genuine, and they both entertained and informed me. They have brought me acquainted with the character of that able and artful lady, whom I am convinced that I now know much better than her directeur, the Abbé de Fenelon, afterwards Archbishop of Cambray, did, when he wrote her the 185th letter, and I know him the better too for that letter. The Abbé, though brimful of the divine love, had a great mind to be first minister, and cardinal in order, no doubt, to have an opportunity of doing the more good. His being directeur at that time to Madame Maintenon seemed to be a good step toward those views. She put herself upon him for a saint, and he was weak enough to believe it. He, on the other hand, would have put himself upon her for a saint too, which I dare say she did not believe, but both of them knew that it was necessary for them to appear saints to Louis XIV, who they were very sure was a bigot. It is to be presumed, nay, indeed, it is plain by that 185th letter that Madame Maintenon had hinted to her directeur some scruples of conscience, with relation to her commerce with the king, and which I humbly apprehend to have been only some scruples of prudence, at once to flatter the bigot character, and increase the desires of the king. The pious Abbé, frightened out of his wits, lest the king should impute to the directeur any scruples or difficulties which he might meet with on the part of the lady, writes her the above-mentioned letter, in which he not only bids her not to tease the king by advice and exhortations, but to have the utmost submission to his will, and, that she may not mistake the nature of that submission, he tells her it is the same that Sarah had for Abraham, to which submission Isaac perhaps was owing. No bawd could have written a more seducing letter to an innocent country girl than the directeur did to his penitent, who, I dare say, had no occasion for his good advice. Those who would justify the good directeur, alias the pimp, in this affair, must not attempt to do it by saying that the king and Madame Maintenon were at that time privately married, that the director knew it, and that this was the meaning of his enigma. That is absolutely impossible, for that private marriage must have removed all scruples between the parties, nay, could not have been contracted upon any other principle, since it was kept private, and consequently prevented no public scandal. It is therefore extremely evident that Madame Maintenon could not be married to the king at the time when she scrupled granting, and when the directeur advised her to grant, those favors which Sarah with so much submission granted to Abraham, and what the directeur is pleased to call le mystère de Dieu, was most evidently a state of concubinage. The letters are very well worth your reading; they throw light upon many things of those times. I have just received a letter from Sir William Stanhope from Lyons, in which he tells me that he saw you at Paris, that he thinks you a little grown, but that you do not make the most of it, for that you stoop still. D'ailleurs, his letter was a panegyric of you. The young Comte de Schullemburg, the Chambellan who you knew at Hanover, is come over with the king, et fait aussi vos éloges. Though, as I told you in my last, I have done buying pictures, by way of virtue, yet there are some portraits of remarkable people that would tempt me. For instance, if you could by chance pick up at Paris, at a reasonable price, and undoubted originals, whether heads, half-lengths, or whole-lengths, no matter, of Cardinals Richelieu, Mazarin, and Retz, Monsieur de Turenne, le Grand Prince de Condé, Mesdames de Montpesson, de Fontanges, de Montbazon, de Sévigné, de Maintenon, de Chevreuse, de Longueville, d'Aulon, etc., I should be tempted to purchase them. I am sensible that they can only be met with by great accident at family sales and auctions, so I only mention the affair to you eventually. I do not understand, or else I do not remember, what affair you mean in your last letter, which you think will come to nothing, and for which, you say, you had once a mind that you should take the road again. Explain it to me. I shall go to town in 4 or 5 days, and carry back with me a little more hearing than I brought, but yet not half enough for common wants. One wants ready pocket money much oftener than one wants great sums, and, to use a very odd expression, I want to hear at sight. I love everyday senses, everyday wit and entertainment. A man who is only good on holy days is good for very little. Adieu. End of section 152. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 153 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 184. Christmas Day, 1752. My dear friend, a tyrant with legions at his command may say, oderant modo timiant, though he is a fool if he says it, and a greater fool if he thinks it. But a private man who can hurt but few, though he can please many, must endeavor to be loved, for he cannot be feared in general. Popularity is his only rational and sure foundation. The goodwill, the affections, the love of the public, can alone raise him to any considerable height. Should you ask me how he is to acquire them, I will answer, by desiring them. No man ever deserved who did not desire them, and no man both deserved and desired them who had them not, though many have enjoyed them merely by desiring, and without deserving them. You do not imagine, I believe, that I mean by this public love the sentimental love of either lovers or intimate friends. No, that is of another nature, and confined to a very narrow circle. But I mean that general goodwill which a man may acquire in the world, by the arts of pleasing respectively exerted according to the rank, the situation, and the turn of mind of those whom he hath to do with. The pleasing impressions which he makes upon them will engage their affections and their good wishes, and even their good offices, as far, that is, as they are not inconsistent with their own interests. For further than that you are not to expect from 3 people in the course of your life, even were it extended to the patriarchal term. Could I revert to the age of 20, and carry back with me all the experience that 40 years more have taught me, I can assure you that I would employ much the greatest part of my time in engaging the goodwill, and in insinuating myself into the predilection of people in general, instead of directing my endeavors to please, as I was too apt to do, the man whom I immediately wanted, or the woman I wished for, exclusively of all others. For if one happens, and it will sometimes happen to the ablest man, to fail in his views with that man or that woman, one is at a loss to know whom to address oneself to next, having offended in general, by that exclusive and distinguished particular application. I would secure a general refuge in the goodwill of the multitude, which is a great strength to any man, for both ministers and mistresses choose popular and fashionable favorites. A man who solicits a minister, backed by the general goodwill and good wishes of mankind, solicits with great weight and great possibility of success; and a woman is strangely biased in favor of a man whom she sees in fashion, and hears everybody speak well of. This useful art of insinuation consists merely of various little things. A graceful motion, a significant look, a trifling attention, an obliging word dropped a propos, air, dress, and 1,000 other undefinable things, all severally little ones, joined together, make that happy and inestimable composition, the art of pleasing. I have in my life seen many a very handsome woman who has not pleased me, and many very sensible men who have disgusted me. Why? Only for want of those 1,000 little means to please, which those women, conscious of their beauty, and those men of their sense, have been grossly enough mistaken to neglect. I never was so much in love in my life as I was with a woman who was very far from being handsome, but then she was made up of graces, and had all the arts of pleasing. The following verses, which I have read in some congratulatory poem prefixed to some work, I have forgot which, express what I mean in favor of what pleases preferably to what is generally called mere solid and instructive. I would an author like a mistress try, not by a nose, a lip, a cheek, or eye, but by some nameless power to give me joy. Lady Chesterfield bids me make you many compliments. She showed me your letter of recommendation of La Vestresse, with which I was very well pleased. There is a pretty turn in it. I wish you would always speak as genteelly. I saw another letter from a lady at Paris, in which there was a high panegyrical paragraph concerning you. I wish it were every word of it literally true, But as it comes from a very little, pretty, white hand, which is suspected, and I hope justly, of great partiality to you, il en faut rabattre quelque chose, et même en la façon, it y aura toujours d'assez beau reste. Adieu. End of section 153, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 154 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 185. London, New Year's Day, 1753. My dear friend, it is now above a fortnight since I have received a letter from you. I hope, however, that you are well, but engrossed by the business of Lord Albemarle's bureau in the mornings, and by business of a genteeler nature in the evenings, for I willingly give up my own satisfaction to your improvement, either in business or manners. Here have been lately imported from Paris 2 gentlemen, who, I find, were much acquainted with you there, Comte Zinzendorf and Monsieur Clairon, the academician. The former is a very pretty man, well bred, and with a great deal of useful knowledge, for these 2 things are very consistent. I examined him about you, thinking him a competent judge. He told me, que vous parliez l'allemand comme un allemand, que vous saviez le droit public de l'empire parfaitement bien, que vous aviez le goût sûr et les connaissances fort entendues. I told him that I knew all this very well, but that I wanted to know whether you had l'air, les manières, les attentions, et fin le brillant d'un honnête homme. His answer was, mais oui, en vérité, c'est fort bien. This, you see, is but cold in comparison of what I do wish, and what you ought to wish. Your friend Clairon interposed, and said, mais je vous assure qu'il est fort poli, to which I answered, je le crois bien, vis-à-vis de la pont vos amis. Je vous accuse pour juge, jusque que vous avez atteint de la pont, au moins disons, parmi des honnêtes gens. These testimonies in your favor are such as perhaps you are satisfied with, and think sufficient, but I am not. They are only the cold dispositions of disinterested and unconcerned witnesses upon a strict examination. When upon a trial a man calls witnesses to his character, and that those witnesses only say that they never heard, nor do not know any ill of him, it intimates at best a neutral and insignificant, though innocent character. Now I want, and you ought to endeavor, that les agremens, les grâces, les attentions, etc., should be a distinguishing part of your character, and specified of you by people unasked. I wish to hear people say of you, ah, qu'il est aimable, quelle manière, quelle grâce, quel art d'éclair. Nature, thank God, has given you all the powers necessary, and if she has not yet, I hope in God she will give you all the will of exerting them. I have lately read with great pleasure Voltaire's 2 little histories of Le Croissant and L'Esprit Humain, which I recommend to your perusal if you have not already read them. They are bound up with a most poor performance called Macromage, which is said to be Voltaire's too, but I cannot believe it, it is so very unworthy of him. It consists only of thoughts stolen from Swift, but miserably mangled and disfigured. But his history of the Croissants shows, in a very short and strong light, the most immoral and wicked scheme that was ever contrived by knaves, and executed by madmen and fools against humanity. There is a strange but never failing relation between honest madmen and skilful knaves, and whenever one meets with collected numbers of the former, one may be very sure that they are secretly directed by the latter. The popes, who have generally been both the ablest and the greatest knaves in Europe, wanted all the power and money of the East, for they had all that was in Europe already. The times and the minds favored their design, for they were dark and uninformed, and Peter the Hermit, at once a knave and a madman, was a fine papal tool for so wild and wicked an undertaking. I wish we had good histories of every part of Europe, and indeed of the world, written upon the plan of Voltaire's de l'Esprit Humain, for I own I am provoked at the contempt which most historians show for humanity in general. One would think by them that the whole human species consisted but of about 150 people, called and dignified, commonly very undeservedly too, by the titles of emperors, kings, popes, generals, and ministers. I have never seen in any of the newspapers any mention of the affairs of the Cevennes, or Grenoble, which you gave me an account of some time ago, and the Duc de Mirepoix pretends, at least, to know nothing of either. Were they false reports, or does the French court choose to stifle them? I hope that they are both true, because I am very unwilling that the cares of the French government should be employed and confined to themselves. Your friend, the Electress Palatine, has sent me 6 wild boar's heads, and other pièces de sa chasse, in return for the fans, which she approved of extremely. This present was signified to me by one Mr. Harold, who wrote me a letter in very indifferent English. I suppose he is a Dane who has been in England. Mr. Hart came to town yesterday, and dined with me today. We talked you over, and I can assure you, that though a parson, and no member du bon mot, he thinks all the most shining accomplishments of it full as necessary for you as I do. His expression was, that is all that he wants; but if he wants that, considering his situation and destination, he might as well want everything else. This is the day when people reciprocally offer and receive the kindest and warmest wishes, though in general without meaning them on one side, or believing them on the other. They are formed by the head, in compliance with custom, though disavowed by the heart, in consequence of nature. His wishes upon this occasion are the best that are the best turned. You do not, I am sure, doubt the truth of mine, and therefore I will express them with a Quaker-like simplicity. May this new year be a very new one indeed to you. May you put off the old, and put on the new man. But I mean the outward, not the inward man. With this alteration, I might justly sum up all my wishes for you in these words: Dii tibi dent annos, de te nam cetera sumes. This minute I receive your letter of the 26th past, which gives me a very disagreeable reason for your late silence. By the symptoms which you mention of your illness, I both hope and believe that it was wholly owing to your want of care. You are rather inclined to be fat; you have naturally a good stomach, and you eat at the best tables, which must of course make you plethoric; and upon my word you will be very subject to these accidents, if you will not from time to time, when you find yourself full, heated, or your head aching, take some little easy preventative purge, that would not confine you, such as chewing a little rhubarb when you go to bed at night, or some senna tea in the morning. You do very well to live extremely low for some time, and I could wish, though I do not expect it, that you would take one gentle vomit, for those giddinesses and swimmings in the head always proceed from some foulness of the stomach. However, on the whole, I am very glad that your old complaint has not mixed itself with this, which I am fully convinced arises simply from your own negligence. Adieu. I am sorry for Monsieur Kurz upon his sister's account. End of section 154, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 155 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 186. London, January 15th, 1753. My dear friend, I never think my time so well employed, as when I think it employed to your advantage. You have long had the greatest share of it; you now engross it. The moment is now decisive; the piece is going to be exhibited to the public; the mere outlines and the general coloring are not sufficient to attract the eyes and to secure applause, but the last finishing, artful, and delicate strokes are necessary. Skillful judges will discern and acknowledge their merit; the ignorant will, without knowing why, feel their power. In that view, I have thrown together, for your perusal, some maxims, or, to speak more properly, observations on men and things, for I have no merit as to the invention. I am no system monger, and instead of giving way to my imagination, I have only consulted my memory, and my conclusions are all drawn from facts, not from fancy. Most maxim mongers have preferred the prettiness to the justness of a thought, and the turn to the truth; but I have refused myself to everything that my own experience did not justify and confirm. I wish you could consider them seriously and separately, and recur to them again pro re nata, in similar cases. Young men are as apt to think themselves wise enough, as drunken men are to think themselves sober enough. They look upon spirit to be a much better thing than experience, which they call coldness. They are but half mistaken, for though spirit without experience is dangerous, experience without spirit is languid and defective. Their union, which is very rare, is perfection. You may join them if you please, for all my experience is at your service, and I do not desire one grain of your spirit in return. Use them both, and let them reciprocally animate and check each other. I mean here, by the spirit of youth, only the vivacity and presumption of youth, which hinder them from seeing the difficulties or dangers of an undertaking; but I do not mean what the silly vulgar call spirit, by which they are captious, jealous of their rank, suspicious of being undervalued, and tart, as they call it, in their repartees, upon the slightest occasions. This is an evil and a very silly spirit, which should be driven out, and transferred to an herd of swine. This is not the spirit of a man of fashion, who has kept good company. People of an ordinary low education, when they happen to fall into good company, imagine themselves the only object of its attention. If the company whispers, it is, to be sure, concerning them; if they laugh, it is at them; and if anything ambiguous, that by the most forced interpretation can be applied to them, happens to be said, they are convinced that it was meant at them, upon which they grow out of countenance first, and then angry. This mistake is very well ridiculed in the Stratagem, where Scrub says, "I am sure they talked of me, for they laughed consumedly." A well-bred man seldom thinks, but never seems to think himself slighted, undervalued, or laughed at in company, unless where it is so plainly marked out, that his honor obliges him to resent it in a proper manner. Mais les honnêtes gens ne se boudent jamais. I will admit that it is very difficult to command one's self enough to behave with ease, frankness, and good breeding toward those who one knows dislike, slight, and injure one, as far as they can, without personal consequences; but I assert that it is absolutely necessary to do it. You must embrace the man you hate, if you cannot be justified in knocking him down, for otherwise you avow the injury which you cannot revenge. A prudent cuckold, and there are many such at Paris, pockets his horns when he cannot gore with them, and will not add to the triumph of his maker by only butting with them ineffectually. A seeming ignorance is very often a most necessary part of worldly knowledge. It is, for instance, commonly advisable to seem ignorant of what people offer to tell you, and when they say, "Have you not heard of such a thing?" to answer, "No," and to let them go on, though you know it already. Some have a pleasure in telling it, because they think they tell it well; others have a pride in it, as being the sagacious discoverers; and many have a vanity in showing that they have been, though very undeservedly, trusted. All these would seem disappointed, and consequently displeased, if you said yes. Seem always ignorant, unless to one's most intimate friend, of all matters of private scandal and defamation, though you should hear them 1,000 times; for the parties affected always look upon the receiver to be almost as bad as the thief, and whenever they become the topic of conversation, seem to be a skeptic, though you are really a serious believer, and always take the extenuating part. But all this seeming ignorance should be joined to thorough and extensive private informations, and indeed it is the best method of procuring them; for most people have such a vanity in showing a superiority over others, though but for a moment, and in the merest trifles, that they will tell you what they should not, rather than not show that they can tell what you did not know. Besides that, such seeming ignorance will make you pass for incurious, and consequently undesigning. However, fish for facts, and take pains to be well informed of everything that passes; but fish judiciously, and not always, or indeed often, in the shape of direct questions, which always put people upon their guard, and, often repeated, grow tiresome. But sometimes take the things that you would know for granted, upon which somebody will, kindly and officiously, set you right; sometimes say that you have heard so and so, and at other times seem to know more than you do, in order to know all that you want; but avoid direct questioning as much as you can. All these necessary arts of the world require constant attention, presence of mind, and coolness. Achilles, though invulnerable, never went to battle but completely armed. Courts are to be the theaters of your wars, where you should always be as completely armed, and even with the addition of a heel piece. The least attention, the least distraction, may prove fatal. I would fain see you what pedants call omnis homo, and what Pope much better calls all accomplished. You have the means in your power, add the will, and you may bring it about. The vulgar have a coarse saying of spoiling a ship for a halfpennyworth of tar. Prevent the application by providing the tar; it is very easily to be had in comparison with what you have already got. The fine Mrs. Pitt, who it seems saw you often at Paris, speaking of you the other day, said in French, for she speaks little English, whether it is that you did not pay the homage due her beauty, or that it did not strike you as it does others, I cannot determine; but I hope she had some other reason than truth for saying it. I will suppose that you did not care a pin for her; but, however, she surely deserved a degree of propitiatory adoration from you, which I am afraid you neglected. Had I been in your case, I should have endeavored, at least, to have supplanted Mr. Mackay in his office of nocturnal reader to her. I played at cards 2 days ago with your friend Mrs. Fitzgerald, and her most sublime mother, Mrs. Seagrave. They both inquired after you, and Mrs. Fitzgerald said, she hoped you went on with your dancing. I said yes, and that you assured me you had made such considerable improvements in it, that you had now learned to stand still and even upright. Your virtuosa, La Signora Vestri, sung here the other day, with great applause. I presume you are intimately acquainted with her merit. Good night to you, whoever you pass it with. I have this moment received a packet, sealed with your seal, though not directed by your hand, for Lady Hervey. No letter from you. Are you not well? End of section 155. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 156 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 187. London, May 27th, Old Style, 1753. My dear friend, I have this day been tired, jaded, nay, tormented, by the company of a most worthy, sensible, and learned man, a near relation of mine, who dined and passed the evening with me. This seems a paradox, but is a plain truth. He has no knowledge of the world, no manners, no address. Far from talking without book, is commonly said of people who talk sillily. He only talks by book, which in general conversation is 10 times worse. He has formed in his own closet from books certain systems of everything, argues tenaciously upon those principles, and is both surprised and angry at whatever deviates from them. His theories are good, but unfortunately all are impracticable. Why? Because he is only read, and not conversed. He is acquainted with books, and an absolute stranger to men. Laboring with his matter, he is delivered of it with pangs. He hesitates, stops in his utterance, and always expresses himself inelegantly. His actions are all ungraceful, so that, with all his merit and knowledge, I would rather converse 6 hours with the most frivolous tittle-tattle woman who knew something of the world, than with him. The preposterous notions of a systematical man who does not know the world tire the patience of a man who does. It would be endless to correct his mistakes, nor would he take it kindly, for he has considered everything deliberately, and is very sure that he is in the right. Impropriety is a characteristic, and a never-failing one, of these people. Regardless, because ignorant of customs and manners, they violate them every moment. They often shock, though they never mean to offend, never attending either to the general character or the particular distinguishing circumstances of the people to whom, or before whom, they talk; whereas the knowledge of the world teaches one, that the very same things which are exceedingly right and proper in one company, time, and place, are exceedingly absurd in others. In short, a man who has great knowledge, from experience and observation, of the characters, customs, and manners of mankind, is a being as different from, and as superior to, a man of mere book and systematical knowledge, as a well-managed horse is to an ass. Study, therefore, cultivate, and frequent men and women, not only in their outward and consequently guarded, but in their interior, domestic, and consequently less disguised characters and manners. Take your notions of things, as by observation and experience you find they really are, and not as you read that they are or should be, for they never are quite what they should be. For this purpose do not content yourself with general and common acquaintance, but, wherever you can, establish yourself, with a kind of domestic familiarity, in good houses. For instance, go again to Orly, for 2 or 3 days, and so at 2 or 3 reprises. Go and stay 2 or 3 days at a time at Versailles, and improve and extend the acquaintance you have there. Be at home at St. Cloud, and whenever any private person of fashion invites you to, pass a few days at his country house, accept of the invitation. This will necessarily give you a versatility of mind, and a facility to adopt various manners and customs, for everybody desires to please those in whose house they are, and people are only to be pleased in their own way. Nothing is more engaging than a cheerful and easy conformity to people's particular manners, habits, and even weaknesses. Nothing, to use a vulgar expression, should come amiss to a young fellow. He should be, for good purposes, what Alcibiades was commonly for bad ones, a Proteus, assuming with ease, and wearing with cheerfulness any shape. Heat, cold, luxury, abstinence, gravity, gaiety, ceremony, easiness, learning, trifling, business, and pleasure, are modes which he should be able to take, lay aside, or change occasionally, with as much ease as he would take or lay aside his hat. All this is only to be acquired by use and knowledge of the world, by keeping a great deal of company, analyzing every character, and insinuating yourself into the familiarity of various acquaintance. A generous ambition to make a figure in the world, necessarily gives the desire of pleasing. The desire of pleasing points out, to a great degree, the means of doing it; and the art of pleasing is, in truth, the art of rising, of distinguishing one's self, of making a figure and a fortune in the world. But without pleasing, without the graces, as I have told you 1,000 times, ogni fatica è vana. You are now but 19, an age at which most of your countrymen are illiberally getting drunk in port, at the University. You have greatly got the start of them in learning, and if you can equally get the start of them in the knowledge and manners of the world, you may be very sure of outrunning them in court and parliament, as you set out much earlier than they. They generally begin but to see the world at 21. You will by that age have seen all Europe. They set out upon their travels unlicked cubs, and in their travels they only lick one another, for they seldom go into any other company. They know nothing but the English world, and the worst part of that too, and generally very little of any but the English language; and they come home, at 3 or 24, refined and polished, as it is said in one of Congreve's plays, like Dutch skippers from a whale fishing. The care which has been taken of you, and, to do you justice, the care that you have taken of yourself, has left you, at the age of 19 only, nothing to acquire but the knowledge of the world, manners, address, and those exterior accomplishments. But they are great and necessary acquisitions, to those who have sense enough to know their true value; and your getting them before you are 21, and before you enter upon the active and shining scenes of life, will give you such an advantage over all your contemporaries that they cannot overtake you; they must be distanced. You may probably be placed about a young prince, who will probably be a young king. There, all the various arts of pleasing, the engaging address, the versatility of manners, the brilliant, the graces, will outweigh, and yet outrun all solid knowledge and unpolished merit. Oil yourself, therefore, and be both supple and shining, for that race, if you would be first or early at the goal. Ladies will most probably too have something to say there, and those who are best with them will probably be best somewhere else. Labor this great point, my dear child, indefatigably; attend to the very smallest parts, the minutest graces, the most trifling circumstances, that can possibly concur in forming the shining character of a complete gentleman, un galant homme, un homme de coeur, a man of business and pleasure, estime des hommes, recherche des femmes, aime de tout le monde. In this view, observe the shining part of every man of fashion, who is liked and esteemed; attend to and imitate that particular accomplishment for which you hear him chiefly celebrated and distinguished; then collect those various parts, and make yourself a mosaic of the whole. No one body possesses everything, and almost everybody possesses some one thing worthy of imitation; only choose your models well, and, in order to do so, choose by your ear more than by your eye. The best model is always that which is most universally allowed to be the best, though in strictness it may possibly not be so. We must take most things as they are; we cannot make them what we would, nor often what they should be; and where moral duties are not concerned, it is more prudent to follow than to attempt to lead. Adieu. End of section 156. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 157 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 188. Bath, October 3rd, 1753. My dear friend, you have set out well at the Hague. You are in love with Madame Munter, which I am very glad of. You are in the fine company there, and I hope one of it; for it is not enough at your age to be merely in good company, but you should, by your address and attentions, make that good company think you one of them. There is a tribute due to beauty, even independently of further views, which tribute I hope you paid with alacrity to Madame Munter and Madame Degenfeld. Depend upon it, they expected it, and were offended in proportion as that tribute seemed either unwillingly or scantily paid. I believe my friend Kroningen admits nobody now to his table, for fear of their communicating the plague to him, or at least the bite of a mad dog. Pray profit of the entrée libre that the French ambassador has given you, frequent him, and speak to him. I think you will not do amiss to call upon Mr. Burrish at Aix-la-Chapelle, since it is so little out of your way, and you will do still better if you would, which I know you will not, drink those waters for 5 or 6 days only, to scour your stomach and bowels a little. I am sure it would do you a great deal of good. Mr. Burrish can doubtless give you the best letters to Munich, and he will naturally give you some to Comte Pressing or Comte Seinsem, and such sort of grave people; but I could wish that you would ask him for some to young fellows of pleasure, or fashionable coquettes, that you may be dans l'honnête débauche de Munich. Apropos of your future motions, I leave you in a great measure the master of them, so shall only suggest my thoughts to you upon that subject. You have 3 electoral courts in view, Bonn, Munich, and Mannheim. I would advise you to see 2 of them rather cursorily, and fix your tabernacle at the 3rd, whichever that may be, for a considerable time. For instance, should you choose, as I fancy you will, to make Mannheim the place of your residence, stay only 10 or 12 days at Bonn, and as long at Munich, and then go and fix at Mannheim, and so vice versa, if you should like Bonn or Munich better than you think you would Mannheim, to make that the place of your residence, and only visit the other 2. It is certain that no man can be much pleased himself, or please others much, in any place where he is only a bird of passage for 8 or 10 days, neither party thinking it worth while to make an acquaintance, still less to form any connection, for so short a time; but when months are the case, a man may domesticate himself pretty well, and very soon not be looked upon as a stranger. This is the real utility of traveling, when, by contracting a familiarity in any place, you get into the inside of it, and see it in its undress. That is the only way of knowing the customs, the manners, and all the little characteristical peculiarities that distinguish one place from another. But then this familiarity is not to be brought about by cold, formal visits of half an hour. No, you must show a willingness, a desire, an impatience of forming connections. Il faut s'y prêter, et y mettre de lion, du désir de plaire. Whatever you do approve, you must be lavish in your praises of, and you must learn to commend what you do not approve of, if it is approved of there. You are not much given to praise, I know, but it is because you do not yet know how extremely people are engaged by a seeming sanction to their own opinions, prejudices, and weaknesses, even in the merest trifles. Our self-love is mortified when we think our opinions, and even our tastes, customs, and dresses, either arraigned or condemned, as, on the contrary, it is tickled and flattered by approbation. I will give you a remarkable instance of this kind. The famous Earl of Shaftesbury, in the flagitious reign of Charles II., while he was Chancellor, had a mind to be a favourite, as well as a minister of the King. In order, therefore, to please his Majesty, whose prevailing passion was women, my lord kept a whore, whom he had no occasion for, and made no manner of use of. The King soon heard of it, and asked him if it was true. He owned it was, but that though he kept that one woman, he had several others besides, for he loved variety. A few days afterward, the King, at his public levee, saw Lord Shaftesbury at some distance, and said in the circle, "One would not think that little weak man is the greatest whoremaster in England, but I can assure you that he is." Upon Lord Shaftesbury's coming into the circle, there was a general smile, and the King said, "This is concerning you, my lord." "Me, sir?" asked the Chancellor, with some surprise. "Yes, you," answered the King, "for I had just said that you were the greatest whoremaster in England. Is it not true?" "Of a subject, sir," replied Lord Shaftesbury, "perhaps I am." It is the same in everything. We think a difference of opinion, of conduct, of manners, a tacit reproach, at least upon our own. We must therefore use ourselves to a ready conformity to whatever is neither criminal nor dishonorable. Whoever differs from any general custom is supposed to both think and proclaim himself wiser than the rest of the world, which the rest of the world cannot bear, especially in a young man. A young fellow is always forgiven and often applauded, when he carries a fashion to an excess, but never if he stops short of it. The first is ascribed to youth and fire, but the latter is imputed to an affectation of singularity or superiority. At your age, one is allowed to outrer fashion, dress, vivacity, gallantry, etc., but by no means to be behindhand in any one of them. And one may apply to youth in this case, si non eresset, fecerat minus. Adieu. End of section 157. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 158 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 189. Bath, October 19th, 1753. My dear friend, of all the various ingredients that compose the useful and necessary art of pleasing, no one is so effectual and engaging as that gentleness, that douceur of countenance and manner, to which you are no stranger, though God knows why, a sworn enemy. Other people take great pains to conceal or disguise their natural imperfections; some by the make of their clothes, and other arts, endeavor to conceal the defects of their shape. Women, who unfortunately have natural bad complexions, lay on good ones; and both men and women upon whom unkind nature has inflicted a surliness and ferocity of countenance, do at least all they can, though often without success, to soften and mitigate it. They affect douceur, and aim at smiles, though often in the attempt, like the devil in Milton, they grin horribly a ghastly smile. But you are the only person I ever knew in the whole course of my life, who not only disdain, but absolutely reject and disguise a great advantage that nature has kindly granted. You easily guess I mean countenance, for she has given you a very pleasing one, but you beg to be excused; you will not accept it, but on the contrary take singular pains to put on the most funeste, forbidding, and unpleasing one that can possibly be imagined. This one would think impossible, but you know it to be true. If you imagine that it gives you a manly, thoughtful, and decisive air, as some, though very few of your countrymen do, you are most exceedingly mistaken, for it is at best the air of a German corporal, part of whose exercise to look fierce, and to blasmer up. You will say, perhaps, what, am I always to be studying my countenance, in order to wear this douceur? I answer, no, but do it for a fortnight, and you will never have occasion to think of it more. Take but half the pains to recover the countenance that nature gave you, that you must have taken to disguise and deform it as you have, and the business will be done. Accustom your eyes to a certain softness, of which they are very capable, and your face to smiles, which become it more than most faces I know. Give all your motions, too, an air of douceur, which is directly the reverse of their present celerity and rapidity. I wish you would adopt a little of l'air du couvent. You very well know what I mean, to a certain degree. It has something extremely engaging. There is a mixture of benevolence, affection, and unction in it. It is frequently really sincere, but is almost always thought so, and consequently pleasing. Will you call this trouble? It will not be half an hour's trouble to you in a week's time. But suppose it be, pray tell me, why did you give yourself the trouble of learning to dance so well as you do? It is neither a religious, moral, or civil duty. You must own that you did it then singly to please, and you were in the right on't. Why do you wear fine clothes and curl your hair? Both are troublesome. Lank locks and plain flimsy rags are much easier. This then you do in order to please, and you do very right. But then, for God's sake, reason and act consequentially, and endeavor to please in other things too, still more essential, and without which the trouble you have taken in those is wholly thrown away. You show your dancing perhaps 6 times a year at most, but you show your countenance and your common motions every day, and all day. Which then, I appeal to yourself, ought you to think of the most, and care to render easy, graceful, and engaging? Douceur of countenance and gesture can alone make them so. You are by no means ill-natured, and would you then most unjustly be reckoned so? Yet your common countenance intimates, and would make anybody who did not know you believe it. Apropos of this, I must tell you what was said the other day to a fine lady whom you know, who is very good-natured in truth, but whose common countenance implies ill nature even to brutality. It was Miss H., Lady M.'s niece, whom you have seen both at Blackheath and at Lady Hervey's. Lady M. was saying to me that you had a very engaging countenance when you had a mind to it, but that you had not always that mind; upon which Miss H. said, that she liked your countenance best when it was as glum as her own. Why then, replied Lady M., you two should marry, for while you both wear your worst countenances, nobody else will venture upon either of you; and they call her now Mrs. Stanhope. To complete this douceur of countenance and motions, which I so earnestly recommend to you, you should carry it also to your expressions and manner of thinking. Mettez-y toujours de l'affectueux de l'onction. Take the gentle, the favorable, the indulgent side of most questions. I own that the manly and sublime John Trott, your countryman, seldom does; but to show his spirit and decision, takes the rough and harsh side, which he generally adorns with an oath, to seem more formidable. This he only thinks fine; for to do John justice, he is commonly as good-natured as anybody. These are among the many little things which you have not, and I have, lived long enough in the world to know of what infinite consequence they are in the course of life. Reason then, I repeat it again, within yourself, consequentially, and let not the pains you have taken, and still take, to please in some things, be à peu perte, by your negligence of and inattention to others of much less trouble, and much more consequence. I have been of late much engaged, or rather bewildered, in Oriental history, particularly that of the Jews, since the destruction of their temple, and their dispersion by Titus; but the confusion and uncertainty of the whole, and the monstrous extravagances and falsehoods of the greatest part of it, disgusted me extremely. Their Talmud, their Mishnah, their Targums, and other traditions and writings of their rabbins and doctors, who were most of them Kabbalists, are really more extravagant and absurd, if possible, than all that you have read in Comte de Gabalis, and indeed most of his stuff is taken from them. Take this sample of their nonsense, which is transmitted in the writings of one of their most considerable rabbins. One Abbas Saul, a man of 10 feet high, was digging a grave, and happened to find the eye of Goliath, in which he thought proper to bury himself, and so he did, all but his head, which the giant's eye was unfortunately not quite deep enough to receive. This, I assure you, is the most modest lie of 10,000. I have also read the Turkish history, which, excepting the religious part, is not fabulous, though very possibly not true. For the Turks, having no notion of letters, and being, even by their religion, forbid the use of them, except for reading and transcribing the Koran, they have no historians of their own, nor any authentic records, nor memorials for other historians to work upon; so that what histories we have of that country are written by foreigners, as Platina, Sir Paul Ricot, Prince Cantimer, etc., or else snatches only of particular and short periods, by some who happened to reside there at those times, such as Basquebius, whom I have just finished. I like him, as far as he goes, much the best of any of them; but then his account is, properly, only an account of his own embassy, from the Emperor Charles V. to Soliman the Magnificent. However, there he gives, episodically, the best account I know of the customs and manners of the Turks, and of the nature of that government, which is a most extraordinary one. For despotic as it always seems, and sometimes is, it is in truth a military republic, and the real power resides in the Janissaries, who sometimes order their sultan to strangle his vizier, and sometimes the vizier to depose or strangle his sultan, according as they happen to be angry at the one or the other. I own I am glad that the capital strangler should, in his turn, be stranglable, and now and then strangled; for I know of no brute so fierce, nor criminal so guilty, as the creature called a sovereign, whether king, sultan, or sophy, who thinks himself, either by divine or human right, vested with an absolute power of destroying his fellow creatures, or who, without inquiring into his right, lawlessly exerts that power. The most excusable of all those human monsters are the Turks, whose religion teaches them inevitable fatalism. Apropos of the Turks, my Loyola, I pretend, is superior to your Sultan. Perhaps you think this impossible. And wonder who this Loyola is. Know then, that I have had a Barbet brought me from France, so exactly like the Sultan, that he has been mistaken for him several times, only his snout is shorter, and his ears larger than the Sultan's. He has also the acquired knowledge of the Sultan, and I am apt to think that he studied under the same master at Paris. His habit and his white band show him to be an ecclesiastic, and his begging, which he does very earnestly, proves him to be of a mendicant order, which, added to his flattery and the insinuation, make him supposed to be a Jesuit, and have acquired him the name of Loyola. I must not omit, too, that when he breaks wind he smells exactly like the Sultan. I do not yet hear one jot the better for all my bathings and pumpings, though I have been here already full half my time. I consequently go very little into company, being very little fit for any. I hope you keep company enough for us both. You will get more by that, than I shall by all my reading. I read simply to amuse myself and fill up my time, of which I have too much; but you have too much better reasons for going into company, pleasure, and profit. May you find a great deal of both in a great deal of company. Adieu. End of section 158. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 159 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 190. London, November 20th, 1753. My dear friend, 2 mails are now due from Holland, so that I have no letter from you to acknowledge; but that, you know by long experience, does not hinder my writing to you. I always receive your letters with pleasure, but I mean and endeavor that you should receive mine with some profit, preferring always your advantage to my own pleasure. If you find yourself well settled and naturalized at Mannheim, stay there some time, and do not leave a certain for an uncertain good; but if you think you shall be as well or better established at Munich, go there as soon as you please, and if disappointed, you can always return to Mannheim. I mentioned in a former letter your passing the Carnival at Berlin, which I think may be both useful and pleasing to you. However, do as you will, but let me know what you resolve. That king and that country have, and will have, so great a share in the affairs of Europe, that they are well worth being thoroughly known. Whether, where you are now, or ever may be hereafter, you speak French, German, or English most, I earnestly recommend to you a particular attention to the propriety and elegance of your style. Employ the best words you can find in the language, avoid cacophony, and make your periods as harmonious as you can. I need not, I am sure, tell you what you must often have felt, how much the elegance of diction adorns the best thoughts, and palliates the worst. In the House of Commons it is almost everything, and indeed in every assembly, whether public or private. Words, which are the dress of thoughts, deserve surely more care than clothes, which are only the dress of the person, and which, however, ought to have their share of attention. If you attend to your style in any one language, it will give you a habit of attending to it in every other; and if once you speak either French or German very elegantly, you will afterward speak much the better English for it. I repeat it to you again, for at least the 1000th time: exert your whole attention now in acquiring the ornamental parts of character. People know very little of the world, and talk nonsense, when they talk of plainness and solidity unadorned. They will do in nothing. Mankind has been long out of a state of nature, and the golden age of native simplicity will never return. Whether for the better or the worse, no matter, but we are refined, and plain manners, plain dress, and plain diction would as little do in life as acorns, herbage, and the water of the neighboring spring would do at table. Some people are just come, who interrupt me in the middle of my sermon, so good night. Letter 191. London, November 26, 1753. My dear friend, fine doings at Mannheim, if one may give credit to the weekly histories of Monsieur Rodrigue, the finest writer among the moderns, not only des chasses brillantes et nombreuses des opéras où les acteurs s'y surpassent les jeux, les sens de L.L.A.A.E.E. Serenissime, célèbre, en grand gala, But to crown the whole, Monsieur Zuchmantel is happily arrived, and Monsieur Wartensbleu hourly expected. I hope that you are par magna of all these delights, though, as Noll Bluff says, in the Old Bachelor, that rascally gazetteer takes no more notice of you than if you were not in the land of the living. I should think that he might at least have taken notice that in these rejoicings you appeared with a rejoicing, and not a gloomy countenance, and you distinguished yourself in that numerous and shining company, by your air, dress, address, and attentions. If this was the case, as I will both hope and suppose it was, I will, if you require it, have him written to do you justice in his next supplement. Seriously, I am very glad that you are whirled in that tourbillon of pleasure. They smooth, polish, and rub off rough corners. Perhaps, too, you have some particular collision, which is still more effectual. Schonat's History of the Palatinate was, I find, written originally in German, in which language I suppose it is that you have read it. But as I most humbly content myself with the French translation, Vaillant has sent for it for me from Holland, so that I have not yet read it. While you are in the Palatinate, you do very well to read everything relative to it. You will do still better if you make that reading the foundation of your inquiries into the more minute circumstances and anecdotes of that country, wherever you are in company with informed and knowing people. The ministers here, intimidated on the absurd and groundless clamors of the mob, have very weakly, in my mind, repealed, this session, the bill which they passed in the last for rendering Jews capable of being naturalized by subsequent acts of Parliament. The clamorers triumph, and will doubtless make further demands, which, if not granted, this piece of complaisance will soon be forgotten. Nothing is truer in politics than this reflection of the Cardinal de Retz, que le peuple craint toujours quand on ne le craint pas, and consequently they grow unreasonable and insolent, when they find that they are feared. Wise and honest governors will never, if they can help it, give the people just cause to complain, but then on the other, they will firmly withstand groundless clamor. Besides that this noise against the Jew bill proceeds from that narrow mob spirit of intoleration in religious, and inhospitality in civil matters, both which all wise governments should oppose. The confusion in France increases daily, as, no doubt, you are informed where you are. There is an answer of the clergy to the remonstrances of the Parliament, lately published, which was sent me by the last post from France, and which I would have sent you, enclosed in this, were it not too bulky. Very probably you may see it at Mannheim, from the French minister. It is very well worth your reading, being most artfully and plausibly written, though founded upon false principles, the jus divinum of the clergy, and consequently their supremacy in all matters of faith and doctrine are asserted, both which I absolutely deny. Were these two points allowed the clergy of any country whatsoever, they must necessarily govern that country absolutely, everything being, directly or indirectly, relative to faith or doctrine, and whoever is supposed to have the power of saving and damning souls to all eternity, which power the clergy pretend to, will be much more considered and better obeyed, than any civil power that forms no pretensions beyond this world. Whereas, in truth, the clergy in every country are, like all other subjects, dependent upon the supreme legislative power, and are appointed by that power under whatever restrictions and limitations it pleases, to keep up decency and decorum in the church, just as constables are to keep peace in the parish. This Fra Paolo has clearly proved, even upon their own principles of the Old and New Testament, in his book De Beneficiis, which I recommend to you to read with attention. It is short. Adieu. End of section 159. Read by Professor Heather. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 160 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 192. London, December 25th, 1753. My dear friend, yesterday again I received 2 letters at once from you, the one of the 7th, the other of the 15th, from Mannheim. You never had in your life so good a reason for not writing, either to me or to anybody else, as your sore finger lately furnished you. I believe it was painful, and I am glad it is cured, but a sore finger, however painful, is a much less evil than laziness, of either body or mind, and attended by fewer ill consequences. I am very glad to hear that you were distinguished at the court of Mannheim from the rest of your countrymen and fellow travelers. It is a sign that you had better manners and address than they; for, take it for granted, the best bred people will always be the best received wherever they go. Good manners are the settled medium of social as specie is of commercial life. Returns are equally expected for both, and people will no more advance their civility to a bear than their money to a bankrupt. I really both hope and believe, that the German courts will do you a great deal of good, their ceremony and restraint being the proper correctives and antidotes for your negligence and inattention. I believe they would not greatly relish your weltering in your own laziness, and an easy chair, nor take it very kindly, if, when they spoke to you or to them, you looked another way, as much as to say, kiss my. As they give, so they require attention; and, by the way, take this maxim for an undoubted truth, that no young man can possibly improve in any company for which he has not respect enough to be under some degree of restraint. I dare not trust to Meissonier's report of his Rhenish, his Burgundy not having answered either his account or my expectations. I doubt, as a wine merchant, he is the perfidus capo, whatever he may be as a banker. I shall therefore venture upon none of his wine, but delay making my provision of old hock, till I go abroad myself next spring, as I told you in the utmost secrecy in my last that I intend to do, and then probably I may taste some that I like, and go upon sure ground. There is commonly very good, both at Aix-la-Chapelle and Liege, where I formerly got some excellent, which I carried with me to Spa, where I drank no other wine. As my letters to you frequently miscarry, I will repeat in this that part of my last which related to your future motions. Whenever you shall be tired of Berlin, go to Dresden, where Sir Charles Williams will be, who will receive you with open arms. He dined with me today, and sets out for Dresden in about 6 weeks. He spoke of you with great kindness and impatience to see you again. He will trust and employ you in business, and he is now in the whole secret of importance, till we fix our place to meet in, which probably will be Spa. Wherever you are, inform yourself minutely of, and attend particularly to the affairs of France. They grow serious, and in my opinion will grow more and more so every day. The King is despised, and I do not wonder at it, but he has brought it about to be hated at the same time, which seldom happens to the same man. His ministers are known to be as disunited as incapable. He hesitates between the Church and the Parliaments, like the ass in the fable, that starved between 2 hampers of hay; too much in love with his mistress to part with her, and too much afraid of his soul to enjoy her; jealous of the Parliaments, who would support his authority, and a devoted bigot to the Church, that would destroy it. The people are poor, consequently discontented. Those who have religion are divided in their notions of it, which is saying that they hate one another. The clergy never do forgive, much less will they forgive the Parliament; the Parliament never will forgive them. The army must, without doubt, take, in their own minds at last, different parts in all these disputes, which upon occasion would break out. Armies, though always the supporters and tools of absolute power for the time being, are always the destroyers of it too, by frequently changing the hands in which they think it proper to lodge it. This was the case of the Praetorian bands, who deposed and murdered the monsters they had raised to oppress mankind. The Janissaries in Turkey, and the regiments of guards in Russia do the same now. The French nation reasons freely, which they never did before, upon matters of religion and government, and begin to be spredjudicati; the officers do so too; in short, all the symptoms which I have ever met with in history previous to great changes and revolutions in government, now exist, and daily increase, in France. I am glad of it; the rest of Europe will be the quieter, and have time to recover. England, I am sure, wants rest, for it wants men and money. The Republic of the United Provinces wants both still more, and other powers cannot well dance, when neither France nor the maritime powers can, as they used to do, pay the piper. The first squabble in Europe that I foresee will be about the crown of Poland, should the present king die, and therefore I wish his Majesty a long life and a Merry Christmas. So much for foreign politics, But apropos of them, pray take care, while you are in those parts of Germany, to inform yourself correctly of all the details, discussions, and agreements, which the several wars, confiscations, bans, and treaties occasioned between the Bavarian and Palatine electorates. They are interesting and curious. I shall not, upon the occasion of the approaching New Year, repeat to you all the wishes which I continue to form for you. You know them already, and you know that it is absolutely in your power to satisfy most of them. Among other wishes, this is my most earnest one, that you would open the New Year with a most solemn and devout sacrifice to the Graces, who never reject those that supplicate them with fervor. Without them, let me tell you, that your friend Dame Fortune will stand you in little stead. May they all be your friends. Adieu. End of section 160. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 161 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 161. London, January 15th, 1754. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 26th past from Munich. Since you are got so well out of the distress and dangers of your journey from Mannheim, I am glad that you were in them. Condice I diletti, memorii di pene, nasce sia bene, chi mal non soffri. They were but little samples of the much greater distress and dangers which you must expect to meet with in your great, and I hope, long journey through life. In some parts of it flowers are scattered with profusion, the road is smooth, and the prospect pleasant; but in others, and I fear the greater number, the road is rugged, beset with thorns and briars, and cut by torrents. Gather the flowers in your way, but at the same time guard against the briars that are either mixed with them, or that most certainly succeed them. Thank you for your wild boar, who, now he is dead, I assure him, se laissera bien manger malgré qu'il en ait, though I am not so sure that I should have had that personal valor which so successfully distinguished you in single combat with him, which made him bite the dust like Homer's heroes, and, to conclude my period sublimely, put him into that pickle, from which I propose eating him. At the same time that I applaud your valor, I must do justice to your modesty, which candidly admits that you were not overmatched, and that your adversary was about your own age and size. A Mericassin, being under a year old, would have been below your indignation. Bete de campagne, being under 2 years old, was still, in my opinion, below your glory. But I guess that your enemy was un ragot, that is, from 2 to 3 years old, an age and size which, between man and boar, answer pretty well to yours. If accidents of bad roads or waters do not detain you at Munich, I do not fancy that pleasures will, and I rather believe you will seek for and find them at the Carnival at Berlin, in which supposition I eventually direct this letter to your banker there. While you are at Berlin, I earnestly recommend it to you again and again. Pray care to see, hear, know, and mind everything there. The ablest prince in Europe is surely an object that deserves attention, and the least thing that he does, like the smallest sketches of the greatest painters, has its value, and a considerable one too. Read with care the Code Frederick, and inform yourself of the good effects of it in those parts of his dominions where it has taken place, and where it has banished the former chicanes, quirks, and quibbles of the old law. Do not think any detail too minute or trifling for your inquiry and observation. I wish that you could find 1 hour's leisure every day to read some good Italian author, and to converse in that language with our worthy friend, Signor Angelo Cori. It would both refresh and improve your Italian, which of the many languages you know, I take to be that in which you are the least perfect, but of which, too, you already know enough to make yourself master of, with very little trouble, whenever you please. Live, dwell, and grow at the several courts there. Use them so much to your face that they may not look upon you as a stranger. Observe and take their ton, even to their affectations and follies, for such there are, and perhaps should be at all courts. Stay in all events at Berlin, till I inform you of Sir Charles William's arrival at Dresden, where I suppose you would not care to be before him, and where you may go as soon after him as ever you please. Your time there will neither be unprofitably nor disagreeably spent. He will introduce you into all the best company, though he can introduce you to none so good as his own. He has of late applied himself very seriously to foreign affairs, especially those of Saxony and Poland. He knows them perfectly well, and will tell you what he knows. He always expresses, and I have good reason to believe very sincerely, great kindness and affection for you. The works of the late Lord Bolingbroke are just published, and have plunged me into philosophical studies, which hitherto I have not been much used to, or delighted with, convinced of the futility of those researches. But I have read his philosophical essay upon the extent of human knowledge, which, by the way, makes 2 large quartos and a half. He there shows very clearly, and with most splendid eloquence, what the human mind can and cannot do; that our understandings are wisely calculated for our place in this planet, and for the link which we form in the universal chain of things, but that they are by no means capable of that degree of knowledge which our curiosity makes us search after, and which our vanity makes us often believe we arrive at. I shall not recommend to you the reading of that work; but when you return hither, I shall recommend to your frequent and diligent perusal all his tracts that are relative to our history and constitution, upon which he throws lights, and scatters graces, which no other writer has ever done. Reading, which was always a pleasure to me, in the time even of my greatest dissipation, is now become my only refuge; and, I fear, I indulge it too much at the expense of my eyes. But what can I do? I must do something. I cannot bear absolute idleness. My ears grow every day more useless to me, my eyes consequently more necessary. I will not hoard them like a miser, but will rather risk the loss than not enjoy the use of them. Pray let me know all the particulars, not only of your reception at Munich, but also at Berlin. At the latter, I believe, it will be a good one, for his Prussian Majesty knows that I have been long an admirer and respecter of his great and various talents. Adieu. End of section 161, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 162 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 194. London, February 1st, 1754. My dear friend, I received yesterday yours of the 12th from Munich, in consequence of which, I direct this to you there, though I directed my 3 last to Berlin, where I suppose you will find them at your arrival. Since you are not only domesticated, but niche at Munich, you are much in the right to stay there. It is not by seeing places that one knows them, but by familiar and daily conversations with the people of fashion. I would not care to be in the place of that prodigy of beauty, whom you are to drive dans la course de traîneau, and I am apt to think you are much more likely to break her bones than she is, though ever so cruel, to break your heart. Nay, I am not sure but that, according to all the rules of gallantry, you are obliged to overturn her on purpose; in the first place, for the chance of seeing her backside; in the next, for the sake of the contrition and concern which it would give you an opportunity of showing; and lastly, upon account of all the gentillesse and epigramme which it would naturally suggest. Voltaire has made several stanzas upon an accident of that kind, which happened to a lady of his acquaintance. There is a great deal of wit in them, rather too much, for, according to the taste of those times, they are full of what the Italians call concetti spiritosissimi, the Spaniards agudeze, and we, affectation and quaintness. I hope you have endeavored to suit your traîneau to the character of the fair one whom it is to contain. If she is of an irascible, impetuous disposition, as fine women can sometimes be, you will doubtless place her in the body of a lion, a tiger, a dragon, or some tremendous beast of prey and fury. If she is a sublime and stately beauty, which I would think more probable, for unquestionably she is haut born, you will, I suppose, provide a magnificent swan or proud peacock for her reception. But if she is all tenderness and softness, you have, to be sure, taken care amorous doves and wanton sparrows should seem to flutter around her. Proper mottos, I take it for granted that you have eventually prepared; but if not, you may find a great many ready-made ones in Les Entretiens d'Ariste et d'Eugénie sur les Devises, written by Pere Bonheur, and worth your reading at any time. I will not say to you upon this occasion, like the father in Ovid, Parce pur stimulus et fortius utere loris. On the contrary, drive on briskly. It is not the chariot of the sun that you drive, but you carry the sun in your chariot. Consequently, the faster it goes, the less it will be likely to scorch or consume. This is Spanish enough, I am sure. If this finds you still at Munich, pray make many compliments from me to Mr. Burrish, to whom I am very much obliged for all his kindness to you. It is true that while I had power I endeavored to serve him, but it is as true, too, that I served many others more, who have neither returned nor remembered those services. I have been very ill this last fortnight, of your old Carnolian complaint, the arthritis vaga. Luckily it did not fall upon my breast, but seized on my right arm. There it fixed its seat of empire. But as in all tyrannical governments, the remotest parts felt their share of its severity. Last post I was not able to hold a pen long enough to write to you, and therefore desired Mr. Grevenkop to do it for me, but that letter was directed to Berlin. My pain is now much abated, though I have still some fine remains of it in my shoulder, where I fear it will tease me a great while. I must be careful to take Horace's advice, and consider well, quid valeant humeri, quid fere recusant. Lady Chesterfield bids me make you her compliments, and assure you that the music will be much more welcome to her with you than without you. In some of my last letters, which were directed, and will, I suppose, wait for you at Berlin, I complimented you, and with justice, upon your great improvement of late in the epistolary way, both with regard to the style and the turn of your letters. Your 4 or 5 last to me have been very good ones, and one that you wrote to Mr. Hart, upon the New Year, was so a pretty one, and he was so much and so justly pleased with it, that he sent it me from Windsor the instant he had read it. This talent, and a most necessary one it is in the course of life, is to be acquired by resolving and taking pains to acquire it, and indeed so is every talent except poetry, which is undoubtedly a gift. Think, therefore, night and day, of the turn, the purity, the correctness, the perspicuity, and the elegance of whatever you speak or write. Take my word for it, your labor will not be in vain, but greatly rewarded by the harvest of praise and success which it will bring you. Delicacy of turn and elegance of style are ornaments as necessary to common sense, as attentions, address, and fashionable manners are to common civility. Both may subsist without them, but then without being of the least use to the owner. The figure of a man is exactly the same in dirty rags or in the finest and best chosen clothes, but in which of the two he is the most likely to please, and to be received in good company, I leave it to you to determine. Both my arm and my paper hint to me to bid you good night. End of section 162, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 163 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 195. London, February 12, 1754. My dear friend, I take my aim, and let off this letter at you at Berlin. I should be sorry it missed you, because I believe you will read it with as much pleasure as I write it. This is to inform you, that after some difficulties and dangers, your seat in the new Parliament is at last absolutely secured, and that without opposition, or the least necessity of your personal trouble or appearance. This success, I must further inform you, is in great degree owing to Mr. Eliot's friendship to us both, for he brings you in with himself at his surest borough. As it was impossible to act with more zeal and friendship than Mr. Eliot has acted in this whole affair, I desire that you will, by the very next post, write him a letter of thanks, warm and young thanks, not old and cold ones. You may enclose it in yours to me, and I will send it to him, for he is now in Cornwall. Thus, being sure of being a senator, I dare say you do not propose to be one of the pedere senatores, e pedibus ire in sententiam; for as the House of Commons is the theatre where you must make your fortune and figure in the world, you must resolve to be an actor, and not a persona muta, which is just equivalent to a candle snuffer upon other theatres. Whoever does not shine there is obscure, insignificant, and contemptible, and you cannot conceive how easy it is for a man of half your sense and knowledge to shine there if he pleases. The receipt to make him a speaker, and an applauded one too, is short and necessary. Take of common sense quantum sufficit, add a little application to the rules and orders of the house, throw obvious thoughts in a new light, and make up the whole with a large quantity of purity, correctness, and elegance of style. Take it for granted, that by far the greatest part of mankind do neither analyze nor search to the bottom; they are incapable of penetrating deeper than the surface. All have senses to be gratified, very few have reason to be applied to. Graceful utterance and action please their eyes, elegant diction tickles their ears, but strong reason would be thrown away upon them. I am not only persuaded by theory, but convinced by my experience, that, supposing a certain degree of common sense, what is called a good speaker is as much a mechanic as a good shoemaker, and that the two trades are equally to be learned by the same degree of application. Therefore, for God's sake, let this trade be the principal object of your thoughts. Never lose sight of it. Attend minutely to your style, whatever the language you speak or write in. Seek for the best words, and think of the best turns. Whenever you doubt of the propriety or elegance of any word, search the dictionary or some good author for it, or inquire of somebody who is master of that language, and in a little time propriety and elegance of diction will become so habitual to you, that they will cost you no more trouble. As I have laid this down to be mechanical and attainable by whoever will take the necessary pains, there will be no great vanity in my saying, that I saw the importance of the object so early, and attended to it so young, that it would now cost me more trouble to speak or write ungrammatically, vulgarly, and inelegantly, than ever it did to avoid doing so. The late Lord Bolingbroke, without the least trouble, talked all day long, full as elegantly as he wrote. Why? Not by a peculiar gift from heaven, but, as he has often told me himself, by an early and constant attention to his style. The present Solicitor General, Murray, Editor's Note, created Lord Mansfield in the year 1756, has less law than many lawyers, but has more practice than any, merely upon account of his eloquence, of which he has a never-failing stream. I remember so long ago as when I was at Cambridge, whenever I read pieces of eloquence, and indeed they were my chief study, whether ancient or modern, I used to write down the shining passages, and then translate them, as well and elegantly as ever I could, if Latin or French, into English, if English into French. This, which I practiced for some years, not only improved and formed my style, but imprinted in my mind and memory the best thoughts of the best authors. The trouble was little, but the advantage I have experienced was great. While you are abroad, you can neither have time nor opportunity to read pieces of English or parliamentary eloquence, as I hope you will carefully do when you return. But in the meantime, whenever pieces of French eloquence come in your way, such as the speeches of persons received into the Academy, orations funebres, representations of the several parliaments to the king, etc., read them in that view, in that spirit. Observe the harmony, the turn and elegance of the style, examine in what you think it might have been better, and consider in what, had you written it yourself, you might have done worse. Compare the different manners of expressing the same thoughts in different authors, and observe how differently the same things appear in different dresses. Vulgar, coarse, and ill-chosen words will deform and degrade the best thoughts as much as rags and dirt will the best figure. In short, you now know your object. Pursue it steadily, and have no digressions that are not relative to, and connected with, the main action. Your success in Parliament will effectually remove all other objections; either a foreign or a domestic destination will no longer be refused you, if you make your way to it through Westminster. I think I may now say that I am quite recovered from my late illness, strength and spirits excepted, which are not yet restored. Aix-la-Chapelle and Spa will, I believe, answer all my purposes. I long to hear an account of your reception at Berlin, which I fancy will be a most gracious one. Adieu. End of section 163, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 164 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, into the public domain. Letter 196. London, February 15th, 1754. My dear friend, I can now with great truth apply your own motto to you, nullum numen abest si sit prudentia. You are sure of being, as early as your age will permit, a member of that house, which is the only road to figure and fortune in this country. Those indeed who are bred up to, and distinguish themselves in particular professions, as the army, the navy, and the law, may by their own merit raise themselves to a certain degree; but you may observe too that they never get to the top without the assistance of parliamentary talents and influence. The means of distinguishing yourself in Parliament are, as I told you in my last, much more easily attained than I believe you imagine. Close attendance to the business of the House will soon give you the parliamentary routine, and strict attention to your style will soon make you, not only a speaker, but a good one. The vulgar look upon a man who is reckoned a fine speaker as a phenomenon, a supernatural being, and endowed with some peculiar gift of heaven. They stare at him, if he walks in the park, and cry, "That is he." You will, I am sure, view him in a juster light, and nulla formidine. You will consider him only as a man of good sense, who adorns common thoughts with the graces of elocution, and the elegance of style. The miracle will then cease, and you will be convinced, that with the same application, and attention to the same objects, you may certainly equal, and perhaps surpass, this prodigy. Sir W. Y., with not a quarter of your parts, and not a thousandth part of your knowledge, has, by a glibness of tongue simply, raised him successively to the best employments of the kingdom. He has been Lord of the Admiralty, Lord of the Treasury, Secretary at War, and is now Vice Treasurer of Ireland, and all this with a most sullied, not to say blasted character. Represent the thing to yourself as it really is, easily attainable, and you will find it so. Have but ambition enough passionately to desire the object, and spirit enough to use the means, and I will be answerable for your success. When I was younger than you are, I resolved within myself that I would in all events be a speaker in Parliament, and a good one too, if I could. I consequently never lost sight of that object, and never neglected any of the means that I thought led to it. I succeeded to a certain degree, and I assure you with great ease, and with superior talents. Young people are very apt to overrate both men and things, from not being enough acquainted with them. In proportion as you come to know them better, you will value them less. You will find that reason, which always ought to direct mankind, seldom does, but that passions and weaknesses commonly usurp its seat, and rule in its stead. You will find that the ablest have their weak sides too, and are only comparatively able, with regard to the still weaker herd. Having fewer weaknesses themselves, they are able to avail themselves of the innumerable ones of the generality of mankind. Being more masters of themselves, they become more easily masters of others. They address themselves to their weaknesses, their senses, their passions, never to their reason, and consequently seldom fail of success. But then analyze those great, those governing, as the vulgar imagine, those perfect characters, and you will find the great Brutus a thief in Macedonia, the great Cardinal Richelieu a jealous poetaster, and the great Duke of Marlborough a miser. Till you come to know mankind by your own experience, I know no thing, nor no man, that can in the meantime bring you so well acquainted with them as le Duc de la Rochefoucauld. His little book of maxims, which I would advise you to look into, for some moments at least, every day of your life, is, I fear, too like and too exact a picture of human nature. I own it seems to degrade it, but yet my experience does not convince me that it degrades it unjustly. Now, to bring all this home to my first point, all these considerations should not only invite you to attempt to make a figure in Parliament, but encourage you to hope that you shall succeed. To govern mankind, one must not overrate them, and to please an audience as a speaker, one must not overvalue it. When I first came into the House of Commons, I respected that assembly as a venerable one, and felt a certain awe upon me; but upon better acquaintance, that awe soon vanished, and I discovered, that of the 560, not above 30 could understand reason, and that all the rest were peuples; that those 30 only required plain common sense dressed up in good language; that all the others only required flowing and harmonious periods, whether they conveyed any meaning or not, having ears to hear but not sense enough to judge. These considerations made me speak with little concern the first time, with less the second, and with none at all the third. I gave myself no further trouble about anything except my elocution and my style, presuming without much vanity that I had common sense sufficient not to talk nonsense. Fix these three truths strongly in your mind: first, that it is absolutely necessary for you to speak in Parliament; secondly, that it only requires a little human attention, and no supernatural gifts; and thirdly, that you have all the reason in the world to think that you shall speak well. When we meet, this shall be the principal subject of our conversations, and if you will follow my advice, I will answer for your success. Now, from great things to little ones. The transition to me is easy, because nothing seems little to me that can be of any use to you. I hope you take great care of your mouth and teeth, and that you clean them well every morning with a sponge and tepid water, with a few drops of arquebusade water dropped into it, besides washing your mouth carefully after every meal. I do insist upon your never using those sticks, or any hard substance whatsoever, which always rub the gums and destroy the varnish of the teeth. I speak this from woeful experience, for my negligence of my teeth, when I was younger than you are, made them bad, and afterward my desire to have them look better made me use sticks, irons, etc., which totally destroyed them, so that I have not now above 6 or 7 left. I lost one this morning, which suggested this advice to you. I have received the tremendous wild boar, which your still more tremendous arm slew in the immense deserts of the Palatinate, but have not yet tasted of it. It is hitherto above my low regimen. The late King of Prussia, whenever he killed any number of wild boars, used to oblige the Jews to buy them at a high price, though they could eat none of them, so they defrayed the expense of his hunting. His son has juster rules of government, as the Code Frederick plainly shows. I hope that, by this time, you are as well ancre at Berlin as you were at Munich, but if not, you are sure of being so at Dresden. Adieu. End of section 164, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 165 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 197, London, February 26, 1754. My dear friend, I have received your letters of the 4th from Munich, and of the 11th from Ratisbon, but I have not received that of the 31st January, to which you refer in the former. It is to this negligence and uncertainty of the post that you owe your accidents between Munich and Ratisbon, for had you received my letters regularly, you would have received one from me before you left Munich, in which I advised you to stay, since you were so well there. But at all events you were in the wrong to set out from Munich in such weather and such roads, since you could never imagine that I had set my heart so much upon your going to Berlin, as to venture your being buried in the snow for it. Upon the whole, considering all, you are very well off. You do very well, in my mind, to return to Munich, or at least to keep within the circle of Munich, Ratisbon, and Mannheim, till the weather and the roads are good. Stay at each or any of those places as long as ever you please, for I am extremely indifferent about your going to Berlin. As to our meeting, I will tell you my plan, and you may form your own accordingly. I propose setting out from hence the last week in April, then drinking the Aix-la-Chapelle waters for a week, and from thence being at Spa about the 15th of May, where I shall stay 2 months at most, and then return straight to England. As I both hope and believe that there will be no mortal at Spa during my residence there, the fashionable season not beginning till the middle of July, I would by no means have you come there at first, to be locked up with me and some few Capuchins, for 2 months, in that miserable hole, but I would advise you to stay where you like the best, till about the first week in July, and then to come and pick me up at Spa, or meet me in the road at Liege or Brussels. As for the intermediate time, should you be weary of Mannheim and Munich, you may, if you please, go to Dresden, to Sir Charles Williams, who will be there before that time, or you may come for a month or 6 weeks to the Hague, or, in short, go or stay wherever you like best. So much for your motions. As you have sent for all the letters directed to you at Berlin, you will receive from thence 3 volumes of mine, among which you will easily perceive that some were calculated for a supposed perusal previous to your opening them. I will not repeat anything contained in them, excepting that I desire you will send me a warm and cordial letter of thanks for Mr. Eliot, who has, in the most friendly manner imaginable, fixed you at his own borough of Liskeard, where you will be elected jointly with him, without the least opposition or difficulty. I will forward that letter to him in Cornwall, where he now is. Now that you are soon to be a man of business, I heartily wish that you would immediately begin to be a man of method, nothing contributing more to facilitate and dispatch business than method and order. Have order and method in your accounts, in your reading, in the allotment of your time, in short, in everything. You cannot conceive how much time you will save by it, nor how much better everything you do will be done. The Duke of Marlborough did by no means spend, but he slatterned himself into that immense debt, which is not yet near paid off. The hurry and confusion of the Duke of Newcastle do not proceed from his business, but from his want of method in it. Sir Robert Walpole, who had 10 times the business to do, was never seen in a hurry, because he always did it with method. The head of a man who has business and no method nor order is properly that rudis ingestice mollis quam dixere chaos. As you must be conscious that you are extremely negligent and slatternly, I hope you will resolve not to be so for the future. Prevail with yourself only to observe good method and order for 1 fortnight, and I will venture to assure you that you will never neglect them afterward. You will find such conveniency and advantage arising from them. Method is the great advantage that lawyers have over other people, in speaking in Parliament, for, as they must necessarily observe it in their pleadings in the courts of justice, it becomes habitual to them everywhere else. Without making you a compliment, I can tell you with pleasure, that order, method, and more activity of mind are all that you want, to make, some day or other, a considerable figure in business. You have more useful knowledge, more discernment of characters, and much more discretion than is common at your age; much more, I am sure, than I had at that age. Experience you cannot yet have, and therefore trust in the meantime to mine. I am an old traveller. I am well acquainted with all the by as well as all the great roads. I cannot misguide you from ignorance, and you are still very sure that I shall not from design. I can assure you that you will have no opportunity of subscribing yourself my excellencies, etc. Retirement and quiet were my choice some years ago, while I had all my senses, and health and spirits enough to carry on business. But now that I have lost my hearing, and that I find my constitution declining daily, they are become my necessary and only refuge. I know myself, no common piece of knowledge, let me tell you. I know what I can, what I cannot, and consequently what I ought to do. I ought not, and therefore will not, return to business when I am much less fit for it than I was when I quitted it. Still less will I go to Ireland, where from my deafness and infirmities I must necessarily make a different figure from that which I once made there. My pride would be too much mortified by that difference. The 2 important senses of seeing and hearing should not only be good, but quick in business; and the business of a Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, if he will do it himself, requires both those senses in the highest perfection. It was the Duke of Dorset's not doing the business himself, but giving it up to favourites, that has occasioned all this confusion in Ireland, and it was my doing the whole myself, without either favourite, minister, or mistress, that made my administration so smooth and quiet. I remember, when I named the late Mr. Liddell for my secretary, everybody was much surprised at it, and some of my friends represented to me that he was no man of business, but only a very genteel, pretty young fellow. I assured them, and with truth, that that was the very reason why I chose him, for that I was resolved to do all the business myself, and without even the suspicion of having a minister, which the Lord Lieutenant's secretary, if he is a man of business, is always supposed, and commonly with reason, to be. Moreover, I look upon myself now to be emeritus in business, in which I have been near 40 years together. I give it up to you. Apply yourself to it, as I have done, for 40 years, and then I consent to your leaving it for a philosophical retirement among your friends and your books. Statesmen and beauties are very rarely sensible of the gradations of their decay, and too often sanguinely hope to shine on in their meridian, often set with contempt and ridicule. I retired in time, uti conviva satur, or, as Pope says, still the better, ere tittering youth shall shove you from the stage. My only remaining ambition is to be the counselor and minister of your rising ambition. Let me see my own youth revived in you. Let me be your mentor, and with your parts and knowledge, I promise you, you shall go far. You must bring on your part activity and attention, and I will point out to you the proper objects for them. I own I fear but one thing for you, and that is what one has generally the least reason to fear from one of your age. I mean your laziness, which, if you indulge, will make you stagnate in a contemptible obscurity all your life. It will hinder you from doing anything that will deserve to be written, or from writing anything that may deserve to be read, and yet one or other of those two objects should be at least aimed at by every rational being. I look upon indolence as a sort of suicide, for the man is effectually destroyed, though the appetites of the brute may survive. Business by no means forbids pleasures; on the contrary, they reciprocally season each other, and I will venture to affirm that no man enjoys either in perfection that does not join both. They whet the desire for each other. Use yourself, therefore, in time to be alert and diligent in your little concerns. Never procrastinate, never put off till tomorrow what you can do today, and never do two things at a time. Pursue your object, be it what it will, steadily and indefatigably, and let any difficulties, if surmountable, rather animate than slacken your endeavors. Perseverance has surprising effects. I wish you would use yourself to translate, every day, only 3 or 4 lines from any book, in any language, into the correctest and most elegant English that you can think of. You cannot imagine how it will insensibly form your style, and give you an habitual elegance. It would not take you up 1/4 of an hour in a day. This letter is so long that it will hardly leave you that 1/4 of an hour, the day you receive it. So good night. End of section 165. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 166 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 198. London, March 8, 1754. My dear friend, a great and unexpected event has lately happened in our ministerial world. Mr. Pelham died last Monday of a fever and mortification, occasioned by a general corruption of his whole mass of blood, which had broke out in sores in his back. I regret him as an old acquaintance, a pretty near relation, and a private man, with whom I have lived many years in a social and friendly way. He meant well to the public, and was incorrupt in a post where corruption is commonly contagious. If he was no shining, enterprising minister, he was a safe one, which I like better. Very shining ministers, like the sun, are apt to scorch when they shine the brightest. In our constitution, I prefer the milder light of a less glaring minister. His successor is not yet, at least publicly, designatus. You will easily suppose that many are very willing, and very few able, to fill that post. Various persons are talked of by different people for it, according as their interest prompts them to wish, or their ignorance to conjecture. Mr. Fox is the most talked of. He is strongly supported by the Duke of Cumberland. Mr. Legge, the Solicitor General, and Dr. Lee are likewise all spoken of, upon the foot of the Duke of Newcastle's and the Chancellor's interest. Should it be any one of the last 3, I think no great alterations will ensue; but should Mr. Fox prevail, it would, in my opinion, soon produce changes by no means favorable to the Duke of Newcastle. In the meantime, the wild conjectures of volunteer politicians, and the ridiculous importance which, upon these occasions, blockheads always endeavor to give themselves, by grave looks, significant shrugs, and insignificant whispers, are very entertaining to a bystander, as, thank God, I now am. One knows something, but is not yet at liberty to tell it; another has heard something from a very good hand; a third congratulates himself upon a certain degree of intimacy which he has long had with every one of the candidates, though perhaps he has never spoken twice to any one of them. In short, in these sort of intervals, vanity, interest, and absurdity always display themselves in the most ridiculous light. One who has been so long behind the scenes as I have is much more diverted with the entertainment than those can be who only see it from the pit and boxes. I know the whole machinery of the interior, and can laugh the better at the silly wonder and the wild conjectures of the uninformed spectators. This accident, I think, cannot in the least affect your election, which is finally settled with your friend Mr. Eliot. For, let who will prevail, I presume he will consider me enough not to overturn an arrangement of that sort, in which he cannot possibly be personally interested. So pray go on with your parliamentary preparations. Have that object always in your view, and pursue it with attention. I take it for granted that your late residence in Germany has made you as perfect and correct in German as you were before in French. At least it is worth your while to be so, because it is worth every man's while to be perfect master of whatever language he may ever have occasion to speak. A man is not himself in a language which he does not thoroughly possess. His thoughts are degraded, when inelegantly or imperfectly expressed. He is cramped and confined, and consequently can never appear to advantage. Examine and analyze those thoughts that strike you the most, either in conversation or in books, and you will find that they owe at least half their merit to the turn and expression of them. There is nothing truer than the old saying, nihil dictum quod non prins dictum. It is only the matter of saying or writing that makes it appear new. Convince yourself that manner is almost everything, in everything, and study it accordingly. I am this moment informed, and I believe truly, that Mr. Fox is to succeed Mr. Pelham as First Commissioner of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, and your friend Mr. Yorke of the Hague to succeed Mr. Fox as Secretary of War. Editor's note: Henry Fox, created Lord Holland, Baron of Foxley, in the year 1763. End note. I am not sorry for this promotion of Mr. Fox, as I have always been upon civil terms with him, and found him ready to do me any little services. He is frank and gentlemanlike in his manner, and to a certain degree, I really believe, will be your friend upon my account. If you can afterward make him yours upon your own, tant mieux. I have nothing more to say now, but adieu. End of section 166, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 167 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 199. London, March 15th, 1754. My dear friend, we are here in the midst of a second winter. The cold is more severe and the snow deeper than they were in the first. I presume your weather in Germany is not much more gentle, and therefore I hope that you are quietly and warmly fixed at some good town, and will not risk a second burial in the snow, after your late fortunate resurrection out of it. Your letters, I suppose, have not been able to make their way through the ice, for I have received none from you since that of the 12th of February from Ratisbon. I am the more uneasy at this state of ignorance, because I fear that you may have found some subsequent inconveniences from your overturn, which you might not be aware of at first. The curtain of the political theatre was partly drawn up the day before yesterday, and exhibited a scene which the public in general did not expect. The Duke of Newcastle was declared First Lord Commissioner of the Treasury, Mr. Fox Secretary of State in his room, and Mr. Henry Legge Chancellor of the Exchequer. The employments of the Treasurer of the Navy and Secretary of War were supposed to be vacant by the promotion of Mr. Fox and Mr. Legge, were to be kept in petto till the dissolution of this Parliament, which will probably be next week, to avoid the expense and trouble of unnecessary re-elections. But it was generally supposed that Colonel Yorke of the Hague was to succeed Mr. Fox, and George Greenville Mr. Legge. This scheme, had it taken place, you are, I believe, aware, was more a temporary expedient for securing the elections of the new Parliament, and forming it, at its first meeting, to the interests and the inclinations of the Duke of Newcastle and the Chancellor, than a plan of administration either intended or wished to be permanent. This scheme was disturbed yesterday. Mr. Fox, who had sullenly accepted the seals the day before, more sullenly refused them yesterday. His object was to be First Commissioner of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, and consequently to have a share in the election of the new Parliament, and a much greater in the management of it when chosen. This necessary consequence of his view defeated it, and the Duke of Newcastle and the Chancellor chose to kick him upstairs into the Secretaryship of State, rather than trust him with either the election or the management of the new Parliament. In this, considering their respective situations, they certainly acted wisely; but whether Mr. Fox has done so or not, in refusing the seals, is a point which I cannot determine. If he is, as I presume he is, animated with revenge, and I believe would not be over scrupulous in the means of gratifying it, I should have thought he could have done it better, as Secretary of State, with constant admission into the closet, than as a private man at the head of an opposition. But I see all these things at too great a distance to be able to judge soundly of them. The true springs and motives of political measures are confined within a very narrow circle, and known to a very few. The good reasons alleged are seldom the true ones. The public commonly judges, or rather guesses, wrong, and I am now one of that public. I therefore recommend to you a prudent Pyrrhonism in all matters of state, until you become one of the wheels of them yourself, and consequently acquainted with the general motion at least of the others; for as to all the minute and secret springs, that contribute more or less to the whole machine, no man living ever knows them all, not even he who has the principal direction of it. As in the human body, there are innumerable little vessels and glands that have a good deal to do, and yet escape the knowledge of the most skillful anatomist; he will know more, indeed, than those who only see the exterior of our bodies, but he will never know all. This bustle and these changes at court, far from having disturbed the quiet and security of your election, have, if possible, rather confirmed them; for the Duke of Newcastle, I must do him justice, has, in the kindest manner imaginable to you, wrote a letter to Mr. Eliot, to recommend to him the utmost care of your election. Though the plan of administration is thus unsettled, mine for my travels this summer is finally settled, and I now communicate it to you, that you may form your own upon it. I propose being at Spa on the 10th or 12th of May, and staying there till the 10th of July. As there will be no mortal there during my stay, it would be both unpleasant and unprofitable to you to be shut up tete a tete with me the whole time. I should therefore think it best for you not to come to me there till the last week in June. In the meantime, I suppose that by the middle of April you will think that you have had enough of Mannheim, Munich, or Ratisbon, and that district. Where would you choose to go then? For I leave you absolutely your choice. Would you go to Dresden for a month or 6 weeks? That is a good deal out of your way, and I am not sure that Sir Charles will be there by that time. Or would you rather take Bonn in your way, and pass the time till we meet at the Hague? From Mannheim you will have a great many good letters of recommendation to the court at Bonn, which court, and its elector, in one light or another, are worth your seeing. From thence your journey to the Hague will be but a short one, and you would arrive there at the season of the year when the Hague is, in my mind, the most agreeable, smiling scene in Europe; and from the Hague you would have but 3 very easy days' journey to me at Spa. Do as you like, for, as I told you before, ella è absolutamente padrone. But, lest you should answer that you desire to be determined by me, I will eventually tell you my opinion. I am rather inclined to the latter plan; I mean, that of your coming to Bonn, staying there accordingly as you like it, and then passing the remainder of your time, that is, May and June, at the Hague. Our connection and transactions with the Republic of the United Provinces are such, that you cannot be too well acquainted with that constitution, and with those people. You have established good acquaintances there, and you have been feted around by the foreign ministers, so that you will be there in pays connu. Moreover, you have not seen the Stadtholder, the Gouvernante, nor the court there, which a bon compte should be seen. Upon the whole, then, you cannot, in my opinion, pass the months of May and June more agreeably or more usefully than at the Hague. But, however, if you have any other plan that you like better, pursue it; only let me know what you intend to do, and I shall most cheerfully agree to it. The Parliament will be dissolved in about 10 days, and the writs for the election of the new one issued out immediately afterward; so that by the end of next month you may depend upon being membre de la Chambre basse, a title that sounds high in foreign countries, and perhaps higher than it deserves. I hope you will add a better title to it in your own, I mean, that of a good speaker in Parliament. You have, I am sure, all the materials necessary for it, if you will but put them together and adorn them. I spoke in Parliament the first month I was in it, and a month before I was of age; and from the day I was elected till the day that I spoke, I am sure I thought nor dreamed of nothing but speaking. The first time, to say the truth, I spoke very indifferently as to the matter, but it passed tolerably, in favor of the spirit with which I uttered it, and the words in which I addressed it. I improved by degrees, till at last it did tolerably well. The House, it must be owned, is always extremely indulgent to the first 2 or 3 attempts of a young speaker; and if they find any degree of common sense in what he says, they make great allowances for his inexperience, and for the concern which they suppose him to be under. I experienced that indulgence; for, had I not been a young member, I should certainly have been, as I own I deserved, reprimanded by the House for some strong and indiscreet things that I said. Adieu. It is indeed high time. End of Section 167. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 168 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 200. London, March 26, 1754. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter of the 15th from Mannheim, where I find you have been received in the usual gracious manner, which I hope you return in a graceful one. As this is a season of great devotion and solemnity in all Catholic countries, pray inform yourself of, and constantly attend to, all their silly and pompous church ceremonies. One ought to know them. I am very glad that you wrote the letter to Lord, which, in every different case that can possibly be supposed, was, I am sure, both a decent and a prudent step. You will find it very difficult, whenever we meet, to convince me that you could have any good reasons for not doing it; for I will, for argument's sake, suppose, what I cannot in reality believe, that he has both said and done the worst he could of and by you. What then? How will you help yourself? Are you in a situation to hurt him? Certainly not, but he certainly is in a situation to hurt you. Would you show a sullen, pouting, impotent resentment? I hope not. Leave that silly, unavailing sort of resentment to women, and men like them, who are always guided by humor, never by reason and prudence. That pettish, pouting conduct is a great deal too young, and implies too little knowledge of the world, for one who has seen so much of it as you have. Let this be one invariable rule of your conduct: never to show the least symptom of resentment which you cannot to a certain degree gratify, but always to smile, where you cannot strike. There would be no living in courts, nor indeed in the world, if one could not conceal, and even dissemble, the just causes of resentment, which one meets with every day in active and busy life. Whoever cannot master his humor enough 'pour faire bonne mine à mauvais jeu' should leave the world, and retire to some hermitage in an unfrequented desert. By showing an unavailing and sullen resentment, you authorize the resentment of those who can hurt you and whom you cannot hurt, and give them that very pretense, which perhaps they wished for, of breaking with and injuring you, whereas the contrary behavior would lay them under the restraints of decency at least, and either shackle or expose their malice. Besides, captiousness, sullenness, and pouting are most exceedingly illiberal and vulgar. Un honnête homme ne les connaît point. I am extremely glad to hear you are soon to have Voltaire at Mannheim. Immediately upon his arrival, pray make him 1,000 compliments from me. I admire him most exceedingly, and whether as an epic, dramatic, or lyric poet, or prose writer, I think I justly apply to him nihil molitur inepte. I long to read his own correct edition of Les Annales de l'Empire, of which the Abrège chronologique de l'Histoire universelle, which I have read, is, I suppose, a stolen and imperfect part. However, imperfect as it is, it has explained to me that chaos of history, of 700 years, more clearly than any other book had done before. You judge very rightly that I love 'le style et le fleurie'. I do, and so does everybody who has any parts and taste. It should, I confess, be more or less fleuri, according to the subject; but at the same time I assert that there is no subject that might not properly, and which ought not to be adorned, by a certain elegance and beauty of style. What can be more adorned than Cicero's philosophical works? What more than Plato's? It is their eloquence only that has preserved and transmitted them down to us through so many centuries, for the philosophy of them is wretched, and the reasoning part miserable. But eloquence will always please, and has always pleased. Study it, therefore, make it the object of your thoughts and attention. Use yourself to relate elegantly; that is a good step towards speaking well in Parliament. Take some political subject, turn it in your thoughts, consider what may be said both for and against it, then put those arguments into writing, in the most correct and elegant English you can. For instance, a standing army, a place bill, etc. As to the former, consider on one side the dangers arising to a free country from a great standing military force; on the other, consider the necessity of a force to repel force with. Examine whether a standing army, though in itself an evil, may not, from circumstances, become a necessary evil, and preventive of greater dangers. As to the latter, consider how far places may bias and warp the conduct of men, from the service of their country, into an unwarrantable complaisance to the court; and, on the other hand, consider whether they can be supposed to have that effect upon the conduct of people of probity and property, who are more solidly interested in the permanent good of their country than they can be in an uncertain and precarious employment. Seek for and answer in your own mind all the arguments that can be argued on either side, and write them down in an elegant style. This will prepare you for debating, and give you an habitual eloquence; for I would not give a farthing for a mere holiday eloquence, displayed once or twice in a session, in a set declamation; but I want an everyday, ready, and habitual eloquence, to adorn extempore and debating speeches; to make business not only clear but agreeable, and to please even those whom you cannot inform, and who do not desire to be informed. All this you may acquire, and make habitual to you, with as little trouble as it costs you to dance a minuet as well as you do. You now dance it mechanically and well, without thinking of it. I am surprised that you found but one letter for me at Mannheim, for you ought to have found 4 or 5. There are as many lying for you at your banker's at Berlin, which I wish you had, because I always endeavor to put something into them, which I hope may be of use to you. When we meet at Spa, next July, we must have a great many serious conversations, in which I will pour out all my experience of the world, and which, I hope, you will trust to, more than to your own young notions of men and things. You will in time discover most of them to have been erroneous, and if you follow them long, you will perceive your error too late. But if you will be led by a guide, who, you are sure, does not mean to mislead you, you will unite two things seldom united, in the same person: the vivacity and spirit of youth, with the caution and experience of age. Last Saturday, Sir Thomas Robinson, who had been the King's Minister at Vienna, was declared Secretary of State for the Southern Department, Lord Holderness having taken the Northern. Sir Thomas accepted it unwillingly, and, as I hear, with a promise that he shall not keep it long. Both his health and spirits are bad, two very disqualifying circumstances for that employment. Yours, I hope, will enable you, some time or other, to go through with it. In all events, aim at it, and if you fail or fall, let it at least be said of you, Magnus tamen excidit ausis. Adieu. End of section 168, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 169 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 201. London, April 5th, 1754. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 20th March, from Mannheim, with the enclosed for Mr. Eliot. It was a very proper one, and I have forwarded it to him by Mr. Hart, who sets out for Cornwall tomorrow morning. I am very glad that you use yourself to translations, and I do not care of what, provided you study the correctness and elegance of your style. The Life of Sextus Quintus is the best book of the innumerable books written by Gregorio Leti, whom the Italians, very justly, call Leti Cacalibro. But I would rather that you chose some pieces of oratory for your translations, whether ancient or modern, Latin or French, which would give you a more oratorical train of thought, and turn of expression. In your letter to me you make use of 2 words, which, though true and correct English, are, from long disuse, become inelegant, and seem now to be stiff, formal, and in some degree scriptural. The first is the word namely, which you introduce thus: "You inform me of a very agreeable piece of news, namely, that my election is secured." Instead of namely, I would always use which is, or that is, that my election is secured. The other word is mine own inclinations. This is certainly correct before a subsequent word that begins with a vowel; but it is too correct, and is now disused as too formal, notwithstanding the hiatus occasioned by my own. Every language has its peculiarities; they are established by usage, and, whether right or wrong, they must be complied with. I could instance very many absurd ones in different languages, but so authorized by the jus et norma loquendi, that they must be submitted to. Namely, and to wit, are very good words in themselves, and contribute to clearness more than the relatives which we now substitute in their room; but, however, they cannot be used, except in some sermon or some very grave and formal compositions. It is with language as with manners; they are both established by the usage of people of fashion. It must be imitated, it must be complied with. Singularity is only pardonable in old age and retirement. I may now be as singular as I please, but you may not. We will, when we meet, discuss these and many other points, provided you will give me attention and credit, without which it is to no purpose to advise either you or anybody else. I want to know your determination, where you intend to, if I may use that expression, while away your time till the last week of June, when we are to meet at Spa. I continue rather in the opinion which I mentioned to you formerly, in favor of the Hague, but, however, have not the least objection to Dresden, or to any other place that you may like better. If you prefer the Dutch scheme, you take Treves and Coblentz in your way, as also Dusseldorp, all which places I think you have not yet seen. At Mannheim you may certainly get good letters of recommendation to the courts of the two electors of Treves and Cologne, whom you are yet unacquainted with, and I should wish you to know them all, as I have often told you, olim haec meminisse juvabit. There is an utility in having seen what other people have seen, and there is a justifiable pride in having seen what others have not. In the former case, you are equal to others; in the latter, superior. As your stay abroad will not now be very long, pray, while it lasts, see everything and everybody you can, and see them well, with care and attention. It is not to be conceived of what advantage it is to anybody to have seen more things, people, and countries, than other people in general have. It gives them a credit, makes them referred to, and they become the objects of the attention of the company. They are not out in any part of polite conversation. They are acquainted with all the places, customs, courts, and families that are likely to be mentioned. They are, as M. de Maupertuis justly observes, de tous les pays, comme les savants sont de tous les temps. You have fortunately both those advantages; the only remaining point is de savoir les faire valoir, for without that, one may not as well have them. Remember that very true maxim of La Bruyère's, qu'on ne vaut dans ce monde que ce qu'on veut valoir. The knowledge of the world will teach you to what degree you ought to show que vous valez. One must by no means, on one hand, be indifferent about it; as on the other, one must not display it with affectation, and in an overbearing manner; but of the two, it is better to show too much than too little. Adieu. End of section 169. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 170 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 202. Bath, November 27th, 1754. My dear friend, I heartily congratulate you upon the loss of your political maidenhead, of which I have received from others a very good account. I hear that you were stopped for some time in your career, but recovered breath, and finished it very well. I am not surprised, nor indeed concerned, at your accident, for I remember the dreadful feeling of that situation in myself, and as it must require a most uncommon share of impudence to be unconcerned upon such an occasion, I am not sure that I am not rather glad you stopped. You must now, therefore, think of hardening yourself by degrees, by using yourself insensibly to the sound of your own voice, and to the act, trifling as it seems, of rising up and sitting down. Nothing will contribute so much to this as committee work of elections at night, and of private bills in the morning. There, asking short questions, moving for witnesses to be called in, and all that kind of small wear, will soon fit you to set up for yourself. I am told that you are much mortified at your accident, but without reason. Pray, let it rather be a spur than a curb to you. Persevere, and depend upon it, it will do very well at last. When I say persevere, I do not mean that you should speak every day, nor in every debate. Moreover, I would not advise you to speak again upon public matters for some time, perhaps a month or two, but I mean never lose view of that great object. Pursue it with discretion, but pursue it always. Pelotez en attendant partie. You know, I have always told you that speaking in public was but a knack, which those who apply to the most will succeed in the best. 2 old members, very good judges, have sent me compliments upon this occasion, and have assured me that they plainly find it will do, though they perceived from that natural confusion you were in, that you neither said all, nor perhaps what you intended. Upon the whole, you have set out very well, and have sufficient encouragement to go on. Attend, therefore, assiduously, and observe carefully all that passes in the House, for it is only knowledge and experience that can make a debater. But if you still want comfort, Mrs. I hope, will administer it to you, for in my opinion she may, if she will, be very comfortable, and with women, as with speaking in Parliament, perseverance will most certainly prevail sooner or later. What little I have played for here I have won, but that is very far from the considerable sum which you heard of. I play every evening, from 7 till 10, at a crown whist party, merely to save my eyes from reading or writing for 3 hours by candlelight. I propose being in town the week after next, and hope to carry back with me much more health than I brought down here. Good night. Editor's note: Mr. Stanhope being returned to England, and seeing his father almost every day, is the occasion of an interruption of 2 years in their correspondence. End of section 170. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 171 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Bath, November 15th, 1756. My dear friend, I received yours yesterday morning together with the Prussian papers, which I have read with great attention. If courts could blush, those of Vienna and Dresden ought to have their falsehoods so publicly and so undeniably exposed. The former will, I presume, next year, employ 100,000 men, to answer the accusation, and if the Empress of the 2 Russias is pleased to argue in the same cogent manner, their logic will be too strong for all the King of Prussia's rhetoric. I well remember the treaty so often referred to in those pieces, between the 2 Empresses, in 1746. The King was strongly pressed by the Empress Queen to accede to it. Wassenaer communicated it to me for that purpose. I asked him if there were no secret articles, suspecting that there were some, because the ostensible treaty was a mere harmless defensive one. He assured me that there were none. Upon which I told him, that as the King had already defensive alliances with those 2 Empresses, I did not see of what use his accession to this treaty, if merely a defensive one, could be, either to himself or the other contracting parties; but that, however, if it was only desired as an indication of the King's good will, I would give him an act by which his Majesty should accede to that treaty, as far, but no further, as at present he stood engaged to the respective Empresses by the defensive alliances subsisting with each. This offer by no means satisfied him, which was a plain proof of the secret articles now brought to light, and into which the Court of Vienna hoped to draw us. I told Wassenaer so, and after that I heard no more of his invitation. I am still bewildered in the changes at Court, of which I find that all the particulars are not yet fixed. Who would have thought, a year ago, that Mr. Fox, the Chancellor, and the Duke of Newcastle should all 3 have quitted together? Nor can I yet account for it. Explain it to me if you can. I cannot see neither what the Duke of Devonshire and Fox, whom I looked upon as intimately united, can have quarrelled about, with relation to the Treasury. Inform me if you know. I never doubted of the prudent versatility of your Vicar of Bray, but I am surprised at O'Brien Wyndham's going out of the Treasury, where I should have thought that the interest of his brother-in-law, George Grenville, would have kept him. Having found myself rather worse these 2 or 3 last days, I was obliged to take some ipecacuanha last night, and, what you will think odd for a vomit, I brought it all up again in about an hour, to my great satisfaction and emolument, which is seldom the case in restitutions. You did well to go to the Duke of Newcastle, who, I suppose, will have no more levees. However, go from time to time, and leave your name at his door, for you have obligations to him. Adieu. Letter 204. Bath, December 14th, 1756. My dear friend, what can I say to you from this place, where every day is still but as the first, though by no means so agreeably passed, as Anthony describes his to have been? The same nothings succeed one another every day with me, as regularly and uniformly as the hours of the day. You will think this tiresome, and so it is, but how can I help it? Cut off from society by my deafness, and dispirited by my ill health, where could I be better? You will say, perhaps, where could you be worse? Only in prison or the galleys, I confess. However, I see a period to my stay here, and have fixed in my own mind a time for my return to London, not invited there by either politics or pleasures, to both which I am equally a stranger, but merely to be at home, which, after all, according to the vulgar saying, is home, be it ever so homely. The political settlement, as it is called, is, I find, by no means settled. Mr. Fox, who took this place in his way to his brother's, where he intended to pass a month, was stopped short by an express, which he received from his connection, to come to town immediately, and accordingly he set out from hence very early 2 days ago. I had a very long conversation with him, in which he was, seemingly at least, very frank and communicative, but still I own myself in the dark. In those matters, as in most others, half knowledge, and mine is at most that, is more apt to lead one into error than to carry one to truth, and our own vanity contributes to the seduction. Our conjectures pass upon us for truths. We will know what we do not know, and often what we cannot know. So mortifying to our pride is the bare suspicion of ignorance. It has been reported here that the Empress of Russia is dying. This would be a fortunate event indeed for the King of Prussia, and necessarily produce neutrality and inaction, at least of that great power, which would be a heavy weight taken out of the opposite scale to the King of Prussia. The Augustissima must, in that case, do all herself, for though France will, no doubt, promise largely, it will, I believe, perform but scantily, as it desires no better than that the different powers of Germany should tear one another to pieces. I hope you frequent all the courts. A man should make his face familiar there. Long habit produces favour insensibly, and acquaintance often does more than friendship, in that climate where les beaux sentiments are not the natural growth. Adieu. I am going to the ball, to save my eyes from reading, and my mind from thinking. End of section 171, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 172 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 205. Bath, January 12th, 1757. My dear friend, I waited quietly to see when either your leisure or your inclinations would allow you to honor me with a letter, and at last I received one this morning, very near a fortnight after you went from hence. You will say that you had no news to write me, and that probably may be true, but without news one has always something to say to those with whom one desires to have anything to do. Your observation is very just with regard to the King of Prussia, whom the most august House of Austria would most unquestionably have poisoned a century or two ago. But now that terras Austria reliquit, kings and princes die of natural deaths, even war is pusillanimously carried on in this degenerate age, quarter is given, towns are taken, and the people spared. Even in a storm, a woman can hardly hope for the benefit of a rape. Whereas, such was the humanity of former days, prisoners were killed by thousands in cold blood, and the generous victors spared neither man, woman, nor child. Heroic actions of this kind were performed at the taking of Magdeburg. The King of Prussia is certainly now in a situation that must soon decide his fate, and make him Caesar or nothing. Notwithstanding the march of the Russians, his great danger in my mind lies westward. I have no notions of Apraxin's abilities, and I believe many a Prussian colonel would outgeneral him. But Brown, Piccolomini, Lucchese, and many other veteran officers in the Austrian troops are respectable enemies. Mr. Pitt seems to me to have almost as many enemies to encounter as his Prussian Majesty. The late ministry and the Duke's party will, I presume, unite against him and his Tory friends, and then quarrel among themselves again. His best, if not his only chance of supporting himself would be, if he had credit enough in the city to hinder the advancing of the money to any administration but his own, and I have met with some people here who think that he has. I have put off my journey from hence for a week, but no longer. I find I still gain some strength and some flesh here, and therefore I will not cut while the run is for me. By a letter which I received this morning from Lady Allen, I observe that you are extremely well with her, and it is well for you to be so, for she is an excellent and warm puff. A propos, an expression which is commonly used to introduce whatever is unrelative to it, you should apply to some of Lord Holderness's people, for the perusal of Mr. Cope's letters. It would not be refused you, and the sooner you have them the better. I do not mean them as models for your manner of writing, but as outlines of the matter you are to write upon. If you have not read Hume's Essays, read them. They are 4 very small volumes. I have just finished, and am extremely pleased with them. He thinks impartially, deep, often new, and in my mind commonly just. Adieu. Letter 206. Blackheath, September 17th, 1757. My dear friend, Lord Holderness has been so kind as to communicate to me all the letters which he has received from you hitherto, dated the 15th, 19th, 23rd, and 26th August, and also a draught of that which he wrote to you on the 9th instant. I am very well pleased with all your letters, and what is better, I can tell you that the King is so too, and he said, but 3 days ago, to Monsieur Munchausen, he, meaning you, sets out very well, and I like his letters, provided that, like most of my English ministers abroad, he does not grow idle hereafter. So that here is both praise to flatter and a hint to warn you. What Lord Holderness recommends to you, being by the King's order, intimates also a degree of approbation; for the blacker ink, and the larger character, show that his Majesty, whose eyes are grown weaker, intends to read all your letters himself. Therefore, pray do not neglect to get the blackest ink you can, and to make your secretary enlarge his hand, though d'allure it is a very good one. Had I been to wish an advantageous situation for you, and a good debut in it, I could not have wished you either better than both have hitherto proved. The rest will depend entirely upon yourself, and I own I begin to have much better hopes than I had, for I know by my own experience that the more one works, the more willing one is to work. We are all more or less des animaux d'habitude. I remember very well that when I was in business, I wrote 4 or 5 hours together every day, more willingly than I should now half an hour. And this is most certain, that when a man has applied himself to business half the day, the other half goes off the more cheerfully and agreeably. This I found so sensibly, when I was at the Hague, that I never tasted company so well, nor was so good company myself, as at the suppers of my post days. I take Hamburg now to be le centre du refuge allemand. If you have any Hanover refugees among them, pray take care to be particularly attentive to them. How do you like your house? Is it a convenient one? Have the casseroles been employed in it yet? You will find les petits soupers fins less expensive, and turn to better account, than large dinners for great companies. I hope you have written to the Duke of Newcastle. I take it for granted that you have to all your brother ministers of the Northern Department. For God's sake be diligent, alert, active, and indefatigable in your business. You want nothing but labor and industry to be, one day, whatever you please, in your own way. We think and talk of nothing here but Brest, which is universally supposed to be the object of our great expedition. A great and important object it is. I suppose the affair must be brusque, or it will not do. If we succeed, it will make France put some water into its wine. As for my own private opinion, I rather wish than hope success. However, should our expedition fail, magnus tamen excidit ossis, and that will be better than our late languid method of making war. To mention a person to you, whom I am very indifferent about, I mean myself, I vegetate still just as I did when we parted, but I think I begin to be sensible of the autumn of the year, as well as of the autumn of my own life. I feel an internal awkwardness, which in about 3 weeks I shall carry with me to the bath, where I hope to get rid of it, as I did last year. The best cordial I could take would be to hear from time to time of your industry and diligence, for in that case I should consequently hear of your success. Remember your own motto, nullum numen abest siset prudentia. Nothing is truer. Yours. End of section 172. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 173 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 207. Blackheath, September 23, 1757. My dear friend, I received but the day before yesterday your letter of the 3rd, from the headquarters at Selsingen, and, by the way, it is but the second that I have received from you since your arrival at Hamburg. Whatever was the cause of your going to the army, I approve of the effect, for I would have you, as much as possible, see everything that is to be seen. That is true useful knowledge, which informs and improves us when we are young, and amuses us and others when we are old. Olim hoc meminisse juvabit. I could wish that you would, but I know you will not, enter in a book, a short note only, of whatever you see or hear, that is very remarkable. I do not mean a German album stuffed with people's names and Latin sentences, but I mean such a book as if you do not keep now, 30 years hence you would give a great deal of money to have kept. Apropos de botte, for I am told he always wears his, was his Royal Highness very gracious to you or not? I have my doubts about it. The neutrality which he has concluded with Marechal de Richelieu will prevent that bloody battle which you expected, but what the King of Prussia will say to it is another point. He was our only ally. At present, probably, we have not one in the world. If the King of Prussia can get at Monsieur de Soubizes and all the imperial army before other troops have joined him, I think he will beat them, but what then? He has 300,000 men to encounter afterward. He must submit, but he may say with truth, si per gamma dextre defendi potuissem. The late action between the Prussians and Russians has only thinned the human species, without giving either party a victory, which is plain by each party's claiming it. Upon my word, our species will pay very dear for the quarrels and ambitions of a few, and those by no means the most valuable part of it. If the many were wiser than they are, the few must be quieter, and would perhaps be juster and better than they are. Hamburg, I find, swarms with Grafs, Grafines, Fürsts and Fürstins, Hochheits and Durchlauchtigkeits. I am glad of it, for you must necessarily be in the midst of them, and I am still more glad, that being in the midst of them, you must necessarily be under some constraint of ceremony, a thing which you do not love, but which is, however, very useful. I desired you in my last, and I repeat it again in this, to give me an account of your private and domestic life. How do you pass your evenings? Have they at Hamburg what are called at Paris des maisons, where one goes without ceremony, sups or not, as one pleases? Are you adopted in any society? Have you any rational brother ministers, and which? What sort of things are your operas? In the tender, I doubt they do not excel, for mein Lieberschatz and the other tendernesses of the Teutonic language would, in my mind, sound but indifferently, set to soft music. For the bravura parts, I have a great opinion of them, and das der Donner dich Ischlag must, no doubt, make a tremendously fine piece of recitativo, when uttered by an angry hero, to the rumble of a whole orchestra, including drums, trumpets, and French horns. Tell me your whole allotment of the day, in which I hope 4 hours at least are sacred to writing. The others cannot be better employed than in liberal pleasures. In short, give me a full account of yourself, in your unministerial character, your incognito, without your fiocchi. I love to see those, in whom I interest myself, in their undress, rather than in gala. I know them better so. I recommend to you, etiam atque etiam, method and order in everything you undertake. Do you observe it in your accounts? If you do not, you will be a beggar, though you were to receive the appointments of a Spanish ambassador extraordinary, which are 1,000 pistoles a month; and in your ministerial business, if you have no regular and stated hours for such and such parts of it, you will be in the hurry and confusion of the Duke of N., doing everything by halves and nothing well, nor soon. I suppose you have been feasted through the Corps Diplomatique at Hamburg, excepting Monsieur Champeau, with whom, however, I hope you live poliment et galamment at all third places. Lord Loudon is much blamed here for his retraite de 10,000, for it is said that he had above that number, and might consequently have acted offensively, instead of retreating, especially as his retreat was contrary to the unanimous opinion, as it is now said, of the Council of War. In our ministry, I suppose, things go pretty quietly, for the Duke of N. has not plagued me these 2 months. When his Royal Highness comes over, which I take it for granted he will do very soon, the great push will, I presume, be made at his Grace and Mr. Pitt, but without effect if they agree, as it is visibly their interest to do, and in that case their parliamentary strength will support them against all attacks. You may remember, I said at first, that the popularity would soon be on the side of those who oppose the popular militia bill, and now it appears so with a vengeance, in almost every county in England, by the tumults and insurrections of the people, who swear that they will not be enlisted. That silly scheme must therefore be dropped, as quietly as may be. Now that I have told you all that I know, and almost all that I think, I wish you a good supper and a good night. End of section 173, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 174 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 208. Blackheath, September 30th, 1757. My dear friend, I have so little to do, that I am surprised how I can find time to write to you so often. Do not stare at the seeming paradox, for it is an undoubted truth, that the less one has to do, the less time one finds to do it in. One yawns, one procrastinates, one can do it when one will, and therefore one seldom does it at all, whereas those who have a great deal of business must, to use a vulgar expression, buckle to it, and then they always find time enough to do it in. I hope your own experience has by this time convinced you of this truth. I received your last of the 8th. It is now quite over with a very great man, who will still be a very great man, though a very unfortunate one. He has qualities of the mind that put him above the reach of those misfortunes, and if reduced, as perhaps he may, to the Marsh of Brandenburg, he will always find in himself the comfort, and with all the world the credit, of a philosopher, a legislator, a patron, and a professor of arts and sciences. He will only lose the fame of a conqueror, a cruel fame, that arises from the destruction of the human species. Could it be any satisfaction to him to know, I could tell him, that he is at this time the most popular man in this kingdom, the whole nation being enraged at that neutrality which hastens and completes his ruin. Between you and me, the king was not less enraged at it himself, when he saw the terms of it, and it affected his health more than all that had happened before. Indeed, it seems to me a voluntary concession of the very worst that could have happened in the worst event. We now begin to think that our great and secret expedition is intended for Martinico and San Domingo. If that be true, and we succeed in the attempt, we shall recover, and the French lose, one of the most valuable branches of commerce, I mean sugar. The French now supply all the foreign markets in Europe with that commodity; we only supply ourselves with it. This would make us some amends for our ill luck, or ill conduct in North America, where Lord Loudon, with 12,000 men, thought himself no match for the French with but 7, and Admiral Holborn, with 17 ships of the line, declined attacking the French, because they had 18, and a greater weight of metal, according to the new sea phrase, which was unknown to Blake. I hear that letters have been sent to both with very severe reprimands. I am told, and I believe it is true, that we are negotiating with the Corsican, I will not say rebels, but assertors of their natural rights, to receive them, and whatever form of government they think fit to establish, under our protection, upon condition of their delivering up to us Port Ajaccio, which may be made so strong and so good a one, as to be a full equivalent for the loss of Port Mahon. This is, in my mind, a very good scheme; for though the Corsicans are a parcel of cruel and perfidious rascals, they will in this case be tied down to us by their own interest and their own danger; a solid security with knaves, though none with fools. His Royal Highness the Duke is hourly expected here; his arrival will make some bustle, for I believe it is certain that he is resolved to make a push at the Duke of N., Pitt, and company; but it will be ineffectual, if they continue to agree, as to my certain knowledge they do at present. This Parliament is theirs, caetera quis nescit. Now that I have told you all that I know or have heard, of public matters, let us talk of private ones that more nearly and immediately concern us. Admit me to your fireside, in your little room, and, as you would converse with me there, write to me for the future from thence. Are you completely nip yet? Have you formed what the world calls connections? That is, a certain number of acquaintances whom, from accident or choice, you frequent more than others? Have you either fine or well-bred women there? Y a-t-il quelque bon ton? All fat and fair, I presume; too proud and too cold to make advances, but at the same time too well bred and too warm to reject them, when made by un honnête homme avec des manières. Mr. is to be married, in about a month, to Miss. I am very glad of it; for, as he will never be a man of the world, but will always lead a domestic and retired life, she seems to have been made on purpose for him. Her natural turn is as grave and domestic as his, and she seems to have been kept by her aunts 'a la grace', instead of being raised in a hot bed, as most young ladies are of late. If, 3 weeks hence, you write him a short compliment of congratulation upon the occasion, he, his mother, and tutti quanti, would be extremely pleased with it. Those attentions are always kindly taken, and cost one nothing but pen, ink, and paper. I consider them as drafts upon good breeding, where the exchange is always greatly in favor of the drawer. A propos of exchange, I hope you have, with the help of your secretary, made yourself correctly master of all that sort of knowledge, course of exchange, agi, banco, recht tale, down to Mariengroschen. It is very little trouble to learn it; it is often of great use to know it. Good night, and God bless you. End of Section 174, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 175 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 209. Blackheath, October 10th, 1757. My dear friend, it is not without some difficulty that I snatch this moment of leisure from my extreme idleness, to inform you of the present lamentable and astonishing state of affairs here, which you would know but imperfectly from the public papers, and but partially from your private correspondence. Ursus, then, our invincible armada, which cost at least 500,000, sailed, as you know, some weeks ago; the object kept an inviolable secret; conjectures various, and expectations great. Brest was perhaps to be taken, but Martinico and St. Dominico at least; when lo, the important island of Aix was taken without the least resistance, 700 men made prisoners, and some pieces of cannon carried off. From thence we sailed toward Rochefort, which it seems was our main object, and consequently one should have been supposed that we had pilots on board who knew all the surroundings and landing places thereabouts. But no, for General M. asked the Admiral if he could land him and the troops near Rochefort. The Admiral said, with great ease. To which the General replied, "But can you take us on board again?" To which the Admiral answered, that, like all naval operations, will depend upon the wind. "If so," said the General, "I'll e'en go home again." A council of war was immediately called, where it was unanimously resolved that it was advisable to return. Accordingly they are returned. As the expectations of the whole nation had been raised to the highest pitch, the universal disappointment and indignation have arisen in proportion, and I question whether the ferment of men's minds was ever greater. Suspicions, you may be sure, are various and endless; but the most prevailing one is, that the tail of the Hanover neutrality, like that of a comet, extended itself to Rochefort. What encourages this situation is, that a French man of war went unmolested through our whole fleet, as it lay near Rochefort. Haddock's whole story is revived, Michel's representations are combined with other circumstances, and the whole together makes up a mass of discontent, resentment, and even fury, greater than perhaps was ever known in this country before. These are the facts; draw your own conclusions from them. For my part, I am lost in astonishment and conjectures, and do not know where to fix. My experience has shown me, that many things which seem extremely probable are not true, and many which seem highly improbable are true; so that I will conclude this article, as Josephus does almost every article of his history, with saying, but of this every man will believe as he thinks proper. What a disgraceful year will this be in the annals of the country! May its good genius, if ever it appears again, tear out those sheets, thus stained and blotted by our own ignominy. Our domestic affairs are, as far as I know anything of them, in the same situation as when I wrote to you last; but they will begin to be in motion upon the approach of the session, and upon the return of the Duke, whose arrival is most impatiently expected by the mob of London, though not to strew flowers in his way. I leave this place next Saturday, and London the Saturday following, to be the next day at Bath. Adieu. Letter 210. London, October 17th, 1757. My dear friend, your last of the 30th past was a very good letter, and I will believe half of what you assure me, that you are returned to the Landgrave's civilities. I cannot possibly go further than half, knowing that you are not lavish of your words, especially in that species of eloquence called the adulatory. Do not use too much discretion in profiting of the Landgrave's naturalization of you, but go pretty often and feed with him. Choose the company of your superiors whenever you can have it; that is the right and true pride. The mistaken and silly pride is, to primer among inferiors. Hear, O Israel, and wonder! On Sunday morning last the Duke gave up his commission of Captain General in his regiment of Guards. You will ask me, why? I cannot tell you, but I will tell you the causes assigned, which perhaps are none of them the true ones. It is said that the King reproached him with having exceeded his powers in making the Hanover Convention, which his Royal Highness absolutely denied, and threw up thereupon. This is certain, that he appeared at the drawing room at Kensington last Sunday, after having quitted, and went straight to Windsor, where, his people say, that he intends to reside quietly, and amuse himself as a private man. But I conjecture that matters will soon be made up again, and that he will resume his employments. You will easily imagine the speculations this event has occasioned in the public. I shall neither trouble you nor myself with relating them, nor would this sheet of paper, or even acquire more, contain them. Some are fine enough to suspect that it is a concerted quarrel, to justify somebody to somebody, with regard to the Convention, but I do not believe it. His Royal Highness's people load the Hanover ministers, and more particularly our friend Munchausen here, with the whole blame, but with what degree of truth I know not. This only is certain, that the whole negotiation of that affair was broached and carried on by the Hanover ministers and Monsieur Stemberg at Vienna, absolutely unknown to the English ministers till it was executed. This affair combined, for people will combine it, with the astonishing return of our great armament, not only re infecta, but even intentata, makes such a jumble of reflections, conjectures, and refinements, that one is weary of hearing them. Our Tacituses and Machiavels go deep, suspect the worst, and perhaps, as they often do, overshoot the mark. For my own part, I fairly confess that I am bewildered, and have not certain postulata enough, not only to found any opinion, but even to form conjectures upon; and this is the language which I think you should hold to all who speak to you, as to be sure all will, upon that subject. Plead, as you truly may, your own ignorance, and say that it is impossible to judge of those nice points, at such a distance, and without knowing all circumstances, which you cannot be supposed to do. And as to the Duke's resignation, you should, in my opinion, say, that perhaps there might be a little too much vivacity in the case, but that, upon the whole, you make no doubt of the things being soon set to right again; as, in truth, I dare say it will. Upon these delicate occasions, you must practice the ministerial shrugs and persiflage; for silent gesticulations, which you would be most inclined to, would not be sufficient; something must be said, but that something, when analyzed, must amount to nothing. As, for instance, 'Il est vrai qu'on s'y perd, mais que voulez-vous que je vous dise? Il y a bien du pour et du contre, et petit résident ne voit guère le fond du sac. Il faut attendre.' Those sort of expletives are of infinite use, and 9 people in 10 think they mean something. But to the Landgrave of Hesse I think you would do well to say, in seeming confidence, that you have good reason to believe that the principal objection of his Majesty to the Convention was that his Highness's interests, and the affair of his troops, were not sufficiently considered in it. To the Prussian Minister assert boldly that you know de science certaine, that the principal object of his Majesty's and his British Majesty's intention is not only to perform all their present engagements with his master, but to take new and stronger ones for his support; for this is true, at least at present. You did very well in inviting Comte Bothmer to dine with you. You see how minutely I am informed of your proceedings, though not from yourself. Adieu. I go to Bath next Saturday, but direct your letters as usual to London. End of section 175. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 176 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 211. Bath, October 26, 1757. My dear friend, I arrived here safe, but far from sound, last Sunday. I have consequently drunk these waters but 3 days, and yet I find myself something better for them. The night before I left London, I was for some hours at Newcastle House, where the letters which came that morning lay upon the table, and his Grace singled out yours with great approbation, and at the same time assured me of his Majesty's approbation too. To these 2 approbations I truly add my own, which, sans vanité, may perhaps be near as good as the other 2. In that letter you venture 'vos petits raisonnements' very properly, and then as properly make an excuse for doing so. Go on with some diligence, and you will be, what I began to despair of your ever being, somebody. I am persuaded, if you would own the truth, that you feel yourself now much better satisfied with yourself than you were while you did nothing. Application to business, attended with approbation and success, flatters and animates the mind, which in idleness and inaction stagnates and putrefies. I could wish that every rational man would, every night when he goes to bed, ask himself this question: What have I done today? Have I done anything that can be of use to myself or others? Have I employed my time, or have I squandered it? Have I lived out the day, or have I dozed it away in sloth and laziness? A thinking being must be pleased or confounded, according as he can answer himself these questions. I observe that you are in the secret of what is intended, and what Munchausen is gone to Stade to prepare, a bold and dangerous experiment in my mind, and which may probably end in a second volume to the history of the Palatinate, in the last century. His Serene Highness of Brunswick has, in my mind, played a prudent and saving game, and I am apt to believe that the other Serene Highness at Hamburg is more likely to follow his example than to embark in the great scheme. I see no signs of the Duke's resuming his employments, but on the contrary I am assured that his Majesty is coolly determined to do as well as he can without him. The Duke of Devonshire and Fox have worked hard to make up matters in the closet, but to no purpose. People's self-love is very apt to make them think themselves more necessary than they are, and I shrewdly suspect that his Royal Highness has been the dupe of that sentiment, and was taken at his word when he least suspected it, like my predecessor, Lord Harrington, who, when he went into the closet to resign the seals, had not them about him, so sure he thought himself of being pressed to keep them. The whole talk of London, of this place, and of every place in the whole kingdom, is of our great, expensive, and yet fruitless expedition. I have seen an officer who was there, a very sensible and observing man, who told me that, had we attempted Rochefort, the day after we took the island of Aix, our success had been infallible; but that after we had sauntered, God knows why, 8 or 10 days in the island, he thinks the attempt would have been impracticable, because the French had in that time got together all the troops in that neighborhood, to a very considerable number. In short, there must have been some secret in that whole affair that has not yet transpired, and I cannot help suspecting that it came from Stade. We had not been successful there, and perhaps we were not desirous that an expedition, in which we had neither been concerned nor consulted, should prove so. M was our creature, and a word to the wise will sometimes go a great way. M. T. is to have a public trial, from which the public expects great discoveries, not I. Do you visit Soltikow, the Russian minister, whose house, I am told, is the great scene of pleasures at Hamburg? His mistress, I take for granted, is by this time dead, and he wears some other body's shackles. Her death comes with regard to the King of Prussia, comme le moutarde après dîner. I am curious to see what tyrant will succeed her, not by divine but by military right; for barbarous as they are now, and still more barbarous as they have been formerly, they have had very little regard to the more barbarous notion of divine, indefeasible, hereditary right. The Praetorian bands, that is, the guards, I presume, have been engaged in the interests of the imperial prince; but still I think that little John of Archangel will be heard upon this occasion, unless prevented by a quieting draught of hemlock or nightshade; for I suppose they are not arrived to the politer and genteeler poisons of aqua tufana, sugar plums, etc. Editor's note: Aqua tufana, a Neapolitan slow poison, resembling clear water, and invented by a woman at Naples, of the name Tufana. End note. Lord Halifax has accepted his old employment, with the honorary addition of the Cabinet Council, and so we heartily wish you a good night. End of section 176, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 177 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 212. Bath, November 4th, 1757. My dear friend, the sons of Britain, like those of Noah, must cover their parents' shame as well as they can, for to retrieve its honor is now too late. One would really think that our ministers and generals were all as drunk as the patriarch was. However, in your situation, you must not be cham, but spread your cloak over our disgrace as far as it will go. M calls aloud for a public trial, and in that, and that only, the public agree with him. There will certainly be one, but of what kind is not yet fixed. Some are for a parliamentary inquiry, others for a martial one. Neither will, in my opinion, discover the true secret, for a secret there most unquestionably is. Why we stayed 6 whole days in the island of Aix, mortal cannot imagine, which time the French employed, as it was obvious they would, in assembling their troops in the neighborhood of Rochefort, and making our attempt then really impracticable. The day after we had taken the island of Aix, your friend, Colonel Wolfe, publicly offered to do the business with 500 men and 3 ships only. In all these complicated political machines there are so many wheels, that it is always difficult, and sometimes impossible, to guess which of them gives direction to the whole. Mr. Pitt is convinced that the principal wheels, or, if you will, the spoke in his wheel, came from Stade. This is certain at least, that M was the man of confidence with that person. Whatever be the truth of the case, there is, to be sure, hitherto an hiatus valde deflendus. The meeting of the Parliament will certainly be very numerous, were it only from curiosity; but the majority on the side of the court will, I dare say, be a great one. The people of the late Captain General, however inclined to oppose, will be obliged to concur. Their commissions, which they have no desire to lose, will make them tractable; for those gentlemen, though all men of honor, are of Sosia's mind, que le vrai amphitryon est celui où l'on dîne. The Tories in the city have engaged to support Pitt; the Whigs, the Duke of Newcastle; the Independent and the Impartial, as you well know, are not worth mentioning. It is said that the Duke intends to bring the affair of his convention into Parliament, for his own justification. I can hardly believe it, as I cannot conceive that transactions so merely electoral can be proper objects of inquiry or deliberation for a British Parliament; and therefore, should such a motion be made, I presume it will be immediately quashed. By the commission lately given to Sir John Ligonier, of General and Commander in Chief of all his Majesty's forces in Great Britain, the door seems to be not only shut but bolted, against his Highness's return; and I have good reason to be convinced that that breach is irreparable. The reports of changes in the Ministry, I am pretty sure, are idle and groundless. The Duke of Newcastle and Mr. Pitt really agree very well; not, I presume, from any sentimental tenderness for each other, but from a sense that it is their mutual interest; and as the late Captain General's party is now out of the question, I do not see what should produce the least change. The visit made lately to Berlin was, I dare say, neither a friendly nor an inoffensive one. The Austrians always leave behind them pretty lasting monuments of their visits, or rather visitations; not so much, I believe, from their thirst of glory, as from their hunger of prey. This winter, I take for granted, must produce a peace of some kind or other; a bad one for us, no doubt, and yet perhaps better than we should get the year after. I suppose the King of Prussia is negotiating with France, and endeavoring by those means to get out of the scrape with the loss of Silesia, and perhaps Halberstadt, by way of indemnification to Saxony; and, considering all circumstances, he would be well off upon those terms. But then, how is Sweden to be satisfied? Will the Russians restore Memel? Will France have been at all this expense gratis? Must there be no acquisition for them in Flanders? I dare say they have stipulated something of that sort for themselves, by the additional and secret treaty which I know they made last May with the Queen of Hungary. Must we give up whatever the French please to desire in America, besides the cession of Minorca in perpetuity? I fear we must, or else raise 12 millions more next year, to as little purpose as we did this, and have consequently a worse peace afterward. I turn my eyes away, as much as I can, from this miserable prospect; but as a citizen and member of society, it recurs to my imagination, notwithstanding all my endeavors to banish it from my thoughts. I can do myself nor my country no good, but I feel the wretched situation of both; the state of the latter makes me better bear that of the former; and when I am called away from my station here, I shall think it rather, as Cicero says of Crassus, mors donata quam vita erupta. I have often desired, but in vain, the favor of being admitted into your private apartment at Hamburg, and of being informed of your private life there. Your mornings, I hope and believe, are employed in business; but give me an account of the remainder of the day, which I suppose is, and ought to be, appropriated to amusements and pleasures. In what houses are you domestic? Who are so in yours? In short, let me in, and do not be denied me. Here I am, as usual, seeing few people and hearing fewer, drinking the waters regularly to a minute, and I am something the better for them. I read a great deal, and very occasionally my dead company. I converse with grave folios in the morning, while my head is clearest and my attention strongest. I take up less severe quartos after dinner, and at night I choose the mixed company and amusing chit-chat of octavos and duodecimos. Je tire parti de tout ce que je puis. That is my philosophy, and I mitigate, as much as I can, my physical ills by diverting my attention to other objects. Here is a report that Admiral Holborn's fleet is destroyed, in a manner, by a storm. I hope it is not true, in the full extent of the report, but I believe it has suffered. This would fill up the measure of our misfortunes. Adieu. End of Section 177. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 178 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 213. Bath, November 20th, 1757. My dear Friend, I write to you now, because I love to write to you, and hope that my letters are welcome to you, for otherwise I have very little to inform you of. The King of Prussia's late victory you are better informed of than we are here. It has given infinite joy to the unthinking public, who are not aware that it comes too late in the year, and too late in the war, to be attended with any very great consequences. There are 6,000 or 7,000 of the human species less than there were a month ago, and that seems to me to be all. However, I am glad of it, upon account of the pleasure and the glory which it gives to the King of Prussia, to whom I wish well as a man, more than as a king. And surely he is so great a man, that had he lived 1700 or 1800 years ago, and his life been transmitted to us in a language that we could not very well understand, I mean either Greek or Latin, we should have talked of him now as we do of your Alexanders, your Caesars, and others, with whom, I believe, we have but a very slight acquaintance. Au reste, I do not see that his affairs are much mended by this victory. The same combination of the great powers of Europe against him still subsists, and must at last prevail. I believe the French army will melt away, as is usual, in Germany, but this army is extremely diminished by battles, fatigues, and desertion, and he will find great difficulties in recruiting it from his own already exhausted dominions. He must, therefore, and to be sure will, negotiate privately with the French, and get better terms that way than he could any other. The report of the 3 general officers, the Duke of Marlborough, Lord George Sackville, and General Waldegrave, was laid before the King last Saturday, after their having sat 4 days upon M.'s affair. Nobody yet knows what it is, but it is generally believed that M. will be brought to a court-martial. That you may not mistake this matter, as most people do here, I must explain to you that this examination before the 3 above-mentioned general officers was by no means a trial, but only a previous inquiry into his conduct, to see whether there was, or was not, cause to bring him to a regular trial before a court-martial. The case is exactly parallel to that of a grand jury, who, upon a previous and general examination, find or do not find a bill to bring the matter before the petty jury, where the fact is finally tried. For my own part, my opinion is fixed upon that affair. I am convinced that the expedition was to be defeated, and nothing that can appear before a court-martial can make me alter that opinion. I have been too long acquainted with human nature to have great regard for human testimony, and a very great degree of probability, supported by various concurrent circumstances, conspiring in one point, will have much greater weight with me than human testimony upon oath, or even upon honor, both which I have frequently seen considerably warped by private views. The Parliament, which now stands prolonged to the 1st of next month, it is thought will be put off for some time longer, till we know in what light to lay before it the state of our alliance with Prussia, since the conclusion of the Hanover neutrality, which, if it did not quite break it, made at least a great flaw in it. The birthday was neither fine nor crowded, and no wonder, since the King was that day 75. The old court and the young one are much better together since the Duke's retirement, and the King has presented the Prince of Wales with a service of plate. I am still unwell, though I drink these waters very regularly. I will stay here at least 6 weeks longer, where I am much quieter than I should be allowed to be in town. When things are in such a miserable situation as they are at present, I desire neither to be concerned nor consulted, still less quoted. Adieu. End of section 178. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 179 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 214, Bath, November 26, 1757. My dear friend, I received by the last mail your short account of the King of Prussia's victory, which victory, contrary to custom, turns out more complete than it was at first reported to be. This appears by an intercepted letter from M. de Saint Germain to M. d'Affry, at the Hague, in which he tells him, cette arme est entièrement fondue, and lays the blame very strongly upon M. de Soubise. But be it greater or be it less, I am glad of it, because the King of Prussia, whom I honor and almost adore, I am sure is. Though, d'ailleurs, between you and me, où ce que cela mène? to nothing, while that formidable union of three great powers of Europe subsists against him. Could that be in any way broken, something might be done, without which nothing can. I take it for granted that the King of Prussia will do all he can to detach France. Why should not we, on our part, try to detach Russia? At least, in our present distress, omnia te tanda, and sometimes a lucky and unexpected hit turns up. This thought came into my head this morning, and I give it to you, not as a very probable scheme, but as a possible one, and consequently worth trying. The year of the Russian subsidies, nominally paid by the Court of Vienna, but really by France, is near expired. The former probably cannot, and perhaps the latter will not, renew them. The Court of St. Petersburg is beggarly, profuse, greedy, and by no means scrupulous. Why should we not step in there and outbid them? If we could, we buy a great army at once, which would give an entire new turn to the affairs of that part of the world at least. And if we bid handsomely, I do not believe the bonne foi of that court would stand in the way. Both our court and our parliament would, I am very sure, give a very great sum, and very cheerfully for this purpose. In the next place, why should not you wriggle yourself, if possible, into so great a scheme? You are, no doubt, much acquainted with the Russian resident, Soltikow. Why should you not sound him, as entirely from yourself, upon this subject? You may ask him, What, does your court intend to go on next year in the pay of France, to destroy the liberties of all Europe, and throw universal monarchy into the hands of that already great and always ambitious power? I know you think, or at least call yourselves, the allies of the Empress Queen; but is it not plain that she will be, in the first place, and you in the next, the dupes of France? At this very time you are doing the work of France and Sweden, and that for some miserable subsidies, much inferior to those which I am sure you might have, in a better cause, and more consistent with the true interest of Russia. Though not empowered, I know the manner of thinking of my own court so well upon this subject, that I will venture to promise you much better terms than those you have now, without the least apprehensions of being disavowed. Should he listen to this, and what more may occur to you to say upon this subject, and ask you, En écrirai-je de ma cour? Answer him, Écrivez, écrivez, Monsieur Rademont, je prendrai tout cela sur moi. Should this happen, as perhaps and as I heartily wish it may, then write an exact relation of it to your own court. Tell them that you thought the measure of such great importance, that you could not help taking this little step toward bringing it about, but that you mentioned it is only from yourself, and that you have not in the least committed them by it. If Soltikow lends himself in any degree to this, insinuate that, in the present situation of affairs, and particularly of the King's electoral dominions, you are very sure that his Majesty would have une reconnaissance sans bon for all those by whose means so desirable a revival of an old and long friendship should be brought about. You will perhaps tell me that, without doubt, Mr. Keith's instructions are to the same effect; but I will answer you, that if you can, if you please, do it better than Mr. Keith; and in the next place, that, be all that as it will, it must be very advantageous to you at home, to show that you have at least a contriving head, and an alertness in business. I had a letter by the last post, from the Duke of Newcastle, in which he congratulates me, in his own name and in Lord Hardwicke's, upon the approbation which your dispatches give, not only to them two, but to others. This success so early should encourage your diligence and rouse your ambition if you have any. You may go a great way if you desire it, having so much time before you. I send you here enclosed the copy of the report of the three officers, appointed to examine previously into the conduct of General M. It is ill written and ill spelled, but no matter. You will decipher it. You will observe, by the tenor of it, that it points strongly to a court-martial, which no doubt will soon be held upon him. I presume there will be no shooting in the final sentence, but I do suppose there will be breaking, etc. I have had some severe returns of my old complaints last week, and am still unwell. I cannot help it. A friend of yours arrived here 3 days ago. She seems to me to be a serviceable, strong-bodied bay mare, with black mane and tail. You easily guess who I mean. She is come with mamma, and without caro sposo. Adieu. My head will not let me go on longer. End of section 179, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 180 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 215. Bath, December 31st, 1757. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 18th, with the enclosed papers. I cannot help observing that, till then, you never acknowledged the receipt of any one of my letters. I can easily conceive that party spirit, among your brother ministers at Hamburg, runs as high as you represent it, because I can easily believe the errors of the human mind; but at the same time I must observe, that such a spirit is the spirit of little minds and subaltern ministers, who think to atone by zeal for their want of merit and importance. The political differences of the several courts should never influence the personal behavior of their several ministers toward one another. There is a certain procès noble et galant, which should always be observed among the ministers of powers even at war with each other, which will always turn out to the advantage of the ablest, who will in those conversations find, or make, opportunities of throwing out, or of receiving useful hints. When I was last at the Hague, we were at war with both France and Spain, so that I could neither visit, nor be visited by, the ministers of those two crowns; but we met every day, or dined at third places, where we embraced as personal friends, and trifled at the same time upon our being political enemies; and by this sort of badinage I discovered some things which I wanted to know. There is not a more prudent maxim than to live with one's enemies as if they may one day become one's friends, as it commonly happens sooner or later in the vicissitudes of political affairs. To your question, which is a rational and prudent one, whether I was authorized to give you the hints concerning Russia by any people in power here, I will tell you that I was not; but as I had pressed them to try what might be done with Russia, and got Mr. Keith to be dispatched there some months sooner than otherwise, I dare say he would, with the proper instructions for that purpose. I wished that, by the hints I gave you, you might have got the start of him, and the merit, at least, of having entamed that matter with Soltikow. What you have to do with him now, when you meet with him at any third place, or at his own house, where you are at liberty to go, while Russia has a minister in London, and we a minister at Petersburg, is, in my opinion, to say to him, in an easy and cheerful manner, "Eh bien, monsieur, je me flatte que nous serons bientôt amis publics, aussi bien qu'amis personnels." To which he will probably ask why or how. You will reply, because you know that Mr. Keith is gone to his court with instructions, which you think must necessarily be agreeable there; and throw out to him that nothing but a change of their present system can save Livonia to Russia, for he cannot suppose that, while the Swedes shall have recovered Pomerania, they will long leave Russia in quiet possession of Livonia. If he is so much a Frenchman as you say, he will make you some weak answers to this; but as you will have the better of the argument on your side, you may remind him of the old and almost uninterrupted connection between France and Sweden, the inveterate enemy of Russia. Many other arguments will naturally occur to you in such a conversation, if you have it. In this case there is a piece of ministerial art, which is sometimes of use, and that is, to sow jealousies among one's enemies, by a seeming preference shown to some one of them. Monsieur Hecht's reveries are reveries indeed. How should his master have made the golden arrangements which he talks of, and which are to be forged into shackles for General Fermor? The Prussian finances are not in a condition now to make such expensive arrangements. But I think you may tell Monsieur Hecht, in confidence, that you hope the instructions with which you know Mr. Keith is gone to Petersburg may have some effect upon the measures of that court. I would advise you to live with that same Monsieur Hecht in all the confidence, familiarity, and connection which prudence will allow. I mean it with regard to the King of Prussia himself, by whom I could wish you to be known and esteemed as much as possible. It may be of use to you some day or other. If man, courage, conduct, constancy, can get the better of all the difficulties which the King of Prussia has to struggle with, he will rise superior to them. But still, while his alliance subsists against him, I dread les gros escadrons. His last victory, of the 5th, was certainly the completest that has been heard of these many years. I heartily wish the Prince of Brunswick just such a one over Monsieur de Richelieu's army, and that he may take my old acquaintance the Marechal, and send him over here to polish and perfume us. I heartily wish you, in the plain homespun style, a great number of happy New Years, well employed in forming both your mind and your manners, to be useful and agreeable to yourself, your country, and your friends. That these wishes are sincere, your secretary's brother will, by the time of your receiving this, have remitted you a proof from yours. End of section 180. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 181 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 216. London, February 8th, 1758. My dear friend, I received by the same post your 2 letters of the 13th and 17th past, and yesterday that of the 27th, with the Russian manifesto enclosed, in which Her Imperial Majesty of all the Russias has been pleased to give every reason, except the true one, for the march of her troops against the King of Prussia. The true one, I take it to be, that she has just received a very great sum of money from France, or the Empress Queen, or both, for that purpose. Point d'argent, point de Russe, is now become a maxim. Whatever may be the motive of their march, the effects must be bad. And according to my speculations, those troops will replace the French in Hanover and Lower Saxony, and the French will go and join the Austrian army. You asked me if I still despond. Not so much as I did after the battle of Kolin. The battles of Rossbach and Lissa were drams to me, and gave me some momentary spurts, but though I do not absolutely despair, I own I greatly distrust. I readily allow the King of Prussia to be nec pluribus impar, but still, when the plures amount to a certain degree of plurality, courage and abilities must yield at last. Michel here assures me that he does not mind the Russians, but as I have it from the gentleman's own mouth, I do not believe him. We shall very soon send a squadron to the Baltic to entertain the Swedes, which I believe will put an end to their operations in Pomerania, so that I have no great apprehensions from that quarter. But Russia, I confess, sticks in my stomach. Everything goes smoothly in Parliament. The King of Prussia has united all our parties in his support, and the Tories have declared that they will give Mr. Pitt unlimited credit for this session. There has not been one single division yet upon public points, and I believe will not. Our American expedition is preparing to go soon. The disposition of that affair seems to me a little extraordinary. Abercrombie is to be the sedentary, and not the acting commander. Amherst, Lord Howe, and Wolfe are to be the acting, and I hope the active officers. I wish they may agree. Amherst, who is the oldest officer, is under the influence of the same great person who influenced Mordaunt, so much to honor and advantage of this country. This is most certain, that we have force enough in America to eat up the French alive in Canada, Quebec, and Louisbourg, if we have but skill and spirit enough to exert it properly. But of that I am modest enough to doubt. When you come to the egotism, which I have long desired you to come to with me, you need make no excuses for it. The egotism is as proper and as satisfactory to one's friends as it is impertinent and misplaced with strangers. I desire to see you in your everyday clothes, by your fireside, in your pleasures, in short, in your private life, but I have not yet been able to obtain this. Whenever you condescend to do it, as you promise, stick to truth, for I am not so uninformed of Hamburg as perhaps you may think. As for myself, I am very unwell, and very weary of being so, and with little hopes at my age of ever being otherwise. I often wish for the end of the wretched remnant of my life, and that wish is a rational one, but then the innate principle of self-preservation, wisely implanted in our natures for obvious purposes, oppresses that wish, and makes us endeavor to spin out our thread as long as we can, however decayed and rotten it may be, and, in defiance of common sense, we seek on for that chymic gold, which beggars us when old. Whatever your amusements or pleasures may be at Hamburg, I dare say you taste them more sensibly than ever you did in your life, now that you have business enough to whet your appetite to them. Business, one half of the day, is the best preparation for the pleasures of the other half. I hope and believe that it will be with you as it was with an apothecary whom I knew at Twickenham. A considerable estate fell to him by an unexpected accident, upon which he thought it decent to leave off his business. Accordingly, he generously gave up his shop and his stock to his headman, set up his coach, and resolved to live like a gentleman. But in less than a month, the man, used to business, found that living like a gentleman was dying of ennui, upon which he bought his shop and stock, resumed his trade, and lived very happily, after he had something to do. Adieu. End of section 181, read by Professor Heather & By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 182 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 217. London, February 24th, 1758. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 2nd instant, with the enclosed, which I return to you, that there may be no chasm in your papers. I had heard before of Burrish's death, and had taken some steps thereupon, but I very soon dropped that affair, for 99 good reasons, the first of which was, that nobody is to go in his room, and that, had he lived, he was to have been recalled from Munich. But another reason, more flattering for you, was that you could not be spared from Hamburg. Upon the whole, I am not sorry for it, as the place where you are now is the great entrepot of business, and when it ceases to be so, you will necessarily go to some of the courts in the neighborhood, Berlin, I hope and believe, which will be a much more desirable situation than to rush at Munich, where we can never have any business beyond a subsidy. Do but go on, and exert yourself where you are, and better things will soon follow. Surely the inaction of our army at Hanover continues too long. We expected wonders from it some time ago, and yet nothing is attempted. The French will soon receive reinforcements, and then be too strong for us, whereas they are now most certainly greatly weakened by desertion, sickness, and deaths. Does the King of Prussia send a body of men to our army or not? Or has the march of the Russians cut him out work for all his troops? I am afraid it has. If one body of Russians joins the Austrian army in Moravia, and another body the Swedes in Pomerania, he will have his hands very full, too full, I fear. The French say they will have an army of 180,000 men in Germany this year. The Empress Queen will have 150,000. If the Russians have but 40,000, what can resist such a force? The King of Prussia may say indeed, with more justice than ever any one person could before him, Moi media superest. You promised some egotism, but I have received none yet. Do you frequent the Landgrave? Hantex vous les grands de la terre? What are the connections of the evening? All this, and a great deal more of this kind, let me know in your next. The House of Commons is still very unanimous. There was a little popular squib let off this week, in a motion of Sir John Glynne's, seconded by Sir John Phillips, for annual parliaments. It was a very cold scent, and put an end to by a division of 190 to 70. Good night. Work hard, that you may divert yourself well. Letter 218. London, March 4th, 1758. My dear friend, I should have been much more surprised at the contents of your letter of the 17th past, if I had not happened to have seen Sir C. W. about 3 or 4 hours before I received it. I thought he talked in an extraordinary manner. He engaged that the King of Prussia should be master of Vienna in the month of May, and he told me that you were very much in love with his daughter. Your letter explained all this to me, and next day, Lord and Lady E. gave me innumerable instances of his frenzy, with which I shall not trouble you. What it inflamed the more, if it did not entirely occasion it, was a great quantity of cantharides, which, it seems, he had taken at Hamburg, to recommend himself, I suppose, to Mademoiselle Jean. He was let blood 4 or 5 times on board the ship, and has been let blood 4 or 5 times since his arrival here, but still the inflammation continues very high. He is now under the care of his brothers, who do not let him go abroad. They have written to this same Mademoiselle Jean, to prevent, if they can, her coming to England, and told her the case, which when she hears she must be as mad as he is, if she takes the journey. By the way, she must be une dame aventureuse to receive a note for 10,000 roubles from a man whom she had known but 3 days, to take a contract of marriage, knowing he was married already, and to engage herself to follow him to England. I suppose this is not the first adventure of the sort which she has had. After the news we received yesterday, that the French had evacuated Hanover, all but Hamel, we daily expect much better. We pursue them, we cut them off en detail, and at last we destroy their whole army. I wish it may happen, and moreover, I think it not impossible. My head is much out of order, and only allows me to wish you good night. End of section 182, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 183 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 219. London, March 22nd, 1758. My dear friend, I have now your letter of the 8th lying before me, with the favorable account of our progress in Lower Saxony, and reasonable prospect of more decisive success. I confess I did not expect this, when my friend Munchausen took his leave of me to go to Stade, and break the neutrality. I thought it at least a dangerous, but rather a desperate undertaking, whereas hitherto it has proved a very fortunate one. I look upon the French army as fondu, and, what with desertions, deaths, and epidemical distempers, I dare say not a third of it will ever return to France. The great object is now, what the Russians can or will do, and whether the King of Prussia can hinder their junction with the Austrians, by beating either before they join. I will trust him for doing all that can be done. Sir C. W. is still in confinement, and, I fear, will always be so, for he seems comme ration insanière. The physicians have collected all he has said and done that indicated an alienation of mind, and have laid it before him in writing. He has answered it in writing too, and justifies himself in the most plausible arguments that can possibly be urged. He tells his brother, and the few who are allowed to see him, that they are such narrow and contracted minds themselves, that they take those for mad who have a great and generous way of thinking; as, for instance, when he determined to send his daughter over to you in a fortnight, to be married, without any previous agreements or settlements, as it was because he had long known you, and loved you as a man of sense and honor, and therefore would not treat with you as with an attorney. That as for Mademoiselle Jean, he knew her merit and her circumstances, and asks whether it is a sign of madness to have a due regard for the one, and a just compassion for the other. I will not tire you with enumerating any more instances of the poor man's frenzy, but conclude this subject with pitying him, and poor human nature, which holds its reason by so precarious a tenure. The lady, who you tell me is set out, en sera pour la scène et les frais de voyage, for her note is worth no more than her contract. By the way, she must be a kind of aventureuse, to engage so easily in such an adventure with a man whom she had not known above a week, and whose debut of 10,000 roubles showed him not to be in his right senses. You will probably have seen General York by this time in his way to Berlin or Breslau, or wherever the King of Prussia may be. As he keeps his commission to the States General, I presume he is not long to stay with his Prussian Majesty; but, however, while he is there, take care to write to him very constantly, and to give all the information you can. His father, Lord Hardwicke, is your great puff. He commends your office letters exceedingly. I would have the Berlin commission your object, in good time; never lose view of it. Do all you can to recommend yourself to the King of Prussia on your side of the water, and to smooth your way for that commission on this. By the turn which things have taken of late, it must always be the most important of all foreign commissions from hence. I have no news to send you, as things here are extremely quiet. So good night. Letter 220. London, April 25th, 1758. Dear Friend, I am now 2 letters in your debt, which I think is the first time that ever I was so, in the long course of our correspondence. But besides that my head has been very much out of order of late, writing is by no means that easy thing that it was to me formerly. I find by experience that the mind and the body are more than married, for they are most intimately united, and when the one suffers, the other sympathizes. Non sum qualis eram. Neither my memory nor my invention are now what they formerly were. It is in a great measure my own fault. I cannot accuse nature, for I abused her, and it is reasonable I should suffer for it. I do not like the return of the impression upon your lungs, but the rigor of the cold may probably have brought it upon you, and your lungs not in fault. Take care to live very cool, and let your diet be rather low. We have had a second winter here, more severe than the first, at least it seems so, from a premature summer that we had, for a fortnight in March, which brought everything forward only to be destroyed. I have experienced it at Blackheath, where the promise of fruit was a most flattering one, and all nipped in the bud by frost and snow in April. I shall not have a single peach or apricot. I have nothing to tell you from hence concerning public affairs, but what you read in the newspapers. This only is extraordinary, that last week, in the House of Commons, above 10 millions were granted, and the whole Hanover army taken into British pay, with but one single negative, which was Mr. Viner's. Mr. Pitt gains ground in the closet, and yet does not lose it in the public. That is new. Monsieur Kniphausen has dined with me. He is one of the prettiest fellows I have seen. He has, with a great deal of life and fire, les manières d'un honnête homme, et le ton de la parfaitement bonne compagnie. You like him yourself. Try to be like him. It is in your power. I hear that Mr. Mitchell is to be recalled, notwithstanding the King of Prussia's instances to keep him. But why is a secret that I cannot penetrate. You will not fail to offer the Landgrave, and the Princess of Hesse, who I find are going home, to be their agent and commissioner at Hamburg. I cannot comprehend the present state of Russia, nor the motions of their armies. They change their generals once a week, and sometimes they march with rapidity, and now they lie quiet behind the Vistula. We have 1,000 stories here of the interior of that government, none of which I believe. Some say that the Great Duke will be set aside. Woronzoff is said to be entirely a Frenchman, and that Monsieur d'Hospital governs both him and the court. Sir C. W. is said, by his indiscretions, to have caused the disgrace of Bestucheff, which seems not impossible. In short, everything of every kind is said, because, I believe, very little is truly known. A propos of Sir C. W., he is out of confinement, and gone to his house in the country for the whole summer. They say he is now very cool and well. I have seen his Circe, at her window in Pall Mall. She is painted, powdered, curled, and patched, and looks l'aventure. She has been offered, by Sir C. W.'s friends, £500 in full of all demands, but will not accept of it. La Comtesse vous plaider, and I fancy, fait autre chose si elle peut. Jubio te bene valere. End of section 183, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 184 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 221. Blackheath, May 18th, Old Style, 1758. My dear friend, I have your letter of the 9th now before me, and condole with you upon the present solitude and inaction of Hamburg. You are now shrunk from the dignity and importance of a consummate minister, to be but, as it were, a common man. But this has, at one time or another, been the case of most great men, who have not always had equal opportunities of exerting their talents. The greatest must submit to the capriciousness of fortune, though they can, better than others, improve the favorable moments. For instance, who could have thought, 2 years ago, that you would have been the Atlas of the Northern Pole? But the good genius of the North ordered it so, and now that you have set that part of the globe right, you return to otium cum dignitate. But to be serious, now that you cannot have much office business to do, I could tell you what to do that would employ you, I should think, both usefully and agreeably. I mean that you should write short memoirs of that busy scene, in which you have been enough concerned, since your arrival at Hamburg, to be able to put together authentic facts and anecdotes. I do not know whether you will give yourself the trouble to do it or not, but I know that if you will, olim hec memininis jevabet. I would have them short, but correct as to facts and dates. I have told Alt, in the strongest manner, your lamentations for the loss of the house of Cassel, et il en fera rapport à son serenissime maître. When you are quite idle, as probably you may be some time this summer, why should you not ask leave to make a tour to Cassel for a week? Which would certainly be granted you from hence, which would be looked upon as a bon procede at Cassel. The King of Prussia is probably by this time at the gates of Vienna, making the Queen of Hungary really do what Monsieur de Belle Isle only threatened, sign a peace upon the ramparts of her capital. If she is obstinate, and will not, she must fly either to Pressburg or Innsbruck, and Vienna must fall. But I think he will offer her reasonable conditions enough for herself, and I suppose that, in that case, Kaunitz will be reasonable enough to advise her to accept of them. What turn would the war take then? Would the French and Russians carry it on without her? The King of Prussia and the Prince of Brunswick would soon sweep them out of Germany. By this time, too, I believe, the French are entertained in America with the loss of Cape Breton, and, in consequence of that, Quebec, for we have a force there equal to both those undertakings, and officers there now that will execute what Lord L. never would so much as attempt. His appointments were too considerable to let him do anything that might possibly put an end to the war. Lord Howe, upon seeing plainly that he was resolved to do nothing, had asked leave to return, as well as Lord Charles Hay. We have a great expedition preparing, and which will soon be ready to sail from the Isle of Wight. 15,000 good troops, 80 battering cannons, besides mortars, and every other thing in abundance, fit for either battle or siege. Lord Anson desired, and is appointed, to command the fleet employed upon this expedition, a proof that it is not a trifling one. Conjectures concerning its destination are infinite, and the most ignorant are, as usual, the boldest conjecturers. If I form any conjectures, I keep them to myself, not to be disproved by the event, but in truth I form none. I might have known, but would not. Everything seems to tend to peace next winter. Our success in America, which is hardly doubtful, and the King of Prussia's in Germany, which is as little so, will make France, already sick of the expense of the war, very tractable for a peace. I heartily wish it, for though people's heads are half turned with the King of Prussia's success, and will be quite turned if we have any in America or at sea, a moderate peace will suit us better than this immoderate war of 12 millions a year. Domestic affairs go just as they did. The Duke of Newcastle and Mr. Pitt jog on like man and wife, that is, seldom agreeing, often quarreling, but by mutual interest upon the whole not parting. The latter, I am told, gains ground in the closet, though he still keeps his strength in the House, and his popularity in the public, or perhaps because of that. Do you hold your resolution of visiting your dominions of Bremen and Lubeck this summer? If you do, pray take the trouble of informing yourself correctly of the several constitutions and customs of those places, and of the present state of the federal union of the Hanseatic towns. It will do you no harm, nor cost you much trouble, and it is so much clear gain on the side of useful knowledge. I am now settled at Blackheath for the summer, where unseasonable frost and snow, and hot and parching east winds, have destroyed all my fruit, and almost my fruit trees. I vegetate myself little better than they do. I crawl about on foot and on horseback, read a great deal, and write a little, and am very much yours. End of section 184, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 185 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 222. Blackheath, May 30th, 1758. My dear friend, I have no letter from you to answer, so this goes to you unprovoked. But apropos of letters, you have had a great honor done you in a letter from a fair and royal hand, no less than that of Her Royal Highness the Princess of Cassel. She has written your panegyric to her sister, Princess Amelia, who sent me a compliment upon it. This has likewise done you no harm with the King, who said gracious things upon that occasion. I suppose you had for her Royal Highness those attentions which I wish to God you would have in due proportions for everybody. You see by this instance the effects of them; they are always repaid with interest. I am more confirmed by this in thinking, that, if you can conveniently, you should ask leave to go for a week to Cassel, to return your thanks for all favors received. I cannot expound to myself the conduct of the Russians. There must be a trick in their not marching with more expedition. They have either had a sop from the King of Prussia, or they won an animating dram from France and Austria. The King of Prussia's conduct always explains itself by the events, and within a very few days we must certainly hear of some very great stroke from that quarter. I think I never in my life remember a period of time so big with great events as the present. Within the same space of time we shall certainly hear of the taking of Cape Breton, and of our armies proceeding to Quebec. Within a few days we shall know the good or ill success of our great expedition, for it is sailed, and it cannot be long before we shall hear something of the Prince of Brunswick's operations, from whom I also expect good things. If all these things turn out, as there is good reason to believe they will, we may once in our turn dictate a reasonable peace to France, who now pays 70 per cent insurance upon its trade, and 7 per cent for all the money raised for the service of the year. Comte Bothmar has got the smallpox, and of a bad kind. Kniphausen diverts himself much here; he sees all places and all people, and is ubiquity itself. Mitchell, who was much threatened, stays at last at Berlin, at the earnest request of the King of Prussia. Lady is safely delivered of a son, to the great joy of that noble family. The expression of a woman's having brought her husband a son seems to be a proper and cautious one, for it is never said from whence. I was going to ask you how you passed your time at Hamburg, since it is no longer the seat of strangers and of business; but I will not, because I know it is to no purpose. You have sworn not to tell me. Sir William Stanhope told me that you promised to send him some old hock from Hamburg, and so you did not. If you meet with any superlatively good, and naught else, pray send over a foudre of it, and write to him. I shall have a share in it. But unless you find some, either at Hamburg or at Bremen, uncommonly and almost miraculously good, do not send any. Dixie, yours. Letter 223. Blackheath, June 13th, 1758. My dear friend, the secret is out. St. Malo is the devoted place. Our troops began to land at the Bay of Cancale the 5th, without any opposition. We have no further accounts yet, but expect some every moment. By the plan of it, which I have seen, it is by no means a weak place, and I fear there will be many hats to be disposed of, before it is taken. There are in the port above 30 privateers, about 16 of their own, and as many taken from us. Now for Africa, where we have had great success. The French have been driven out of all their forts and settlements upon the Gum coast, and upon the river Senegal. They had been many years in possession of them, and by them annoyed our African trade exceedingly, which, by the way, toute proportion gardée, is the most lucrative trade we have. The present booty is likewise very considerable in gold dust and gum Seneca, which is very valuable, by being a very necessary commodity, for all our stained and printed linens. Now for America. The least sanguine people here expect, the latter end of this month or the beginning of the next, to have the account of the taking of Cape Breton, and of all the forts with hard names in North America. Captain Clive has long settled Asia to our satisfaction, so that 3 parts of the world look very favorable for us. Europe I submit to the care of the King of Prussia and Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, and I think they will give a good account of it. France is out of luck, and out of courage, and will, I hope, be enough out of spirits to submit to a reasonable peace. By reasonable, I mean what all people call reasonable in their own case, an advantageous one for us. I have set all right with Munchausen, who would not own that he was at all offended, and said, as you do, that his daughter did not stay long enough, nor appear enough at Hamburg, for you possibly to know that she was there. But people are always ashamed to own the little weaknesses of self-love, which, however, all people feel more or less. The excuse, I saw, pleased. I will send you your quadrille tables by the first opportunity, consigned to the care of Mr. Matthias here. Felices faustique sint. May you win upon them, when you play with men, and when you play with women, either win or know why you lose. Miss marries Mr. next week, who proffers love, proffers death, says Weller to a dwarf. In my opinion, the conclusion must instantly choke the little lady. Admiral marries lady, there the danger, if danger is, will be on the other side. The lady has wanted a man so long, that she now compounds for half a one. Half a loaf. I have been worse since my last letter, but I am now, I think, recovering. Tant va la cruche à l'eau, and I have been there very often. Good night. I am faithfully and truly yours. End of section 185. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 186 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 224. Blackheath, June 27, 1758. My dear friend, you either have received already, or will very soon receive, a little case from Amsterdam, directed to you at Hamburg. It is for Princess Amelia, the King of Prussia's sister, and contains some books which she desired Sir Charles Hotham to procure her from England, so long ago as when he was at Berlin. He sent for them immediately, but, by I do not know what puzzle, they were recommended to the care of Mr. Selwyn, at Paris, who took such care of them that he kept them near 3 years in his warehouse, and has at last sent them to Amsterdam, from whence they are sent to you. If the books are good for anything, they must be considerably improved, by having seen so much of the world. But, as I believe they are English books, perhaps they may, like English travellers, have seen nobody, but the several bankers to whom they were consigned. Be that as it will, I think you had best deliver them to Monsieur Hecht, the Prussian minister at Hamburg, to forward to her Royal Highness, with a respectful compliment from you, which you will, no doubt, turn in the best manner, and selon le bon ton de la parfaitement bonne compagnie. You have already seen in the papers all the particulars of our St. Malo's expedition, so I say no more of that, only that Mr. Pitt's friends exult in the destruction of 3 French ships of war, and 130 privateers and trading ships, and affirm that it stopped the march of 70,000 men, who were going to join the Comte de Clermont's army. On the other hand, Mr. Fox and Company call it breaking windows with guineas, and apply the fable of the mountain and the mouse. The next object of our fleet was to be the bombarding of Granville, which is the great entrepot of their Newfoundland fishery, and will be a considerable loss to them in that branch of their trade. These, you will perhaps say, are no great matters, and I say so too, but at least they are signs of life, which we had not given them for many years before, and will show the French, by our invading them, that we do not fear their invading us. Were those invasions in fishing boats from Dunkirk so terrible as they were artfully represented to be, the French would have had an opportunity of executing them, while our fleet, and such a considerable part of our army, were employed upon their coast. But my Lord Ligonier does not want an army at home. The Parliament is prorogued by a most gracious speech neither by nor from His Majesty, who was too ill to go to the House. The lords and gentlemen are, consequently most of them gone, to their several counties, to do, to be sure, all the good that is recommended to them in the speech. London, I am told, is now very empty, for I cannot say so from a knowledge. I vegetate wholly here. I walk and read a great deal, ride and scribble a little, according as my lead allows, or my spirits prompt, to write anything tolerable. The mind must be in a natural, proper disposition. Provocatives in that case, as well as in another, will only produce miserable, abortive performances. Now that you have, as I suppose, full leisure enough, I wish you would give yourself the trouble, or rather pleasure, to do what I hinted to you some time ago, that is, to write short memoirs of those affairs which have either gone through your hands, or that have come to your certain knowledge, from the inglorious battle of Hastenbeck to the still more scandalous treaty of neutrality. Connect at least, if it be by ever so short notes, the pieces and letters which you must necessarily have in your hands, and throw in the authentic anecdotes that you have probably heard. You will be glad when you have done it, and the reviving past ideas, in some order and method, will be an infinite comfort to you hereafter. I have 1,000 times regretted not having done so. It is at present too late for me to begin. This is the right time for you, and your life is likely to be a busy one. Would young men avail themselves of the advice and experience of their old friends, they would find the utility in their youth, and the comfort of it in their more advanced age. But they seldom consider that, and you less than anybody I ever knew. May you soon grow wiser. Adieu. Letter 225. Blackheath, June 30th, 1758. My dear friend, this letter follows my last very close, but I received yours of the 15th in the short interval. You did very well not to buy any Rhenish at the exorbitant price you mention, without further directions, for both my brother and I think the money better than the wine, be the wine ever so good. We will content ourselves with our stock in hand of humble Rhenish, of about 3 shillings a bottle. However, pour la rarité du fait, I will lay out 12 ducats for 12 bottles of the wine of 1665, by way of an eventual cordial, if you can obtain a senatus consultum for it. I am in no hurry for it, so send it to me only when you can conveniently. Well packed up, Seton. You will, I dare say, have leave to go to Cassel, and if you do, you will perhaps think it reasonable that I, who was the adviser of the journey, should pay the expense of it. I think so too, and therefore, if you go, I will remit the £100 which you have calculated it at. You will find the house of Cassel the house of gladness, for Hanau is already, or must be soon, delivered of its French guests. The Prince of Brunswick's victory is, by all the skillful, thought a chef d'oeuvre worthy of Turenne, Condé, or the most illustrious human butchers. The French behaved better at Rossbach, especially the Carabiniers Royaux, who could not be entame. I wish the siege of Olmutz well over, and a victory after it, and that, with good news from America, which I think there is no reason to doubt of, must procure us a good peace at the end of the year. The Prince of Prussia's death is no public misfortune. There was a jealousy and alienation between the king and him, which could never have been made up between the possessor of the crown and the next heir to it. He will make something of his nephew, s'il est du bois dont on a fait. He is young enough to forgive, and to be forgiven, the possession and the expectative for at least some years. Adieu. I am unwell, but affectionately yours. End of section 186, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 187 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 226. Blackheath, July 18th, 1758. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter of the 4th, and my last will have informed you that I had received your former, concerning the Rhenish, about which I gave you instructions. If vinum Mossellanum est omne tempore sanum, as the chapter of Treves asserts, what must this vinum Rhenanum be, from its superior strength and age? It must be the universal panacea. Captain Howe is to sail forthwith somewhere or other, with about 8,000 land forces on board him, and what is much more, Edward the White Prince. It is yet a secret where they are going, but I think it is no secret, that what 16,000 men and a great fleet could not do, will not be done by 8,000 men and a much smaller fleet. About 8,500 horse, foot, and dragoons are embarking, as fast as they can, for Emden, to reinforce Prince Ferdinand's army. Late and few to be sure, but still better than never and none. The operations in Moravia go on slowly, and Olmutz seems to be a tough piece of work. I own I begin to be in pain for the King of Prussia, for the Russians now march in earnest, and Marshal Dan's army is certainly superior in number to his. God send him a good delivery. You have a Danish army now in your neighborhood, and they say a very fine one. I presume you will go and see it, and if you do, I would advise you to go when the Danish monarch comes to review it himself, pour prendre langue de ce seigneur. The rulers of the earth are all worth knowing. They suggest moral reflections, and the respect that one naturally has for God's vice-regents here on earth is greatly increased by acquaintance with them. Your card tables are gone, and they enclose some suits of clothes, and some of these clothes enclose a letter. Your friend lady is gone into the country with her lord, to negotiate, coolly and at leisure, their intended separation. My lady insists upon my lord's dismissing the as ruinous to his fortune. My lord insists, in his turn, upon my lady's dismissing Lord. My lady replies that this is unreasonable, since Lord creates no expense to the family, but rather the contrary. My lord confesses that there is some weight in this argument, but then pleads sentiment. My lady says, a fiddlestick for sentiment, after having been married so long. How this matter will end, is the womb of time, nam fuit ante Helenam. You did very well to write a congratulatory letter to Prince Ferdinand. Such attentions are always right, and always repaid in some way or other. I am glad you have connected your negotiations and anecdotes, and I hope not with your usual laconism. Adieu, yours. Letter 227. Blackheath, August 1st, 1758. My dear friend, I think the Court of Cassel is more likely to make you a second visit at Hamburg, than you are to return theirs at Cassel, and therefore, till that matter is clearer, I shall not mention it to Lord Holdernesse. By the King of Prussia's disappointment in Moravia, by the approach of the Russians, and the intended march of Monsieur de Soubise to Hanover, the waters seem to me to be as much troubled as ever. Je vois très noir actuellement. I see swarms of Austrians, French, Imperialists, Swedes, and Russians, in all near 400,000 men, surrounding the King of Prussia and Prince Ferdinand, who have about a third of that number. Hitherto they have only buzzed, but now I fear they will sting. The immediate danger of this country is being drowned, for it has not ceased raining these 3 months, and withal is extremely cold. This neither agrees with me in itself, nor in its consequences, for it hinders me from taking my necessary exercise, and makes me very unwell. As my head is always the part offending, and is so at present, I will not do, like many writers, write without a head. So adieu. Letter 228. Blackheath, August 29th, 1758. My dear friend, your secretary's last letter brought me the good news that the fever had left you, and I will believe that it has, but a postscript to it of only 2 lines, under your own hand, would have convinced me more effectually of your recovery. An intermitting fever, in the interval of the paroxysms, would surely have allowed you to have written a few lines with your own hand, to tell me how you were. Until I receive a letter, as short as you please, from you yourself, I shall doubt of the exact truth of any other accounts. I send you no news, because I have none. Cape Breton, Cherbourg, etc., are now old stories. We expect a new one soon from Commodore Howe, but from whence we know not. From Germany we hope for good news. I confess I do not, I only wish it. The King of Prussia is marched to fight the Russians, and I believe will beat them. If they stand, but what then? What shall he do next, with the 380,000 men now actually at work upon him? He will do all that men can do, but at last il faut succomber. Remember to think yourself less well than you are, in order to be quite so. Be very regular, rather longer than you need, and then there will be no danger of a relapse. God bless you. End of section 187. Read by Professor Heatherham Bye. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 188 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 229. Blackheath, September 5th, 1758. My dear friend, I received with great pleasure your letter of the 22nd August, for, by not having a line from you in your secretary's 2 letters, I suspect that you were worse than he cared to tell me. So far was I in the right, that your fever was more malignant than intermitting ones generally are, which seldom confines people to their bed, or, at most, only the days of the paroxysms. Now that, thank God, you are well again, though weak, do not be in too much haste to be better and stronger. Leave that to nature, which at your age will restore both your health and strength as soon as she should. Live cool for a time, and rather low, instead of taking what they call heartening things. Your manner of making presents is noble, et sans la grandeur d'âme d'un preux chevalier. You depreciate their value to prevent any returns, for it is impossible that a wine which has counted so many syndics, that can only be delivered by a senatus consultum, and is the panacea of the North, should be sold for a ducat a bottle. The silphium of the Romans, which was stored up in the public magazines, and only distributed by order of the magistrate, I dare say cost more, so that I am convinced your present is much more valuable than you would make it. Here I am interrupted, by receiving your letter of the 25th past. I am glad that you are able to undertake your journey to Bremen. The motion, the air, the new scene, the everything will do you good, provided you manage yourself discreetly. Your bill for £50 shall certainly be accepted and paid; but as in conscience I think £50 is too little, for seeing a live Landgrave, and especially at Bremen, which this whole nation knows to be a very dear place, I shall, with your leave, add 50 more to it. By the way, when you see the Princess Royal of Cassel, be sure to tell her how sensible you are of the favorable and too partial testimony which you know she wrote of you to Princess Amelia. The King of Prussia has had the victory, which you in some measure foretold, and as he has taken la casse militaire, I presume Messieurs les Russes sont hors de combat pour cette campagne, for point d'argent, point de Suisse, is not truer of the laudable Helvetic body than point d'argent, point de Russe is of the savages of the two Russias, not even excepting the autocratrice of them both. Serbelloni, I believe, stands next in his Prussian Majesty's list to be beaten; that is, if he will stand, as the Prince de Soubise does in Prince Ferdinand's, upon the same condition. If both these things happen, which is by no means improbable, we may hope for a tolerable peace this winter; for, au bout du compte, the King of Prussia cannot hold out another year, and therefore he should make the best of these favorable events, by way of negotiation. I think I have written a great deal, with an actual giddiness of head upon me; so adieu. I am glad you received my letter of the Ides of July. Letter 230, Blackheath, September 8, 1758. My dear friend, this letter shall be short, being only an explanatory note upon my last, for I am not learned enough, nor yet dull enough, to make my comment much longer than my text. I told you then, in my former letter, that with your leave, which I will suppose granted, I would add £50 to your draft for that sum. Now, lest you should misunderstand this, and wait for the remittance of that additional 50 from hence, know then my meaning was, that you should likewise draw upon me for it when you please, which I presume will be more convenient to you. Let the pedants, whose business it is to believe lies, or the poets, whose trade it is to invent them, match the King of Prussia with a hero in ancient or modern story, if they can. He disgraces history, and makes one give some credit to romances. Calprinides' Juba does not now seem so absurd as formerly. I have been extremely ill this whole summer, but am now something better. However, I perceive que l'esprit et le corps baisent. The former is the last thing that anybody will tell me, or own it when I tell them, but I know it is true. Adieu. Letter 231, Blackheath, September 22nd, 1758. My dear friend, I have received no letter from you since you left Hamburg. I presume that you are perfectly recovered, but it might not have been improper to have told me so. I am very far from being recovered; on the contrary, I am worse and worse, weaker and weaker every day, for which reason I shall leave this place next Monday, and set out for Bath a few days afterward. I should not take all this trouble merely to prolong the fag end of a life, from which I can expect no pleasure, and others no utility, but the cure, or at least the mitigation, of those physical ills which make that life a load while it does last, is worth any trouble and attention. We are come off but scurvily from our second attempt upon St. Malo. It is our last for this season, and, in my mind, should be our last forever, unless we were to send so great a sea and land force as to give us a moral certainty of taking some place of great importance, such as Brest, Rochefort, or Toulon. Monsieur Munchausen embarked yesterday, as he said, for Prince Ferdinand's army; but as it is not generally thought that his military skill can be of any great use to that prince, people conjecture that his business must be of a very different nature, and suspect separate negotiations, neutralities, and what not. Kniphausen does not relish it in the least, and is by no means satisfied with the reasons that have been given him for it. Before he can arrive there, I reckon that something decisive will have passed in Saxony, if to the disadvantage of the King of Prussia he is crushed; but if, on the contrary, he should get a complete victory, and he does not get half victories, over the Austrians, the winter may probably produce him and us a reasonable peace. I look upon Russia as hors de combat for some time. France is certainly sick of the war, under an unambitious king, and an incapable ministry, if there is one at hand, at all, and, unassisted by those two powers, the Empress Queen had better be quiet. Were any other man in the situation of the King of Prussia, I should not hesitate to pronounce him ruined; but he is such a prodigy of a man, that I will only say, I fear he will be ruined. It is by this time decided. Your castle court at Bremen is, I doubt, not very splendid; money must be wanting; but, however, I dare say their table is always good, for the Landgrave is a gourmand; and as you are domestic there, you may be so too, and recruit your loss of flesh from your fever; but do not recruit too fast. Adieu. End of section 188. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 189 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 232. London, September 26th, 1758. My dear friend, I am sorry to find that you had a return of your fever, but, to say the truth, you in some measure deserved it, for not carrying Dr. Middleton's bark and prescription with you. I foresaw that you would think yourself cured too soon, and gave you warning of it, but bygones are bygones, as Chartres, when he was dying, said of his sins. Let us look forward. You did very prudently to return to Hamburg, to good bark, and, I hope, a good physician. Make all sure there before you stir from thence, notwithstanding the requests or commands of all the princesses in Europe. I mean a month at least, taking the bark even to supererogation, that is, some time longer than Dr. Middleton requires, for I presume that you are got over your childishness about tastes, and are sensible that your health deserves more attention than your palate. When you shall be thus re-established, I approve of your returning to Bremen, and indeed you cannot well avoid it, both with regard to your promise, and to the distinction with which you have been received by the Castle family. Now to the other part of your letter. Lord Holdernesse has been extremely civil to you, in sending you, all under his own hand, such obliging offers of his service. The hint is plain, that he will, in case you desire it, procure you leave to come home for some time, so that the single question is, whether you should desire it or not now. It will be 2 months before you can possibly undertake the journey, whether by sea or by land, and either way it would be a troublesome and a dangerous one for a convalescent in the rigor of the month of November. You could drink no mineral waters here in that season, nor are any mineral waters proper in your case, being all of them heating, except seltzers. Then what would do you more harm than all the medicines could do you good, would be the pestilential vapors of the House of Commons, in long and crowded days, of which there will probably be many this season, where your attendance, if here, will necessarily be required. I compare St. Stephen's Chapel, upon those days, to La Grotte de Caen. Whatever may be the fate of the war now, negotiations will certainly be stirring all the winter, and of those, the northern ones, you are sensible, are not the least important. In these, if at Hamburg, you will probably have your share, and perhaps a meritorious one. Upon the whole, therefore, I would advise you to write a very civil letter to Lord Holdernesse, and tell them that though you cannot hope to be of any use to his Majesty's affairs anywhere yet, in the present unsettled state of the North, it is possible that unforeseen accidents may throw in your way to be of some little service, and that you would not willingly be out of the way of those accidents, but that you shall be most extremely obliged to his lordship, if he will procure you his Majesty's gracious permission to return for a few months in the spring, when probably affairs will be more settled one way or another. When things tend nearer to a settlement, and that Germany, from the want of money or men, or both, breathes peace more than war, I shall solicit Burrish's commission for you, which is one of the most agreeable ones in his Majesty's gift, and I shall by no means despair of success. Now I have given you my opinion upon this affair, which does not make a difference of above 3 months, or 4 at most. I would not be understood to mean to force your own, if it should happen to be different from mine. But mine, I think, is more both for your health and your interest. However, do as you please. May you in this and everything else do for the best. So God bless you. Letter 233. Bath, October 18th, 1758. I received by the same post your 2 letters of the 29th past and of the 3rd instant. The last tells me that you are perfectly recovered, and your resolution of going to Bremen in 3 or 4 days proves it; for surely you would not undertake that journey a second time, and at this season of the year, without feeling your health solidly restored. However, in all events, I hope you have taken a provision of good bark with you. I think your attention to Her Royal Highness may be of use to you here, and indeed all attentions, to all sorts of people, are always repaid in some way or other, though real obligations are not. For instance, Lord Chesterfield, who has been with you at Hamburg, has written an account to the Duke and Duchess of Portland, who are here, of the civilities you showed him, with which he is much pleased, and they delighted. At this rate, if you do not take care, you will get the unmanly reputation of a well-bred man, and your countryman, John Trott, will disown you. I have received and tasted of your present, which is a très grand vin, but more cordial to the stomach than pleasant to the palate. I keep it as a physic, only to take occasionally, in little disorders of my stomach; and in those cases, I believe it is wholesomer than stronger cordials. I have been now here a fortnight, and though I am rather better than when I came, I am still far from well. My head is giddier than becomes a head of my age, and my stomach has not recovered its retentive faculty. Leaning forward, particularly to write, does not at present agree with yours. End of section 189, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 190 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 234. Bath, October 28th, 1758. My dear friend, your letter has quieted my alarms, for I find by it that you are as well recovered as you could be in so short a time. It is your business now to keep yourself well by scrupulously following Dr. Middleton's directions. He seems to be a rational and knowing man. Soap and steel are, unquestionably, the proper medicines for your case; but as they are alteratives, you must take them for a very long time, 6 months at least, and then drink calcibiate waters. I am fully persuaded that this was your original complaint in Carniola, which those ignorant physicians called, in their jargon, arthritis vaga, and treated as such. But now that the true cause of your illness is discovered, I flatter myself that, with time and patience on your part, you will be radically cured; but I repeat it again, it must be by a long and uninterrupted course of those alterative medicines above mentioned. They have no taste; but if they had a bad one, I would not now suppose you such a child as to let the frowardness of your palate interfere in the least with the recovery or enjoyment of health. The latter deserves the utmost attention of the most rational man; the former is the only proper object of the care of a dainty, frivolous woman. The run of luck, which some time ago we were in, seems now to be turned against us. Oberg is completely routed; his Prussian Majesty was surprised, which I am surprised at, and had rather the worst of it. I am in some pain for Prince Ferdinand, as I take it for granted that the detachment from Marshal de Contad's army, which enabled Prince Soubise to beat Oberg, will immediately return to the Grand Army, and then it will be infinitely superior. Nor do I see where Prince Ferdinand can take his winter quarters, unless he retires to Hanover, and that I do not take to be at present the land of Canaan. Our second expedition to St. Malo I cannot call so much an unlucky as an ill-conducted one, as was also Abercrombie's affair in America. Mais il n'y a pas de petit père qui revient souvent, and all those accidents put together make a considerable sum total. I have found so little good by these waters, that I do not intend to stay here above a week longer, and then remove my crazy body to London, which is the most convenient place either to live or die in. I cannot expect active health anywhere. You may, with common care and prudence, effect it everywhere, and God grant that you may have it. Adieu. Letter 235. London, November 21st, 1758. My dear friend, you did well to think of Prince Ferdinand's riband, which I confess I did not, and I am glad to find you thinking so far beforehand. It would be a pretty commission, and I would assenger me to procure it to you. The only competition, I fear, is that of General York, in case Prince Ferdinand should pass any time with his brother at the Hague, which is not unlikely, since he cannot go to Brunswick to his eldest brother, upon account of their simulated quarrel. I fear the peace is at an end with the King of Prussia, and he may say illicet. I am sure he may personally say plaudite. Warm work is expected this session of Parliament, about continent and no continent. Some think Mr. Pitt too continent, others too little so; but a little time, as the newspapers most prudently and truly observe, will clear up these matters. The King has been ill, but his illness is terminated in a good fit of the gout, with which he is still confined. It was generally thought that he would have died, and for a very good reason, for the oldest lion in the Tower, much about the King's age, died a fortnight ago. This extravagancy, I can assure you, was believed by many above peuple. So wild and capricious is the human mind. Take care of your health as much as you can, for to be or not to be is a question of much less importance in my mind than to be or not to be well. Adieu. Letter 236. London, December 15th, 1758. My dear friend, it is a great while since I heard from you, but I hope that good, not ill health, has been the occasion of this silence. I will suppose you have been, or are still at Bremen, and engrossed by your Hessian friends. Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick is most certainly to have the Garter, and I think I have secured you the honor of putting it on. When I say secured, I mean it in the sense in which that word should always be understood at courts, and that is insecurely. I have a promise, but that is not caution bourgeoise. In all events, do not mention it to any mortal, because there is always a degree of ridicule that attends a disappointment, though often very unjustly, if the expectation was reasonably grounded. However, it is certainly most prudent not to communicate prematurely one's hopes or one's fears. I cannot tell you when Prince Ferdinand will have it, though there are so many candidates for the other two vacant garters, that I believe he will have his soon, and by himself. The others must wait till a third, or rather a fourth vacancy. Lord Rockingham and Lord Holdernesse are secure. Lord Temple pushes strongly, but, I believe, is not secure. This commission for dubbing a knight, and so distinguished a one, will be a very agreeable and creditable one for you, et il faut vous en acquitter galamment. In the days of ancient chivalry, people were very nice who they would be knighted by, and if I do not mistake, Francis I would only be knighted by the Chevalier Bayard, qui était preux chevalier et sans reproche, and no doubt but that it will be recorded dans les archives de la Maison de Brunswick, that Prince Ferdinand received the honor of knighthood from your hands. The estimates for the expenses of the year 1759 are made up. I have seen them, and what do you think they amount to? No less than 12,300,000 pounds, a most incredible sum, and yet already subscribed and even more offered. The unanimity in the House of Commons in voting such a sum, and such forces, both by sea and land, is not in the less astonishing. This is Mr. Pitt's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. The King of Prussia has nothing more to do this year, and the next, he must begin where he is left off. I wish he would employ this winter in concluding a separate peace with the Elector of Saxony, which would give him more elbow room to act against France and the Queen of Hungary, and put an end at once to the proceedings of the Diet, and the army of the Empire, for then no estate of the Empire would be invaded by a co-estate, and France, the faithful and disinterested guarantee of the Treaty of Westphalia, would have no pretence to continue its armies there. I should think that his Polish Majesty, and his governor, Comte Bruhl, must be pretty weary of being fugitives in Poland, where they are hated, and of being ravaged in Saxony. This reverie of mine I hope will be tried, and I wish it may succeed. Good night, and God bless you. End of section 190. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 191 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 237. London, New Year's Day, 1759. My dear friend, multi e felici, and I have done upon that subject, one truth being fair upon the most lying day in the whole year. I have now before me your last letter of the 21st December, which I am glad to find is a bill of health. But, however, do not presume too much upon it, but obey and honor your physician, that thy days may be long in the land. Since my last, I have heard nothing more concerning the riband, but I take it for granted it will be disposed of soon. By the way, upon reflection, I am not sure that anybody but a knight can, according to form, be employed to make a knight. I remember that Sir Clement Cotterill was sent to Holland to dub the late Prince of Orange, only because he was a knight himself, and I know that the proxies of knights, who cannot attend their own installations, must always be knights. This did not occur to me before, and perhaps will not to the person who was to recommend you. I am sure I will not stir it, and I only mention it now, that you may be in all events prepared for the disappointment, if it should happen. G is exceedingly flattered with your account, that 3,000 of his countrymen, all as little as himself, should be thought a sufficient guard upon 23,000 of all the nations in Europe. Not that he thinks himself, by any means, a little man, for when he would describe a tall handsome man, he raises himself up at least half an inch to represent him. The private news from Hamburg is, that his Majesty's resident there is woundedly in love with Madame. If this be true, God send him, rather than her, a good delivery. She must be entraînée at this season, and therefore I think you should be so too. So draw upon me as soon as you please for 100 pounds. Here is nothing new, except the unanimity with which the Parliament gives away a dozen of millions sterling, and the unanimity of the public is as great in approving it, which has stifled the usual political and polemical argumentations. Cardinal Bernice's disgrace is as sudden, and hitherto as little understood as his elevation was. I have seen his poems, printed at Paris, not by a friend, I dare say, and to judge by them, I humbly conceive his Eminency is a P. I will say nothing of that excellent headpiece that made him and unmade him in the same month, except, O King, live forever. Good night to you, whoever you pass it with. Letter 238. London, February 2nd, 1759. My dear friend, I am now, what I have very seldom been, 2 letters in your debt. The reason was, that my head, like many other heads, has frequently taken a wrong turn, in which case writing is painful to me, and therefore cannot be very pleasant to my readers. I wish you would, while you have so good an opportunity as you have at Hamburg, to make yourself perfectly master of that dull but very useful knowledge, the course of exchange, and the causes of its almost perpetual variations, the value and relation of different coins, the specie, the banco, usances, agio, and 1,000 other particulars. You may with ease learn, and you will be very glad when you have learned them, for in your business that sort of knowledge will often prove necessary. I hear nothing more of Prince Ferdinand's garter. That he will have one is very certain, but when, I believe, is very uncertain. All the other postulants wanting to be dubbed at the same time, which cannot be, as there is not riband enough for them. If the Russians move in time and in earnest, there will be an end of our hopes and of our armies in Germany. 3 such millstones as Russia, France, and Austria must, sooner or later, in the course of the year, grind his Prussian Majesty down to a mere Margrave of Brandenburg. But I have always some hopes of a change under a Gunarchy, derived from the Greek word oun, a woman, and means female government, where whim and humour commonly prevail, reason very seldom, and then only by a lucky mistake. I expect the incomparable fair one of Hamburg, that prodigy of beauty and paragon of good sense, who has enslaved your mind, and inflamed your heart. If she is as well entraînée as you say she shall, you will be soon out of her chains, for I have, by long experience, found women to be like Telephus's sphere: if one end kills, the other cures. There never was so quiet nor so silent a session of Parliament as the present. Mr. Pitt declares only what he would have them do, and they do it, nemine contradicente, Mr. Viner only excepted. Duchess Hamilton is to be married tomorrow to Colonel Campbell, the son of General Campbell, who will some day or other be Duke of Argyll, and have the estate. She refused the Duke of B for him. Here is a report, but I believe a very groundless one, that your old acquaintance, the fair Madame C, is run away from her husband, with a jeweller, that entraînes her, and is come over here, but I dare say it is some mistake, or perhaps a lie. Adieu. God bless you. End of section 191. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 192 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 239. London, February 27, 1759. My dear Friend, in your last letter of the 7th, you accuse me, most unjustly, of being in arrears in my correspondence; whereas, if our epistolary accounts were fairly liquidated, I believe you would be brought in considerably debtor. I do not see how any of my letters to you can miscarry, unless your office packet miscarries too, for I always send them to the office. Moreover, I might have a justifiable excuse for writing to you seldomer than usual, for to be sure there never was a period of time, in the middle of a winter, and the Parliament sitting, that supplied so little matter for a letter. Near 12 millions have been granted this year, not only nemine contradicente, but nemine quicquid dicente. The proper officers bring in the estimates; it is taken for granted that they are necessary and frugal; the members go to dinner, and leave Mr. West and Mr. Martin to do the rest. I presume you have seen the little poem of the Country Lass, by Soame Jenyns, for it was in the Chronicle, as was also an answer to it from the Monitor. They are neither of them bad performances. The first is the neatest, and the plan of the second has the most invention. I send you none of those pièces volantes in my letters, because they are all printed in one or other of the newspapers, particularly in the Chronicles, and I suppose that you and others will have all those papers among you at Hamburg, in which case it would be only putting you to the unnecessary expense of double postage. I find you are sanguine about the King of Prussia this year. I allow his army will be what you say, but what will be that vis-a-vis French, Austrians, Imperialists, Swedes, and Russians, who must amount to more than double that number? Were the inequality less, I would allow for the King of Prussia's being so much ipse agmen, as pretty nearly to balance the account. In war, numbers are generally my omens, and I confess that in Germany they seem not happy ones this year. In America, I think, we are sure of success, and great success; but how we shall be able to strike a balance, as they call it, between good success there, and ill success upon the Continent, so as to come at a peace, is more than I can discover. Lady Chesterfield makes you her compliments, and thanks you for your offer, but declines troubling you, being discouraged by the ill success of Madame Munchausen's and Miss Chetwynd's commissions, the former for beef, and the latter for gloves, neither of which have yet been executed, to the dissatisfaction of both. Adieu. Letter 240. London, March 16, 1759. My dear Friend, I have now your letter of the 20th past lying before me, by which you despond, in my opinion too soon, of dubbing your Prince; for he most certainly will have the Garter, and he will as probably have it before the campaign opens as after. His campaign must, I doubt, at best be a defensive one, and he will show great skill in making it such; for, according to my calculation, his enemies will be at least double his number. Their troops, indeed, may perhaps be worse than his, but then their number will make up that defect, as it will enable them to undertake different operations at the same time. I cannot think that the King of Denmark will take a part in the present war, which he cannot do without great possible danger, and he is well paid by France for his neutrality, is safe, let what will turn out, and in the meantime carries on his commerce with great advantage and security, so that consideration will not retard your visit to your own country, whenever you have leave to return, and that your own arrangements will allow you. A short absence animates a tender passion, et l'on ne recule que pour mieux sauter, especially in the summer months; so that I would advise you to begin your journey in May, and continue your absence from the dear object of your vows till after the dog days, when love is said to be unwholesome. We have been disappointed at Martinico. I wish we may not be so at Guadaloupe, though we are landed there, for many difficulties must be got over before we can be in possession of the whole island. A propos de bois, you make use of 2 Spanish words very properly in your letter. Were I you, I would learn the Spanish language, if there were a Spaniard at Hamburg who could teach me, and then you would be master of all the European languages that are useful; and, in my mind, it is very convenient, if not necessary, for a public man to understand them all, and not to be obliged to have recourse to an interpreter for all those papers that chance or business may throw in his way. I learned Spanish when I was older than you, convinced by experience that, in everything possible, it was better to trust to one's self than to any other body whatsoever. Interpreters, as well as relators, are often unfaithful, and still oftener incorrect, puzzling and blundering. In short, let it be your maxim through life to know all you can yourself, and never to trust implicitly to the informations of others. This rule has been of infinite service to me in the course of my life. I am rather better than I was, which I owe not to my physicians, but to an ass and a cow, who nourished me between them very plentifully and wholesomely. In the morning the ass is my nurse, at night the cow, and I have just now brought a milch goat, which is to graze and nurse me at Blackheath. I do not know what may come of this latter, and I am not without apprehensions that it may make a satyr of me; but, should I find that obscene disposition growing upon me, I will check it in time, for fear of endangering my life and character by rapes. And so we heartily bid you farewell. End of section 192, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 193 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 241. London, March 30th, 1759. My dear friend, I do not like these frequent, however short, returns of your illness, for I doubt they imply either want of skill in your physician, or want of care in his patient. Rhubarb, soap, and calcubiate medicines and waters are almost always specifics for obstructions of the liver; but then a very exact regimen is necessary, and that for a long continuance. Acids are good for you, but you do not love them, and sweet things are bad for you, and you do love them. There is another thing very bad for you, and I fear you love it too much. When I was in Holland, I had a slow fever that hung upon me a great while. I consulted Boerhaave, who prescribed me what I suppose was proper, for it cured me; but he added, by way of a postscript to his prescription, venus rarius colatur, which I observed, and perhaps that made the medicines more effectual. I doubt we shall be mutually disappointed in our hopes of seeing one another this spring, as I believe you will find, by a letter which you will receive at the same time with this, from Lord Holdernesse; but as Lord Holdernesse will not tell you all, I will, between you and me, supply that defect. I must do him the justice to say that he has acted in the most kind and friendly manner possible to us both. When the King read your letter, in which you desired leave to return, for the sake of drinking the Tunbridge waters, he said, "If he wants steel waters, those of Pyrmont are better than Tunbridge, and he can have them very fresh at Hamburg. I would rather he had asked me to come last autumn, and had passed the winter here; for if he returns now, I shall have nobody in those quarters to inform me of what passes, and yet it will be a very busy and important scene." Lord Holdernesse, who found that it would not be liked, resolved to push it no further, and replied he was very sure that when you knew his Majesty had the least objection to your return at this time, you would think of it no longer; and he owned that he, Lord Holdernesse, had given you encouragement for this application last year, then thinking and hoping that there would be little occasion for your presence at Hamburg this year. Lord Holdernesse will only tell you, in his letter, that, as he had some reason to believe his moving this matter would be disagreeable to the King, he resolved for your sake not to mention it. You must answer his letter upon that footing simply, and thank him for this mark of friendship, for he has really acted as your friend. I make no doubt of your having willing leave to return in autumn for the whole winter. In the meantime, make the best of your séjour where you are. Drink the Pyrmont waters, and no wine but Rhenish, which in your case is the only proper one for you. Next week Mr. Hart will send you his Gustavus Adolphus in 2 quartos. It will contain many new particulars of the life of that real hero, as he has had abundant and authentic materials which have never yet appeared. It will, upon the whole, be a very curious and valuable history, though between you and me, I could have wished that he had been more correct and elegant in his style. You will find it dedicated to one of your acquaintances, who was forced to prune the luxuriant phrases bestowed upon him, and yet has left enough of all conscience to satisfy a reasonable man. Hart has been very much out of order these last 3 or 4 months, but is not the less intent upon sowing his lucerne, of which he had 6 crops last year, to his infinite joy, and, as he says, profit. As a gardener, I shall probably have as much joy, though not quite so much profit, by 30 or 40 shillings, for there is the greatest promise of fruit this year at Blackheath that I ever saw in my life. Vertumnus and Pomona have been very propitious to me. As for Priapus, that tremendous garden god, as I no longer invoke him, I cannot expect his protection from the birds and the thieves. Adieu. I will conclude like a pedant, levius fit patientia quidquad corrigere est nefas. Letter 242. London, April 16th, 1759. My dear friend, with humble submission to you, I still say that if Prince Ferdinand can make a defensive campaign this year, he will have done a great deal, considering the great inequality of numbers. The little advantages of taking a regiment or 2 prisoners, or cutting another to pieces, are but trifling articles in the great account. They are only the pence, the pounds are yet to come, and I take it for granted that neither the French nor the court of Vienna will have le dementi of their main object, which is unquestionably Hanover, for that is the summa summarum, and they will certainly take care to draw a force together for this purpose, too great for any that Prince Ferdinand has or can have to oppose them. In short, mark the end on't, je n'augure mal. If France, Austria, the Empire, Russia, and Sweden are not at the long run too hard for the 2 electors of Hanover and Brandenburg, there must be some invisible power, some tutelar deities, that miraculously interpose in favor of the latter. You encourage me to accept all the powers that goats, asses, and bulls can give me, by engaging for my not making an ill use of them; but I own I cannot help distrusting myself a little, or rather human nature, for it is an old and very true observation, that there are misers of money, but none of the power, and the non-use of the one and the abuse of the other increase in proportion to their quantity. I am very sorry to tell you that Hart's Gustavus Adolphus does not take at all, and consequently sells very little. It is certainly informing and full of good matter, but it is as certain too that the style is execrable. Where the devil he picked it up, I cannot conceive, for it is a bad style of a new and singular kind. It is full of Latinisms, Gallicisms, Germanisms, and all isms but Anglicisms, in some places pompous, in others vulgar and low. Surely, before the end of the world, people, and you in particular, will discover the manner, in everything, is at least as important as the matter, and that the latter never can please without a good degree of elegance in the former. This holds true in everything in life. In writing, conversing, business, the help of the graces is absolutely necessary, and whoever vainly thinks himself above them, will find he is mistaken when it will be too late to court them, for they will not come to strangers of an advanced age. There is an history lately come out, of the reign of Mary Queen of Scots, and her son, no matter by whom, King James, written by one Robertson, a Scotchman, which for clearness, purity, and dignity of style, I will not scruple to compare with the best historians extant, not excepting de Villa, Guicciardini, and perhaps Livy. Its success has consequently been great, and a 2nd edition is already published and brought up. I take it for granted that it is to be had or at least borrowed at Hamburg, or I would send it to you. I hope you drink the Pyrmont waters every morning. The health of the mind depends so much upon the health of the body, that the latter deserves the utmost attention, independently of the senses. God send you a very great share of both. Adieu. End of section 193. read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 194 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 243. London, April 27, 1759. My dear friend, I have received your 2 letters of the 10th and 13th by the last mail, and I will begin my answer to them by observing to you that a wise man, without being a Stoic, considers in all misfortunes that befall him their best as well as their worst side, and everything has a better and a worst side. I have strictly observed that rule for many years, and have found by experience that some comfort is to be extracted, under most moral ills, by considering them in every light, instead of dwelling, as people are too apt to do, upon the gloomy side of the object. Thank God, the disappointment that you so pathetically groan under is not a calamity which admits of no consolation. Let us simplify it, and see what it amounts to. You are pleased with the expectation of coming here next month, to see those who would have been pleased with seeing you. That, from very natural causes, cannot be, and you must pass this summer at Hamburg, and next winter at England, instead of passing this summer in England, and next winter at Hamburg. Now, estimating things fairly, is not the change rather to your advantage? Is not the summer more eligible, both for health and pleasure, than the winter, in that northern frozen zone? And will not the winter in England supply you with more pleasures than the summer, in an empty capital, could have done? So far, then, it appears that you are rather a gainer by your misfortune. The tour, too, which you propose making to Lubeck, Altena, etc., will both amuse and inform you, for at your age one cannot see too many different places and people, since at the age you are now of, I take it for granted that you will not see them superficially, as you did when you first went abroad. This whole matter, then, summed up, amounts to no more than this, that you will be here next winter, instead of this summer. Do not think that all I have said is the consolation only of an old philosophical fellow, almost insensible of pleasure or pain, offered to a young fellow who has quick sensations of both. No, it is the rational philosophy taught me by experience and knowledge of the world, and which I have practiced above 30 years. I have always made the best of the best, and never made bad worse by fretting. This enabled me to go through the various scenes of life in which I have been an actor, with more pleasure and less pain than most people. You will say, perhaps, one cannot change one's nature, and that if a person is born of a very sensible, gloomy temper, and apt to see things in the worst light, they cannot help it, nor new make themselves. I will admit it to a certain degree, and but to a certain degree; for though we cannot totally change our nature, we may in a great measure correct it, by reflection and philosophy, and some philosophy is a very necessary companion in this world, where even to the most fortunate, the chances are greatly against happiness. I am not old enough, nor tenacious enough, to pretend not to understand the main purport of your last letter, and to show you that I do, you may draw upon me for £200, which I hope will more than clear you. Good night. Aquam memento rebus in arduis salvare mentem. Be neither transported nor depressed by the accidents of life. Letter 244. Blackheath, May 16, 1759. My dear friend, your secretary's last letter of the 4th, which I received yesterday, has quieted my fears a good deal, but has not entirely dissipated them. Your fever still continues, he says, though in a less degree. Is it a continued fever, or an intermitting one? If the former, no wonder that you are weak, and that your head aches. If the latter, why has not the bark, in substance and large doses, been administered? For if it had, it must have stopped by this time. Next post, I hope, will set me quite at ease. Surely you have not been so regular as you ought, either in your medicines or in your general regimen, otherwise this fever would not have returned, for the doctor calls it, your fever returned, as if you have an exclusive patent for it. You have now had illnesses enough to know the value of health, and to make you implicitly follow the prescriptions of your physicians in medicine, and the rules of your own common sense in diet, in which I can assure you from my own experience, that quantity is often worse than quality, and I would rather eat half a pound of bacon at a meal, than 2 pounds of any the most wholesome food. I have been settled here near a week, to my great satisfaction. C'est ma place, and I know it, which is not given to everybody. Cut off from social life by my deafness, as well as other physical ills, and being at best but the ghost of my former self, I walk here in silence and solitude as becomes a ghost, with only this difference, that I walk by day, whereas you know to be sure that other ghosts only appear by night. My health, however, is better than it was last year, thanks to my almost total milk diet. This enables me to vary my solitary amusements, and alternately to scribble as well as read, which I could not do last year. Thus I saunter away the remainder, be it more or less, of an agitated and active life, now reduced, and I am not sure that I am loser by the change, to so quiet and serene a one, that it may properly be called still life. The French whisper in confidence, in order that it may be the more known and the more credited, that they intend to invade us this year, in no less than 3 places, that is, England, Scotland, and Ireland. Some of our great men, like the devils, believe and tremble. Others, and one little one whom I know, laugh at it, and in general it seems to be but a poor, instead of a formidable scarecrow. While somebody was at the head of a moderate army, and wanted, I know why, to be at the head of a great one, intended invasions were made an article of political faith, and the belief of them was required, as in the Church the belief of some absurdities, and even impossibilities, is required upon pain of heresy, excommunication, and consequently damnation, if they tend to the power and interest of the heads of the Church. But now that there is a general toleration, and that the best subjects, as well as the best Christians, may believe what their reasons find their consciences suggest, it is generally and rationally supposed the French will threaten and not strike, since we are so well prepared, both by armies and fleets, to receive and, I may add, to destroy them. Adieu. God bless you. End of section 194, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 195 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 245, Blackheath, June 15th, 1759. My dear friend, your letter of the 5th, which I received yesterday, gave me great satisfaction, being all in your own hand, though it contains great, and I fear just, complaints of your ill state of health. You do very well to change the air, and I hope that the change will do well by you. I would therefore have you write after the 20th of August to Lord Holdernesse, to beg of him to obtain his Majesty's leave for you to return to England for 2 or 3 months, upon account of your health. 2 or 3 months is an indefinite time, which may afterward be insensibly stretched to what length one pleases. Leave that to me. In the meantime, you may be taking your measures with the best economy. The day before yesterday, an express arrived from Guadalupe which brought an account of our being in possession of the whole island; and I make no matter of doubt but that, in about 2 months, we shall have as good news from Crown Point, Quebec, etc. Our affairs in Germany, I fear, will not be equally prosperous, for I have very little hopes for the King of Prussia or Prince Ferdinand. God bless you. Letter 246, Blackheath, June 25th, 1759. My dear friend, the last 2 mails have brought me no letter from you or your secretary. I will take this as a sign that you are better, but, however, if you thought that I cared to know, you should have cared to have written. Here the weather has been very fine for a fortnight together, a longer term than in this climate we are used to hold fine weather by. I hope it is so too at Hamburg, or at least at the villa to which you are gone. But pray do not let it be your Villa Viciosa, as those retirements are often called, and too often prove, though by the way the original name was Villa Vizosa, and by wags miscalled Viciosa. I have a most gloomy prospect of affairs in Germany. The French are already in possession of Kassel, and of the learned part of Hanover, that is Göttingen, where I presume they will not stop pour l'amour des belles lettres, but rather go on to the capital, and study them upon the coin. My old acquaintance, Monsieur Richelieu, made a great progress there in metallic learning and inscriptions. If Prince Ferdinand ventures a battle to prevent it, I dread the consequences. The odds are too great against him. The King of Prussia is still in a worse situation, for he has the Hydra to encounter, and though he may cut off a head or two, there will still be enough left to devour him at last. I have, as you know, long foretold the now approaching catastrophe, but I was Cassandra. Our affairs in the New World have a much more pleasing aspect. Guadeloupe is a great acquisition, and Quebec, which I make no doubt of, will still be greater. But must all these advantages, purchased at the price of so much English blood and treasure, be at last sacrificed as a peace offering? God knows what consequences such a measure may produce. The germ of discontent is already great, upon the bare suspicion of the case, but should it be realized, it will grow to a harvest of disaffection. You are now, to be sure, taking the previous necessary measures for your return here in the autumn, and I think you may disband your whole family, excepting your secretary, your butler, who takes care of your plate, wine, etc., one or at most two maidservants, and your valet de chambre and one footman, whom you will bring over with you. But give no mortal, either there or here, reason to think that you are not to return to Hamburg again. If you are asked about it, say, like Lockhart, that you are le serviteur des événements, for your present appointments will do you no hurt there, till you have some better destination. At that season of the year, I believe it will be better for you to come by sea than by land, but that you will be best able to judge of from the then circumstances of your part in the world. Your old friend Stevens is dead of the consumption that has long been undermining him. God bless you and send you health. Editor's note: another 2-year lapse in the letters. D.W. End editor's note. End section 195. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 196 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 247. Bath, February 26, 1761. My dear friend, I am very glad to hear that your election is finally settled, and to say the truth, not sorry that Mr. has been compelled to do de mauvaise grâce that which he might have done at first in a friendly and handsome manner. However, take no notice of what is past, and live with him as you used to do before, for in the intercourse of the world it is often necessary to seem ignorant of what one knows, and to have forgotten what one remembers. I have just now finished Coleman's play, and like it very well. It is well conducted, and the characters are well preserved. I own I expected from the author more dialogue wit, but as I know that he is a most scrupulous classic, I believe he did not dare to put in half so much wit as he could have done, because Terence had not a single grain, and it would have been crimen lese antiquitatis. God bless you. Letter 248. Bath, November 21st, 1761. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 19th. If I find any alterations by drinking these waters, now 6 days, it is rather for the better, but in 6 days more, I think I shall find with more certainty what humor they are in with me. If kind, I will profit of, but not abuse their kindness. All things have their bounds, quos ultra sit trave nequit consistere rectum, and I will endeavor to nick that point. The Queen's jointure is larger than, from some reasons, I expected it would be, though not greater than the last precedent authorized. The case of the late Lord Wilmington was, I fancy, remembered. I have now good reason to believe that Spain will declare war to us, that is, that it will very soon, if it has not already, avowedly assist France, in case the war continues. This will be a great triumph to Mr. Pitt, and fully justify his plan of beginning with Spain first, and having the first blow, which is often half the battle. Here is a great deal of company, and what is commonly called good company, that is, great quality. I trouble them very little, except at the pump, where my business calls me, for what is company to a deaf man, or deaf man to company? Lady Brown, whom I have seen, and who, by the way, has got the gout in her eye, inquired very tenderly after you. And so I elegantly rest, yours till death. Letter 249. Bath, December 6th, 1761. My dear friend, I have been in your debt some time, which, you know, I am not very apt to be, but it was really for want of specie to pay. The present state of my invention does not enable me to coin, and you would have had as little pleasure in reading as I should have in writing le colonnier of this place. Besides that, I am very little mingled in them. I do not know whether I shall be able to follow your advice, and cut a winner, for at present I have neither won nor lost a single shilling. I will play on this week only, and if I have a good run, I will carry it off with me. If a bad one, the loss can hardly amount to anything considerable in 7 days, for I hope to see you in town tomorrow sevennight. I had a dismal letter from Hart last week. He tells me that he is at nurse with a sister in Berkshire, that he has got a confirmed jaundice besides 20 other distempers. The true cause of these complaints I take to be the same that so greatly disordered, and had nearly destroyed the most august house of Austria, about 130 years ago, I mean Gustavus Adolphus, who neither answered his expectations in point of profit nor reputation, and that merely by his own fault, in not writing it in the vulgar tongue, for as to facts I will maintain that it is one of the best histories extant. Au revoir, as Sir Fopping says, and God bless you. Letter 250. Bath, November 2nd, 1762. My dear friend, I arrived here as I proposed last Sunday, but as ill as I feared I should be when I saw you. Head, stomach, and limbs all out of order. I have yet seen nobody but Villette, who is settled here for good, as it is called. What consequences has the Duke of Devonshire's resignation had? He has considerable connections and relations, but whether any of them are resigned enough to resign with him is another matter. There will be, to be sure, as many, and as absurd reports, as there are in the law books. I do not desire to know either, but inform me of what facts come to your knowledge, and of such reports only as you believe are grounded. And so, God bless you. End of section 196, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 197 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 251. Bath, November 13th, 1762. My dear friend, I have received your letter, and believe that your preliminaries are very near the mark; and upon that supposition, I think we have made a tolerable good bargain with Spain, at least full as good as I expected, and almost as good as I wished, though I do not believe that we have got all Florida. But if we have St. Augustine, I suppose that, by the figure of par pro toto, will be called all Florida. We have by no means made so good a bargain with France, for in truth, what do we get by it, except Canada, with a very proper boundary of the river Mississippi, and that is all. As for the restrictions upon the French fishery in Newfoundland, they are all very well per le predicat, and for the commissary whom we shall employ, for he will have a good salary from hence to see that those restrictions are complied with, and the French will double that salary, that he may allow them all to be broken through. It is plain to me that the French fishery will be exactly what it was before the war. The 3 Leeward Islands, which the French yield to us, are not altogether worth half so much as that of St. Lucia, which we give up to them. Senegal is not worth 1/4 of Goree. The restrictions of the French in the East Indies are as absurd and impracticable as those of Newfoundland, and you will live to see the French trade to the East Indies, just as they did before the war. But after all I have said, the articles are as good as I expected with France, when I considered that no one single person who carried on this negotiation on our parts was ever concerned or consulted in any negotiation before. Upon the whole, then, the acquisition of Canada has cost us 80 millions sterling. I am convinced we might have kept Guadalupe if our negotiators had known how to have gone about it. His most faithful Majesty of Portugal is the best off of anybody in this transaction, for he saves his kingdom by it, and has not laid out one moidore in defense of it. Spain, thank God, in some measure, paye les pots cassis, for besides St. Augustine, logwood, etc., it has lost at least 4 millions sterling in money, ships, etc. Hart is here, who tells me he has been at this place these 3 years, excepting some few excursions to his sister. He looks ill, and laments that he has frequent fits of the yellow jaundice. He complains of his not having heard from you these 4 years. You should write to him. These waters have done me a great deal of good, though I drink but 2/3 of a pint in the whole day, which is less than the soberest of my countrymen drink of claret at every meal. I should naturally think, as you do, that this session will be a stormy one, that is, if Mr. Pitt takes an active part; but if he is pleased, as the ministers say, there is no other Aeolus to blow a storm. The Dukes of Cumberland, Newcastle, and Devonshire have no better troops to attack than with the militia, but Pitt alone is ipse agmen. God bless you. Letter 252. Bath, November 27th, 1762. My dear friend, I received your letter this morning, and return you the ball a la volée. The King's speech is a very prudent one, and as I suppose that the address in answer to it were, as usual, in almost the same words, my Lord Mayor might very well call them innocent. As his Majesty expatiates so much upon the great achievements of the war, I cannot help hoping that, when the preliminaries shall be laid before Parliament in due time, which I suppose means after the respective ratifications of all the contracting parties, that some untalked of and unexpected advantage will break out in our treaty with France, St. Lucia at least. I see in the newspapers an article which I by no means like, in our treaty with Spain, which is, that we shall be at liberty to cut logwood in the Bay of Campeachy, but by paying for it. Who does not see that this condition may, and probably will, amount to a prohibition, by the price which the Spaniards may set it at? It was our undoubted right, and confirmed to us by former treaties, before the war, to cut logwood gratis; but this new stipulation, if true, gives us a privilege something like a reprieve to a criminal, with a non obstante to be hanged. I now drink so little water, that it can neither do me good nor hurt; but as I bathe but twice a week, that operation, which does my rheumatic carcass good, will keep me here some time longer than you had allowed. Hart is going to publish a new edition of his Gustavus in 8vo, which, he tells me, he has altered, and which I could tell him he should translate into English, or it will not sell better than the former; for while the world endures, style and manner will be regarded, at least as much as matter. And so, diem vous aille dans le sainte garde. Letter 253. Bath, December 13th, 1762. My dear friend, I received your letter this morning, with the enclosed preliminaries, which we have had here these 3 days, and I return them, since you intend to keep them, which is more than I believe the French will. I am very glad to find that the French are to restore all the conquests they made upon us in the East Indies during this war; and I cannot doubt but that they will likewise restore to us all the cod that they shall take within less than 3 leagues of our coasts in North America, a distance easily measured, especially at sea, according to the spirit, though not the letter, of the treaty. I am informed that the strong opposition to the peace will be in the House of Lords, though I cannot well conceive it, nor can I make out above 6 or 7 who will be against it upon a division, unless, which I cannot suppose, some of the bishops should vote on the side of their Maker. God bless you. End of section 197, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 198 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 254. Bath, December 13th, 1762. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter, which gave me a very clear account of the debate in your house. It is impossible for a human creature to speak well for 3 hours and a half. I question if even Belial, who, according to Milton, was the orator of the fallen angels, ever spoke so long at a time. There must have been a trick in Charles Townsend's speaking for the preliminaries, for he is infinitely above having an opinion. Lord Egremont must be ill, or have thoughts of going into some other place, perhaps into Lord Granville's, who they say is dying. When he dies, the ablest head in England dies too, take it for all in all. I shall be in town, barring accidents, this day sevennight, by dinner time, when I have ordered a haricot, to which you will be very welcome about 4 o'clock. En attendant, Dieu vous aille dans sa santé gardée. Letter 255, Blackheath, June 14th, 1763. My dear friend, I received by the last mail your letter of the 4th from the Hague, so far so good. You arrived sonica at the Hague, for our ambassador's entertainment. I find he has been very civil to you. You are in the right to stop for 2 or 3 days at Hanau, and make your court to the lady of that place, Her Royal Highness Princess Mary of England, Landgravine of Hessen. Your Excellency makes a figure already in the newspapers, and let them and others, Excellency, you as much as they please, but pray suffer not your own servants to do it. Nothing new of any kind has happened here since you went, so I will wish you a good night, and hope God will bless you. Letter 256, Blackheath, July 14th, 1763. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter from Ratisbon, where I am glad that you are arrived safe. You are, I find, over head and ears engaged in ceremony and etiquette. You must not yield in anything essential where your public character may suffer, but I advise you at the same time to distinguish carefully what may and what may not affect it, and to despise some German minutiae, such as 1 step lower or higher upon the stairs, a bow more or less, and such sort of trifles. By what I see in Cressiner's letter to you, the cheapness of wine compensates the quantity, as the cheapness of servants compensates the number that you must make use of. Write to your mother often, if it be but 3 words, to prove your existence, for when she does not hear from you, she knows to a demonstration that you are dead, if not buried. The enclosed is a letter of the utmost consequence, which I was desired to forward, with care and speed, to the most serene Louis. My head is not well today, so God bless you. Letter 257, Blackheath, August 1st, 1763. My dear friend, I hope that by this time you are pretty well settled at Ratisbon, at least as to the important points of the ceremonial, so that you may know to precision to whom you must give, and from whom you must require the scène excellence. Those formalities are, no doubt, ridiculous enough in themselves, but yet they are necessary for manners, and sometimes for business, and both would suffer by laying them quite aside. I have lately had an attack of a new complaint, which I have long suspected that I had in my body, in acto primo, as the pedants call it, but which I never felt in acto secundo till last week, and that is a fit of the stone or gravel. It was, thank God, but a slight one, but it was dans toutes les femmes, for it was preceded by a pain in my loins, which I at first took for some remains of my rheumatism, but was soon convinced of my mistake, by making water much blacker than coffee, with a prodigious sediment of gravel. I am now perfectly easy again, and have no more indications of this complaint. God keep you from that and deafness! Other complaints are the common, and almost the inevitable lot of human nature, but admit of some mitigation. God bless you. Letter 258, Blackheath, August 22nd, 1763. My dear friend, you will by this post hear from others that Lord Egremont died 2 days ago of an apoplexy, which from his figure and the constant plethora he lived in, was reasonably to be expected. You will ask me who is to be secretary in his room, to which I answer, that I do not know. I should guess Lord Sandwich, to be succeeded in the Admiralty by Charles Townshend, unless the Duke of Bedford, who seems to have taken to himself the department of Europe, should have a mind to it. This event may perhaps produce others, but till this happened everything was in a state of inaction, and absolutely nothing was done. Before the next session, this chaos must necessarily take some form, either by a new jumble of its own atoms, or by mixing them with the more efficient ones of the opposition. I see by the newspapers, as well as by your letter, that the difficulties still exist about your ceremonial at Ratisbon. Should they, from pride and folly, prove insuperable, and obstruct your real business, there is one expedient which may perhaps remove difficulties, and which I have often known practiced, but which I believe our people know here nothing of. It is, to have the character of minister only in your ostensible title, and that of envoy extraordinary in your pocket, to produce occasionally, especially if you should be sent to any of the electors in your neighborhood, or else in any transactions that you may have, in which your title of envoy extraordinary may create great difficulties, to have a reversal given you, declaring that the temporary suspension of that character ne donnerai pas le moindre attendri ni à vos droits, ni à vos prétentions. As for the rest, divert yourself as well as you can, and eat and drink as little as you can. And so, God bless you. End of section 198, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 199 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 259. Blackheath, September 1st, 1763. My dear friend, great news! The King sent for Mr. Pitt last Saturday, and the conference lasted a full hour. On the Monday following, another conference, which lasted much longer, and yesterday a third, longer than either. You take for granted that the treaty was concluded and ratified. No such matter, for this last conference broke it entirely off, and Mr. Pitt and Lord Temple went yesterday evening to their respective country houses. Would you know what it broke off upon, you must ask the newsmongers and the coffee houses, who, I dare say, know it all very minutely. But I, who am not apt to know anything that I do not know, honestly and humbly confess that I cannot tell you. Probably one party asked too much, and the other would grant too little. However, the King's dignity was not, in my mind, much consulted by their making him sole plenipotentiary of a treaty, which they were not in all events determined to conclude. It ought surely to have been begun by some inferior agent, and His Majesty should only have appeared in rejecting or ratifying it. Louis XIV never sat down before a town in person that was not sure to be taken. However, ce qui est d'affaire n'est pas perdu, for this matter must be taken up again, and concluded before the meeting of the Parliament, and probably upon more disadvantageous terms to the present ministers, who have tacitly admitted by this negotiation what their enemies have loudly proclaimed, that they are not able to carry on affairs. So much de re politica. I have at last done the best office that can be done to most married people, that is, I have fixed the separation between my brother and his wife, and the definitive treaty of peace will be proclaimed in about a fortnight, for the only solid and lasting peace between a man and his wife is doubtless a separation. God bless you. Letter 260. Blackheath, September 30th, 1763. My dear friend, you will have known long before this, from the office, that the departments are not cast as you wished, for Lord Halifax, as senior, had of course his choice, and chose the southern, upon account of the colonies. The ministry, such as it is now settled en attendant mieux, but in my opinion cannot, as they are, meet the Parliament. The only, and all the efficient people they have, are in the House of Lords, for since Mr. Pitt has firmly engaged Charles Townshend to him, there is not a man of the court side in the House of Commons who has either abilities or words enough to call a coach. Lord B is certainly playing un dessous des cartes, and I suspect that it is with Mr. Pitt, but what that dessous is, I do not know, though all the coffee houses do most exactly. The present inaction, I believe, gives you leisure enough for ennui, but it gives you time enough too for better things, I mean reading useful books, and what is still more useful, conversing with yourself some part of every day. Lord Shaftesbury recommends self-conversation to all authors, and I would recommend it to all men; they would be the better for it. Some people have not time, and fewer have inclination, to enter into that conversation; nay, very many dread it, and fly to the most trifling dissipations, in order to avoid it. But if a man would allot half an hour every night for this self-conversation, and recapitulate with himself whatever he has done, right or wrong, in the course of the day, he would be both the better and the wiser for it. My deafness gives me more than a sufficient time for self-conversation, and I have found great advantages from it. My brother and Lady Stanhope are at last finally parted. I was the negotiator between them, and had so much trouble in it, that I would much rather negotiate the most difficult point of the Jus Publicum Sacri Romani Imperii with the whole Diet of Ratisbon, than negotiate any point with any woman. If my brother had had some of those self-conversations which I recommend, he would not, I believe, at past 60, with a crazy, battered constitution, and deaf into the bargain, have married a young girl, just turned of 20, full of health and consequently of desires. But who takes warning by the fate of others? This perhaps proceeds from a negligence of self-conversation. God bless you. End of section 199, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 200 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 261, Blackheath, October 17th, 1763. My dear friend, the last mail brought me your letter of the 2nd instant, as the former had brought me that of the 25th past. I did suppose that you would be sent over for the first day of the session, as I never knew a stricter muster, and no furloughs allowed. I am very sorry for it, for the reasons you hint at; but, however, you did very prudently in doing, de bonne grâce, what you could not help doing, and let that be your rule in everything for the rest of your life. Avoid disagreeable things as much as by dexterity you can, but when they are unavoidable, do them with seeming willingness and alacrity. Though this journey is ill-timed for you in many respects, yet, in point of finances, you will be a gainer by it upon the whole. For, depend upon it, they will keep you there till the very last day of the session, and I suppose you have sold your horses and dismissed some of your servants. Though they seem to apprehend the first day of the session so much, in my opinion their danger will be much greater in the course of it. When you are at Paris, you will of course wait upon Lord Hertford, and desire him to present you to the King. At the same time make my compliments to him, and thank him for the very obliging message he left at my house in town, and tell him, that had I received it in time from thence, I would have come to town on purpose to have returned it in person. If there are any new little books at Paris, pray bring them me. I have already Voltaire's Selle dans le Bain, his Droit du Seigneur, and Olympie. Do not forget to call once at Madame Montconseil's, and as often as you please at Madame Dupin. Au revoir. Letter 262, Bath, November 24th, 1763. My dear friend, I arrived here, as you suppose in your letter, last Sunday, but after the worst day's journey I ever had in my life, it snowed and froze that whole morning, and in the evening it rained and thawed, which made the roads so slippery that I was 6 hours coming post from the Devizes, which is but 18 miles from hence, so that, but for the name of coming post, I might as well have walked on foot. I have not yet quite got over my last violent attack, and am weak and flimsy. I have now drank the waters but 3 days, so that without a miracle I cannot yet expect much alteration, and I do not in the least expect a miracle. If they proved les yeux de Jouvence to me, that would be a miracle indeed, but as the late Pope Lambertini said, fra noi gli miracoli sono passati girton peso. I have seen Hart, who inquired much after you. He is dejected and dispirited, and thinks himself much worse than he is, though he really has a tendency to the jaundice. I have yet seen nobody else, nor do I know who is here to be seen, for I have not yet exhibited myself to public view, except at the pump, which at the time I go to it is the most private place in Bath. After all the fears and hopes, occasioned severally by the meeting of the Parliament, in my opinion it will prove a very easy session. Mr. Wilkes is universally given up, and if the ministers themselves do not wantonly raise difficulties, I think they will meet with none. A majority of 200 is a great anodyne. Adieu. God bless you. Letter 263, Bath, September 3rd, 1763. My dear friend, last post brought me your letter of the 29th past. I suppose C.T. let off his speech upon the Princess's fortune, chiefly to show that he was of the opposition, for otherwise the point was not debatable, unless as to the quantum, against which something might be said, for the late Princess of Orange, who was the eldest daughter of a king, had no more, and her 2 sisters but half, if I am not mistaken. It is a great mercy that Mr. Wilkes, the intrepid defender of our rights and liberties, is out of danger, and may live to fight and write again in support of them; and it is no less a mercy, that God hath raised up the Earl of S. to vindicate and promote true religion and morality. These 2 blessings will justly make an epoch in the annals of this country. I have delivered your message to Hart, who waits with impatience for your letter. He is very happy now in having free access to all Lord Craven's papers, which, he says, give him great lights into the bellum tricenal, the old Lord Craven having been the professed and valorous knight errant, and perhaps something more, to the Queen of Bohemia. At least, like Sir Peter Pride, he had the honour of spending a great part of his estate in her royal cause. I am by no means right yet. I am very weak and flimsy still, but the doctor assures me that strength and spirits will return. If they do, lucro apponum, I will make the best of them, and if they do not, I will not make their want still worse by grieving and regretting them. I have lived long enough, and observed enough, to estimate most things at their intrinsic, and not their imaginary value, and at 70 I find nothing much worth either desiring or fearing. But these reflections, which suit with 70, would be greatly premature at 32. So make the best of your time, enjoy the present hour, but memoire ultime. God bless you. End of section 200. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 201 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 264. Bath, December 18th, 1763. My dear friend, I received your letter this morning, in which you reproach me with not having written to you this week. The reason was, that I did not know what to write. There is that sameness in my life here, that every day is still but as the first. I see very few people, and in the literal sense of the word I hear nothing. Mr. L. and Mr. C. I hold to be two very ingenious men, and your image of the two men ruined, one by losing his lawsuit, and the other by carrying it, is a very just one. To be sure they felt in themselves uncommon talents for business and speaking, which were to reimburse them. Hart has a great poetical work to publish, before it be long. He has shown me some parts of it. He had entitled it Emblems, but I persuaded him to alter that name for two reasons. The first was, because they were not emblems, but fables. The second was, that, if they had been emblems, Quarles had degraded and vilified that name to such a degree, that it is impossible to make use of it after him. So they are to be called fables, though moral tales would, in my mind, be the properest name. If you ask me what I think of those I have seen, I must say that sunt plura bona, quaedam mediocre, et quaedam. Your report of future changes I cannot think is wholly groundless, for it still runs strongly in my head, that the mine we talked of will be sprung, at or before the end of the session. I have got a little more strength, but not quite the strength of Hercules, so that I will not undertake, like him, 50 deflorations in one night, for I really believe that I could not compass them. So good night, and God bless you. Letter 265. Bath, December 24th, 1763. Dear Friend, I confess I was a good deal surprised at your pressing me so strongly to influence Parson Rosenhagen, when you well know the resolution I had made several years ago, and which I have scrupulously observed ever since, not to concern myself, directly or indirectly, in any party political contest whatsoever. Let parties go to loggerheads as much and as long as they please. I will neither endeavour to part them, nor take the part of either, for I know them all too well. But you say that Lord Sandwich has been remarkably civil and kind to you. I am very glad of it, and he can by no means impute to you my obstinacy, folly, or philosophy, call it what you please. You may with great truth assure him that you did all you could to obey his commands. I am sorry to find that you are out of order, but I hope it is only a cold. Should it be anything more, pray consult Dr. Matty, who did you so much good in your last illness, when the great medicinal matadores did you rather harm. I have found a Monsieur Diaforis here, Dr. Moisey, who has really done me a good deal of good, and I am sure I wanted it a great deal when I came here first. I have recovered some strength, and a little more will give me as much as I can make use of. Lady Brown, whom I saw yesterday, makes you many compliments, and I wish you a Merry Christmas and a good night. Adieu. Letter 266. Bath, December 31st, 1763. My dear Friend, Grevenkop wrote me word, by the last post, that you were laid up with the gout, but I much question it. that is, whether it is the gout or not. Your last illness, when you went abroad, was pronounced the gout, by the skillful, and proved at last a mere rheumatism. Take care that the same mistake is not made this year, and that by giving you strong and hot medicines to throw out the gout, they do not inflame the rheumatism, if it be one. Mr. Wilkes has imitated some of the great men of antiquity, by going into voluntary exile. It was his only way of defeating both his creditors and his prosecutors. Whatever his friends, if he has any, give out of his returning soon, I will answer for it, that it will be a long time before that soon comes. I have been much out of order these 4 days of a violent cold, which I do not know how I got, and which obliged me to suspend drinking the waters. But it is now so much better, that I propose resuming them for this week, and paying my court to you in town on Monday or Tuesday se'nnight. But this is sub spirata only. God bless you. Letter 267. Blackheath, July 20th, 1764. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 3rd from Prague, but I never received that which you mentioned from Ratisbon. This made me think you in such rapid motion, that I did not know where to take aim. I suppose that you are arrived, though not yet settled, at Dresden. Your audiences and formalities are, to be sure, over, and that is a great ease of mind to you. I have no political events to acquaint you with. Summer is not the season for them. They ripen only in winter. Great ones are expected immediately before the meeting of Parliament, but that, you know, is always the language of fears and hopes. However, I rather believe that there will be something patched up between the ins and the outs. The whole subject of conversation at present is the death and will of Lord Bath. He has left above 1,200,000 pounds in land and money, 400,000 pounds in cash, stocks, and mortgages. His own estate in land was improved to 15,000 pounds a year, and the Bradford estate, which he purchased, is as much, both which, at only 25 years' purchase, amount to 800,000 pounds; and all this he has left to his brother, General Pulteney, and in his own disposal, though he never loved him. The legacies he has given are trifling, for in truth he cared for nobody. The words give and bequeath were too shocking for him to repeat, and so he left all in one word to his brother. The public, which was long the dupe of his simulation and dissimulation, begins to explain upon him, and draws such a picture of him as I gave you long ago. Your late secretary has been with me 3 or 4 times. He wants something or other, and it seems all one to him what, whether civil or military. In plain English, he wants bread. He has knocked at the doors of some of the ministers, but to no purpose. I wish with all my heart that I could help him. I told him fairly that I could not, but advised him to find some channel to Lord B., which, though a Scotsman, he told me he could not. He brought a packet of letters from the office to you, which I made him seal up, and keep for you, as I suppose it makes up the series of your Ratisbon letters. As for me, I am just what I was when you left me, that is, nobody. Old age steals upon me insensibly. I grow weak and decrepit, but do not suffer, and so I am content. Forbes brought me 4 books of yours, 2 of which were Bielefeld's letters, in which, to my knowledge, there are many notorious lies. Make my compliments to Comte Einsiedel, whom I love and honor much, and so good night to seine Excellence. Now our correspondence may be more regular, and I expect a letter from you every fortnight. I will be regular on my part, but write oftener to your mother, if it be but 3 lines. End of section 201. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 202 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 268. Blackheath, July 27th, 1764. My dear friend, I received 2 days ago your letter of the 11th from Dresden, where I am very glad that you are arrived safely at last. The prices of the necessaries of life are monstrous there, and I do not conceive how the poor natives subsist at all, after having been so long and so often plundered by their own as well as by other sovereigns. As for procuring you either the title or the appointments of plenipotentiary, I could as soon procure them from the Turkish as from the English ministry, and in truth I believe they have it not to give. Now to come to your civil list, if one may compare small things with great. I think I have found a better refreshment for it than you propose; for tomorrow I shall send to your cashier, Mr. Larpent, £500 at once, for your use, which I presume is better than by quarterly payments; and I am very apt to think that next Midsummer Day he will have the same sum, and for the same use, consigned to him. It is reported here, and I believe not without some foundation, that the Queen of Hungary has acceded to the family compact between France and Spain. If so, I am sure it behooves us to form in time a counter alliance, of at least equal strength, which I could easily point out, but which, I fear, is not thought of here. The rage of marrying is very prevalent, so that there will be probably a great crop of cuckolds next winter, who are at present only cocos in herbe. It will contribute to population, and so far as must be allowed to be a public benefit. Lord G, Mr. B, and Mr. D are, in this respect, very meritorious, for they have all married handsome women, without 1 shilling fortune. Lord must indeed take some pains to arrive at that dignity, but I dare say he will bring it about, and by the help of some young Scotch or Irish officer. Good night, and God bless you. Letter 269. Blackheath, September 3rd, 1764. Dear Friend, I have received your letter of the 13th past. I see that your complete arrangement approaches, and you need not be in a hurry to give entertainments, since so few others do. Comte Fleming is the man in the world the best calculated to retrieve the Saxon finances, which have been all this century squandered and lavished with the most absurd profusion. He has, certainly, abilities, and I believe integrity. I dare answer for him that the gentleness and flexibility of his temper will not prevail with him to yield to the importunities of craving and petulant applications. I see in him another Sully, and therefore I wish he were at the head of our finances. France and Spain both insult us, and we take it too tamely, for this is, in my opinion, the time for us to talk high to them. France, I am persuaded, will not quarrel with us till it has got a navy at least equal to ours, which cannot be these 3 or 4 years at soonest, and then indeed, I believe we shall hear of something or other. Therefore, this is the moment for us to speak loud, and we shall be feared if we do not show that we fear. Here is no domestic news of changes and chances in the political world, which, like oysters, are only in season in the R months, when the Parliament sits. I think there will be some then, but of what kind, God knows. I have received a book for you, and one from myself, from Hart. It is upon agriculture, and will surprise you, as I confess it did me. This work is not only in English, but good and elegant English. He has even scattered graces upon his subject, and in prose, has come very near Virgil's Georgics in verse. I have written to him to congratulate his happy transformation. As soon as I can find an opportunity, I will send you your copy. You, though no Agricola, will read it with pleasure. I know Mackenzie, whom you mention. C'est un délit sed cave. Make mine and Lady Chesterfield's compliments to Comte et Comtesse Fleming, and so Dieu vous aille un sai sans garde. Letter 270. Blackheath, September 14th, 1764. My dear Friend, yesterday I received your letter of the 30th past, by which I find that you had not then got mine, which I sent you the day after I received your former. You have had no great loss of it, for, as I told you in my last, this inactive season of the year supplies no materials for a letter. The winter may, and probably will, produce an abundant crop, but of what grain I neither know, guess, nor care. I take it for granted that Lord B surnagera encore, but by the assistance of what bladders or corkwaists God only knows. The epileptic fits of the Duke of Devonshire, for which he is gone to Aix-la-Chapelle, and the advanced age of the Duke of Newcastle, seem to facilitate an accommodation, if Mr. Pitt and Lord Bute are inclined to it. You ask me what I think of the death of poor Iwan, and of the person who ordered it. You may remember that I often said she would murder or marry him, or probably both. She has chosen the safest alternative, and has now completed her character of femme forte, above scruples and hesitation. If Machiavel were alive, she would probably be his heroine, as Caesar Borgia was his hero. Women are all so far Machiavellians, that they are never either good or bad by halves. Their passions are too strong, and their reason too weak to do anything with moderation. She will perhaps meet, before it is long, with some Scythian as free from prejudices as herself. If there is one Oliver Cromwell in the 3 regiments of guards, he will probably, for the sake of his dear country, depose and murder her, for that is one and the same thing in Russia. You seem now to have settled, and bien nip at Dresden. 4 sedentary footmen, and 1 running one, font equipage lest. The Germans will give you sign excellence, and the French ones, if you have any, Monseigneur. My own health varies as usual, but never deviates into good. God bless you, and send you better. End of section 202, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 203 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 271. Blackheath, October 4th, 1764. My dear friend, I have now your last letter of the 16th past, lying before me, and I gave your enclosed to Grevenkop, which has put him into a violent bustle to execute your commissions, as well and as cheap as possible. I refer him to his own letter. He tells you true as to Comtesse Cossel's diamonds, which certainly nobody will buy here, unsight unseen, as they call it, so many minutiae concerning to increase or lessen the value of a diamond. Your Cheshire cheese, your Burton ale and beer, I charge myself with, and they shall be sent you as soon as possible. Upon this occasion I will give you a piece of advice, which by experience I know to be useful. In all commissions, whether from men or women, point de la galanterie, bring them in your account, and be paid to the uttermost farthing. But if you would show them une galanterie, let your present be of something that is not in your commission; otherwise you will be the commissionnaire banal of all the women of Saxony. A propos, who is your Comtesse de Cossel? Is she daughter or granddaughter of the famous Madame de Cossel in King Augustus's time? Is she young or old, ugly or handsome? I do not wonder that people are wonderfully surprised at our tameness and forbearance with regard to France and Spain. Spain, indeed, has lately agreed to our cutting logwood, according to the treaty, and sent strict orders to their governor to allow it. But you will observe, too, that there is not one word of reparation for the losses we lately sustained there. But France is not even so tractable. It will pay but half the money due, upon a liquidated account, for the maintenance of their prisoners. Our request, to have the Comte d'Estaing recalled and censured, they have absolutely rejected, though by the laws of war he might be hanged for having twice broke his parole. This does not do France honor. However, I think we shall be quiet, and that at the only time, perhaps this century, when we might with safety be otherwise. But this is nothing new, nor the first time, by many, when national honor and interest have been sacrificed to private. It has always been so, and so one may say, upon this occasion, what Horace says upon another, Nam fuit ant Helenam. I have seen Les Contes de Guillaume Vade, and like most of them so little that I can hardly think them Voltaire's, but rather the scraps that have fallen from his table, and been worked up by inferior workmen, under his name. I have not seen the other book you mentioned, the Dictionnaire Portatif. It is not yet come over. I shall next week go to take my winter quarters in London, the weather here being very cold and damp, and not proper for an old, sheltered, and cold carcass like mine. In November I will go to the Bath, to careen myself for the winter, and to shift the scene. Good night. Letter 272. London, October 19th, 1764. My dear friend, yesterday morning Mr. came to me from Lord Halifax, to ask me whether I thought you would approve of vacating your seat in Parliament during the remainder of it, upon a valuable consideration, meaning money. My answer was, that I really did not know your disposition upon that subject, but that I knew you would be very willing in general to accommodate them, so far as lay in your power; that your election to my knowledge had cost you £2000; that this Parliament had not sat above half its time, and that for my part I approved of the measure well enough, provided you had an equitable equivalent. I take it for granted that you will have a letter from by this post to that effect, so that you may consider what you will do. What I advise is this: give them a good deal of galbanum in the first part of your letter. Le galbanum ne coûte rien, and then say that you are willing to do as they please, but that you hope an equitable consideration will be had to the £2000, which your seat cost you in the present parliament, of which not above half the term is expired. Moreover, that you take the liberty to remind them, that your being sent from Ratisbon last session, when you were just settled there, put you to the expense of £300 or £400, for which you were allowed nothing, and that therefore you hope they will not think £1000 too much, considering all these circumstances, but that in all events you will do whatever they desire. Upon the whole, I think this proposal will be advantageous to you, as you probably will not make use of your seat this parliament, and further, as it will secure you from another unpaid journey from Dresden, in case they meet, or fear to meet, with difficulties in any ensuing session of the present parliament. Whatever one must do, one should do de bonne grâce. Dixi, God bless you. End of section 203, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 204 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 273, Bath, November 10th, 1764. My dear friend, I am much concerned at the account you gave me of yourself in your last letter. There is, to be sure, at such a town as Dresden, at least some one very skillful physician, whom I hope you have consulted, and I would have you acquaint him with all your several attacks of this nature, from your great one at Laubach to your late one at Dresden. Tell him, too, that in your last illness in England, the physicians mistook your case, and treated it as the gout, till Mati came, who treated it as a rheumatism and cured you. In my own opinion, you have never had the gout, but always the rheumatism, which to my knowledge is as painful as the gout can possibly be, and should be treated in a quite different way, that is, by cooling medicines and regimen, instead of those inflammatory cordials which they always administer where they suppose the gout, to keep it, they say, out of the stomach. I have been here now just a week, but have hitherto drank so little of the water, that I can neither speak well nor ill of it. The number of people in this place is infinite, but very few whom I know. Hart seems settled here for life. He is not well, that is certain, but not so ill neither as he thinks himself, nor at least would be thought. I long for your answer to my last letter, containing a certain proposal, which by this time I suppose has been made you, and which in the main I approve of your accepting. God bless you, my dear friend, and send you better health. Adieu. Letter 274, London, February 26, 1765. My dear friend, your last letter of the 5th gave me as much pleasure as your former had given me uneasiness, and Larpent's acknowledgment of his negligence frees you from those suspicions which I own I did entertain, and which I believe every one would, in the same concurrence of circumstances, have entertained. So much for that. You may depend upon what I promised you before midsummer next, at farthest and at least. All I can say of the affair between you, of the Corps Diplomatique and the Saxon ministers, is, que voilà bien du bruit pour une omelette au lard. It will most certainly be soon made up, and in that negotiation show yourself as moderate and healing as your instructions from hence will allow, especially to Comte de Flemming. The King of Prussia, I believe, has a mind to insult him personally as an old enemy, or else to quarrel with Saxony, that dares not quarrel with him. But some of the Corps Diplomatique here assure me that it is only a pretence to recall his envoy, and to send, when matters shall be made up, a little secretary there, a moine de frais, as he does now to Paris and London. Comte Bruhl is much in fashion here. I like him mightily. He has very much le ton de la bonne compagnie. Poor Schrader died last Saturday, without the least pain or sickness. God bless you. Letter 275, London, April 22nd, 1765. My dear friend, the day before yesterday I received your letter of the 3rd instant. I find that your important affair of the ceremonial is adjusted at last, as I foresaw it would be. Such minutiae are often laid hold on as a pretence, for powers who have a mind to quarrel, but are never tenaciously insisted upon where there is neither interest nor inclination to break. Comte Flemming, though a hot, is a wise man, and I was sure would not break with both England and Hanover, upon so trifling a point, especially during a minority. A propos of a minority, the King is to come to the House tomorrow, to recommend a bill to settle a regency, in case of his demise while his successor is a minor. Upon the King's late illness, which was no trifling one, the whole nation cried out aloud for such a bill, for reasons which will readily occur to you, who know situations, persons, and characters here. I do not know the particulars of this intended bill, but I wish it may be copied exactly from that which was passed in the late King's time, when the present King was a minor. I am sure there cannot be a better. You inquire about Monsieur de Guerchy's affair, and I will give you as succinct an account as I can of so extraordinary and perplexed a transaction, but without giving you my own opinion of it by the common post. You know what passed at first between Mr. de Guerchy and Monsieur d'Eon, in which both our ministers and Monsieur de Guerchy, from utter inexperience in business, puzzled themselves into disagreeable difficulties. About 3 or 4 months ago, Monsieur de Vergy published a brochure, a parcel of letters, from himself to the Duc de Choiseul, in which he positively asserts that Monsieur de Guerchy prevailed with him, Vergy, to come over into England to assassinate d'Eon. The words are, as well as I remember, que ce n'était pas pour servir de sa plume, mais de son épée, qu'on le demandoit en Angleterre. This accusation of assassination, you may imagine, shocked Monsieur de Guerchy, who complained bitterly to our ministers, and they both puzzled on for some time, without doing anything, because they did not know what to do. At last du Vergy, about 2 months ago, applied himself to the Grand Jury of Middlesex, and made oath that Mr. de Guerchy had hired him, du Vergy, to assassinate d'Eon. Upon this deposition the Grand Jury found a bill of intended murder against Monsieur de Guerchy, which bill, however, never came to the petty jury. The King granted a noli prosequi in favor of Monsieur de Guerchy, and the Attorney General is actually prosecuting du Vergy. Whether the King can grant a noli prosequi in a criminal case, and whether le droit des gens extends to criminal cases, are 2 points which employ our domestic politicians, and the whole corps diplomatique. Enfin, to use a very coarse and vulgar saying, il y a de la merde au bout du bâton quelque part. I see and hear these storms from shore, suave mari magno, etc. I enjoy my own security and tranquillity, together with better health than I had reason to expect at my age, and with my constitution. However, I feel a gradual decay, though a gentle one, and I think that I shall not tumble, but slide gently to the bottom of the hill of life. When that will be, I neither know nor care, for I am very weary. God bless you. Mallet died 2 days ago, of a diarrhea, which he had carried with him to France, and brought back again hither. End of section 204, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 205 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 276, Blackheath, July 2nd, 1765. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 22nd past, and I delayed answering your former in daily, or rather hourly expectation of informing you of the birth of a new ministry, but in vain; for after 1,000 conferences, all things remain still in the state which I described to you in my last. Lord S. has, I believe, given you a pretty true account of the present state of things, but my lord is much mistaken, I am persuaded, when he says that the King has thought proper to re-establish his old servants in the management of his affairs, for he shows them all the public dislike possible, and, at his levee, hardly speaks to any of them, but speaks by the hour to anybody else. Conferences in the meantime go on, of which it is easy to guess the main subject, but impossible, for me at least, to know the particulars. But this I will venture to prophesy, that the whole will soon centre in Mr. Pitt. You seem not to know the character of the Queen. Here it is. She is a good woman, a good wife, a tender mother, and an unmeddling Queen. The King loves her as a woman, but I verily believe has never yet spoken one word to her about business. I have now told you all that I know of these affairs, which, I believe, is as much as anybody else knows, who is not in the secret. In the meantime you easily guess that surmises, conjectures, and reports are infinite, and if, as they say, truth is but one, 1,000,000 at least of these reports must be false, for they differ exceedingly. You have lost an honest servant by the death of poor Louis. I would advise you to take a clever young Saxon in his room, of whose character you may get authentic testimonies, instead of sending for one to France, whose character you can only know from far. When I hear more, I will write more. Till when, God bless you. Letter 277, Blackheath, July 15th, 1765. My dear friend, I told you in my last that you should hear from me again as soon as I had anything more to write, and now I have too much to write, therefore I will refer you to the Gazette, and the office letters, for all that has been done, and advise you to suspend your opinion as I do about all that is to be done. Many more changes are talked of, but so idly and variously that I give credit to none of them. There has been pretty clean sweeping already, and I do not remember in my time to have seen so much at once as an entire new Board of Treasury and 2 new Secretaries of State, cum multis aliis, etc. Here is a new political arch almost built, but of materials of so different a nature, and without a keystone, that it does not, in my opinion, indicate either strength or duration. It will certainly require repairs, and a keystone next winter, and that keystone will and must necessarily be Mr. Pitt. It is true he might have been that keystone now, and would have accepted it, but not without Lord Temple's consent, and Lord Temple positively refused. There was evidently some trick in this, but what is past my conjecturing. Davis sum non oedipus. There is a manifest interregnum in the Treasury, for I do suppose that Lord Rockingham and Mr. Dowswell do not think proper to be very active. General Conway, who is your secretary, has certainly parts at least equal to his business, to which I dare say he will apply. The same may be said, I believe, of the Duke of Grafton, and indeed there is no magic requisite for the executive part of those employments. The ministerial part is another thing. They must scramble with their fellow servants for power and favor as well as they can. Foreign affairs are not so much as mentioned, and I verily believe not thought of. But surely some counterbalance would be necessary to the family compact, and if not soon contracted will be too late. God bless you. End of section 205. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 206 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 278. Blackheath, August 17th, 1765. My dear friend, you are now 2 letters in my debt, and I fear the gout has been the cause of your contracting that debt. When you are not able to write yourself, let your secretary send me 2 or 3 lines to acquaint me how you are. You have now seen by the London Gazette what changes have really been made at court, but at the same time I believe you have seen that there must be more, before a ministry can be settled. What those will be, God knows. Were I to conjecture, I should say that the whole will centre, before it is long, in Mr. Pitt and Company, the present being an heterogeneous jumble of youth and caducity, which cannot be efficient. Charles Townshend calls the present Lutestring ministry fit only for the summer. The next session will be not only a warm, but a violent one, as you will easily judge, if you look over the names of the ins and of the outs. I feel this beginning of the autumn, which is already very cold. The leaves are withered, fall apace, and seem to intimate that I must follow them, which I shall do without reluctance, being extremely weary of this silly world. God bless you, both in it and after it. Letter 279. Blackheath, August 25th, 1765. I received but 4 days ago your letter of the 2nd instant. I find by it that you are well, for you are in good spirits. Your notion of the new birth or regeneration of the ministry is a very just one, and that they have not yet the true seal of the covenant is, I dare say, very true. At least it is not in the possession of either of the Secretaries of State, who have only the King's seal. Nor do I believe, whatever his Grace may imagine, that it is even in the possession of the Lord Privy Seal. I own I am lost, in considering the present situation of affairs. Different conjectures present themselves to my mind, but none that it can rest upon. The next session must necessarily clear up matters a good deal, for I believe it will be the warmest and most acrimonious one that has been known since that of the excise. The late Ministry, the present Opposition, are determined to attack Lord B publicly in Parliament, and reduce the late Opposition; the present Ministry, to protect him publicly, in consequence of their supposed treaty with him. En attendant mieux, the paper war is carried on with much fury and scurrility on all sides, to the great entertainment of such lazy and impartial people as myself. I do not know whether you have the Daily Advertiser and the Public Advertiser, in which all political letters are inserted, and some very well written ones on both sides; but I know that they amuse me, tant bien que mal, for an hour or two every morning. Lord T is the supposed author of the pamphlet you mention, but I think it is above him. Perhaps his brother C. T., who is by no means satisfied with the present arrangement, may have assisted him privately. As to this letter, there was a good ridiculous paragraph in the newspapers 2 or 3 days ago. We hear that the Right Honourable Mr. C. T. is indisposed at his house in Oxfordshire, of a pain in his side, but it is not said in which side. I do not find that the Duke of York has yet visited you. If he should, it may be expensive, mais on trouvera moyen. As for the lady, if you should be very sharp set for some English flesh, she has it amply in her power to supply you if she pleases. Pray tell me in your next, what you think of, and how you like, Prince Henry of Prussia. God bless you. Letter 280. My dear friend, your great character of Prince Henry, which I take to be a very just one, lowers the King of Prussia's a great deal, and probably that is the cause of their being so ill together. But the King of Prussia, with his good parts, should reflect upon that trite and true maxim, qui invidit minor, or M. de Rochefoucauld's, que l'envie est la plus bas de toute passion, puisqu'on avoue bien des crimes, mais que personne n'avoue l'envie. I thank God I never was sensible of that dark and vile passion, except that formerly I have sometimes envied a successful rival with a fine woman; but now that cause is ceased, and consequently the effects. What shall I, or rather what can I tell you of the political world here? The late ministers accuse the present with having done nothing; the present accuse the late ones with having done much worse than nothing. Their writers abuse one another most scurrilously, but sometimes with wit. I look upon this to be pelote and attendant partie, till battle begins in St. Stephen's Chapel. How that will end, I protest I cannot conjecture; any farther than this, that if Mr. Pitt does not come into the assistance of the present ministers, they will have much to do to stand their ground. C. T. will play booty, and who else have they? Nobody but C., who has only good sense, but not the necessary talents nor experience. Ere siere viros martemque ascendere cantu. I never remember in all my time to have seen so problematical a state of affairs, and a man would be much puzzled which side to bet on. Your guest, Miss C., is another problem which I cannot solve. She no more wanted the waters of Carlsbad than you did. Is it to show the Duke of Kingston that he cannot live without her? A dangerous experiment, which may possibly convince him that he can. There is a trick, no doubt, in it, but what I neither know nor care. You did very well to show her civilities, cela ne goûte jamais rien. I will go to my waters, that is, the Bath waters, in 3 weeks or a month, more for the sake of bathing than of drinking. The hot bath always promotes my perspiration, which is sluggish, and supples my stiff rheumatic limbs. D'ailleurs, I am at present as well, and better than I could reasonably expect to be, annu 71mo. May you be as long, y mas. God bless you. End of section 206, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 207 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 281. London, October 25th, 1765. My dear friend, I received your letter of the 10th Sonica, for I set out for Bath tomorrow morning. If the use of those waters does me no good, the shifting the scene for some time will at least amuse me a little, and at my age, and with my infirmities, Il faut faire du tout bois fèche. Some variety is as necessary for the mind as some medicines are for the body. Here is a total stagnation of politics, which I suppose will continue till the Parliament sits to do business, and that will not be till about the middle of January, for the meeting on the 17th December is only for the sake of some new writs. The late ministers threaten the present ones, but the latter do not seem in the least afraid of the former, and for a very good reason, which is, that they have the distribution of the loaves and fishes. I believe it is very certain that Mr. Pitt will never come into this, or any other administration. He is absolutely a cripple all the year, and in violent pain at least half of it. Such physical ills are great checks to two of the strongest passions to which human nature is liable, love and ambition. Though I cannot persuade myself that the present ministry can be long lived, I can as little imagine who or what can succeed them. Telle est la disette de sujet palpable. The Duke of swears that he will have Lord personally attacked in both houses, but I do not see how, without endangering himself at the same time. Miss C. is safely arrived here, and her Duke is fonder of her than ever. It was a dangerous experiment that she tried, in leaving him so long, but it seems she knew her man. I pity you for the inundation of your good countrymen, which overwhelms you. Je sais ce qu'en vaut l'un. It is, besides, expensive, but, as I look upon the expense to be the least evil of the two, I will see if a New Year's gift will not make it up. I am now upon the wing. I will only add, God bless you. Letter 282. Bath, November 28, 1765. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 10th. I have now been here a month, bathing and drinking the waters, for complaints much of the same kind as yours. I mean pains in my legs, hips, and arms, whether gouty or rheumatic. God knows, but I believe both, that a fight without a decision in favor of either, and have absolutely reduced me to the miserable situation of the Sphinx's riddle, to walk upon 3 legs, that is, with the assistance of my stick, to walk, or rather hobble, very indifferently. I wish it were a declared gout, which is the distemper of a gentleman, whereas the rheumatism is the distemper of a hackney coachman or chairman, who is obliged to be out in all weathers and at all hours. I think you will do very right to ask leave, and I dare say you will easily get it, to go to the baths in Suabia; that is, supposing that you have consulted some skillful physician, if such a one there be, either at Dresden or at Leipzig, about the nature of your distemper, and the nature of those baths, but suos quisque patimur manis. We have but a bad bargain, God knows, of this life, and patience is the only way not to make bad worse. Mr. Pitt keeps his bed here, with a very real gout, and not a political one, as is often suspected. Here has been a congress of most of the ex-ministres. If they have raised a battery, as I suppose they have, it is a masked one, for nothing has transpired, only they confess that they intend a most vigorous attack. D'ailleurs, there seems to be a total suspension of all business, till the meeting of the Parliament, and then signa canat. I am very glad that at this time you are out of it, and for reasons that I need not mention. You would certainly have been sent for over, and, as before, not paid for your journey. Poor Hart is very ill, and condemned to the hot well at Bristol. He is a better poet than philosopher, for all this illness and melancholy proceeds originally from the ill success of his Gustavus Adolphus. He is grown extremely devout, which I am very glad of, because that is always a comfort to the afflicted. I cannot present Mr. Larpent with my New Year's gift till I come to town, which will be before Christmas at farthest. Till when, God bless you. Adieu. End of section 207, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 208 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 283. London, December 27, 1765. My dear friend, I arrived here from Bath last Monday, rather, but not much better, than when I went over there. My rheumatic pains, in my legs and hips, plague me still, and I must never expect to be quite free from them. You have, to be sure, had from the office an account of what the Parliament did, or rather did not do, the day of their meeting, and the same point will be the great object at their next meeting. I mean the affair of our American colonies, relatively to the late imposed stamp duty, which our colonists absolutely refuse to pay. The administration are for some indulgence and forbearance to those froward children of their mother country. The opposition are for taking vigorous, as they call them, but I call them violent measures, not less than les dragonnades, and to have the tax collected by the troops we have there. For my part, I never saw a froward child mended by whipping, and I would not have the mother country become a stepmother. Our trade to America brings in, communibus annis, 2 millions a year, and the stamp duty is estimated at but 100,000 a year, which I would by no means bring into the stock of the exchequer, at the loss or even the risk of 1 million a year to the national stock. I do not tell you of the garter given away yesterday, because the newspapers will; but I must observe that the Prince of Brunswick's riband is a mark of great distinction to that family, which, I believe, is the first, except our own royal family, that has ever had 2 blue ribbons at a time, but it must be owned they deserve them. One hears of nothing now in town but the separation of men and their wives. Will Finch, the ex-Vice-Chamberlain, Lord Warwick, and your friend Lord Bolingbroke. I wonder at none of them for parting, but I wonder at many for still living together, for in this country it is certain that marriage is not well understood. I have this day sent Mr. Larpent £200 for your Christmas box, of which I suppose he will inform you by this post. Make this Christmas as merry a one as you can, for pour le peu de bon temps qui nous reste, rien n'est si funeste que nos chagrins. For the New Year's, God send you many and happy ones. Adieu. Letter 284. London, February 11th, 1766. My dear friend, I received 2 days ago your letter of the 25th past, and your former, which you mention it in, but 10 days ago. This may easily be accounted for from the badness of the weather, and consequently of the roads. I hardly remember so severe a winter; it has occasioned many illnesses here. I am sure it pinched my crazy carcass so much that, about 3 weeks ago, I was obliged to let blood twice in 4 days, which I found afterwards was very necessary, by the relief it gave to my head, and to the rheumatic pains in my limbs, and from the execrable kind of blood which I lost. Perhaps you expect from me a particular account of the present state of affairs here, but if you do you will be disappointed, for no man living, and I still less than anyone, knows what it is. It varies not only daily, but hourly. Most people think, and I among the rest, that the date of the present ministers is pretty near out, but how soon we are to have a new style, God knows. This, however, is certain, that the ministers had a contested election in the House of Commons, and got it but by 11 votes, too small a majority to carry anything. The next day they lost a question in the House of Lords by 3. The question in the House of Lords was, to enforce the execution of the Stamp Act in the colonies vi et armis. What conclusions you will draw from these premises I do not know, but I protest I draw none, but only stare at the present undecipherable state of affairs, which in 50 years' experience I have never seen anything like. The Stamp Act has proved a most pernicious measure, for, whether it is repealed or not, which is still very doubtful, it has given such terror to the Americans, that our trade with them will not be, for some years, what it used to be, and great numbers of our manufacturers at home will be turned a starving for want of that employment which our very profitable trade to America found them, and hunger is always the cause of tumults and sedition. As you have escaped a fit of the gout in this severe cold weather, it is to be hoped you may be entirely free from it, till next winter at least. P.S. Lord, having parted with his wife, now keeps another whore, at a great expense. I fear he is totally undone. End of section 208, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 209 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 285. London, March 17th, 1766. My dear friend, you wrong me in thinking me in your debt, for I never received a letter of yours, but I answer it by the next post, or the next but one, at furthest. But I can easily conceive that my 2 last letters to you may have been drowned or frozen in their way, for portents and prodigies of frost, snow, and inundations have been so frequent this winter, that they have almost lost their names. You tell me that you are going to the baths of Baden, but that puzzles me a little, so I recommend this letter to the care of Mr. Larpent, to forward to you, for Baden I take to be the general German word for bath, and the particular ones are distinguished by some epithet, as Wiesbaden, Karlsbaden, etc. I hope they are not cold baths, which I have a very ill opinion of, in all arthritic or rheumatic cases, and your case I take to be a compound of both, but rather more of the latter. You will probably wonder that I tell you nothing of public matters, upon which I shall be as secret as Hotspur's gentle Kate, who would not tell what she did not know; but what is singular, nobody seems to know any more of them than I do. People gape, stare, conjecture, and refine. Changes of the ministry, or in the ministry at least, are daily reported and foretold, but of what kind God only knows. It is also very doubtful whether Mr. Pitt will come into the administration or not. The 2 present secretaries are extremely desirous that he should, but the others think of the horse that called the man to its assistance. I will say nothing to you about American affairs, because I have not pens, ink, or paper enough to give you an intelligible account of them. They have been the subjects of warm and acrimonious debates, both in the Lords and Commons, and in all companies. The repeal of the Stamp Act is at last carried through. I am glad of it, and gave my proxy for it, because I saw many more inconveniences from the enforcing than from the repealing of it. Colonel Brown was with me the other day, and assured me that he left you very well. He said he saw you at Spa, but I did not remember him, though I remember his 2 brothers, the Colonel and the Ravisher, very well. Your Saxon Colonel has the brogue exceedingly. Present my respects to Count Fleming. I am very sorry for the Countess's illness. She was a most well-bred woman. You would hardly think that I gave a dinner to the Prince of Brunswick, your old acquaintance. I am glad it is over, but I could not avoid it. Il mauvais tabli de politesse. God bless you. Letter 286. Blackheath, June 13th, 1766. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 30th past. I waited with impatience for it, not having received one from you in 6 weeks, nor your mother neither, who began to be very sure that you were dead if not buried. You should write to her once a week, or at least once a fortnight, for women make no allowance either for business or laziness, whereas I can, by experience, make allowances for both. However, I wish you would generally write to me once a fortnight. Last week I paid my midsummer offering of £500 to Mr. Larpent for your use, as I suppose he has informed you. I am punctual, you must allow. What account shall I give you of ministerial affairs here? I protest I do not know. Your own description of them is as exact a one as any I, who am upon the place, can give you. It is a total dislocation and derangement, consequently a total inefficiency. When the Duke of Grafton quitted the seals, he gave that very reason for it, in a speech in the House of Lords. He declared that he had no objection to the persons or the measures of the present ministers, but that he thought they wanted strength and efficiency to carry on proper measures with success, and that he knew but one man, meaning, as you will easily suppose, Mr. Pitt, who could give them strength and solidity, that under this person he should be willing to serve in any capacity, not only as a general officer but as a pioneer, and would take up a spade and a mattock. When he quitted the seals, they were offered first to Lord Edgemont, then to Lord Hardwicke, who both declined them, probably for the same reasons that made the Duke of Grafton resign them. But after their going a-begging for some time, the Duke of begged them, and has them, faute de mieux. Lord Mountstuart was never thought of for Vienna, where Lord Stormont returns in 3 months. The former is going to be married to one of the Miss Windsors, a great fortune. To tell you the speculations, the reasonings, and the conjectures, either of the uninformed or of the best informed public, upon the present wonderful situation of affairs, would take up much more time and paper than either you or I can afford, though we have neither of us a great deal of business at present. I am in as good health as I could reasonably expect at my age, and with my shattered carcass, that is, from the waist upward, but downward it is not the same, for my limbs retain that stiffness and debility of my long rheumatism. I cannot walk half an hour at a time. As the autumn and still more as the winter approaches, take care to keep yourself very warm, especially your legs and feet. Lady Chesterfield sends you her compliments, and triumphs in the success of her plaster. God bless you. End of section 209. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 210 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 287. Blackheath, July 11th, 1766. My dear friend, you are a happy mortal, to have your time thus employed between the great and the fair. I hope you do the honors of your country to the latter. The Emperor, by your account, seems to be very well for an emperor, who, by being above the other monarchs in Europe, may justly be supposed to have had a proportionably worse education. I find by your account of him that he has been trained up to homicide, the only science in which princes are ever instructed, and with good reason, as their greatness and glory singly depend upon the numbers of their fellow creatures which their ambition exterminates. If a sovereign should, by great accident, deviate into moderation, justice, and clemency, what a contemptible figure would he make in the catalogue of princes! I have always owned a great regard for King Log. From the interview at Torgau, between the two monarchs, they will be either a great deal better or worse together, but I think rather the latter, for our namesake, Philip de Comines, observes, that he never knew any good to come from l'abouchement des rois. The King of Prussia will exert all his perspicacity to analyze his Imperial Majesty, and I would bet upon the one head of his Black Eagle against the two heads of the Austrian Eagle, though two heads are said, proverbially, to be better than one. I wish I had the direction of both monarchs, and they should, together with some of their allies, take Lorraine and Alsace from France. You will call me l'Abbé de Saint Pierre, but I only say what I wish, whereas he thought everything that he wished practicable. Now to come home. Here are great bustles at court, and a great change of persons is certainly very near. You will ask me, perhaps, who is to be out and who is to be in. To which I answer, I do not know. My conjecture is that, be the new settlement what it will, Mr. Pitt will be at the head of it. If he is, I presume, qu'il aura mis de l'eau de son vin pour rapport à Milord B. When that shall come to be known, as known it certainly will soon be, he may bid adieu to his popularity. A minister, as minister, is very apt to be the object of public dislike, and a favorite as favorite still more so. If any event of this kind happens, which, if it happens at all, I conjecture will be some time next week, you shall hear further from me. I will follow your advice and be as well as I can next winter, though I know I shall never be free from my flying rheumatic pains, as long as I live, but whether that will be more or less is extremely indifferent to me. In either case, God bless you. Letter 288. Blackheath, August 1st, 1766. My dear friend, the curtain was at last drawn up, the day before yesterday, and discovered the new actors, together with some of the old ones. I do not name them to you, because tomorrow's Gazette will do it full as well as I could. Mr. Pitt, who had carte blanche given him, named every one of them. But what would you think he named himself for? Lord Privy Seal, and, what will astonish you as it does every mortal here, Earl of Chatham. The joke here is, that he has had a fall upstairs, and has done himself so much hurt, that he will never be able to stand upon his legs again. Everybody is puzzled how to account for this step, though it would not be the first time that great abilities have been duped by low cunning. But be it what it will, he is certainly now only Earl of Chatham, and no longer Mr. Pitt, in any respect whatever. Such an event, I believe, was never read nor heard of. To withdraw, in the fullness of his power and in the utmost gratification of his ambition, from the House of Commons, which procured him his power, and which alone ensure it to him, and to go into that hospital of incurables, the House of Lords, is a measure so unaccountable, that nothing but proof positive could have made me believe it, but true it is. Hans Stanley is to go ambassador to Russia, and my nephew Ellis to Spain, decorated with the red riband. Lord Shelburne is your Secretary of State, which I suppose he has notified to you this post by a circular letter. Charles Townshend has now the sole management of the House of Commons, but how long he will be content to be only Lord Chatham's vice-regent there, is a question which I will not pretend to decide. There is one very bad sign for Lord Chatham in his new dignity, which is, that all his enemies without exception rejoice at it, and all his friends are stupefied and dumbfounded. If I mistake not much, he will, in the course of a year, enjoy perfect otium cum dignitate. Enough of politics. Is the fair, or at least the fat Miss C. with you still? It must be confessed that she knows the arts of courts, to be received at Dresden, and so connived at in Chesterfield's. There never was so wet a summer as this has been, in the memory of man. We have not had one single day since March without some rain, but most days a great deal. I hope that does not affect your health, as great cold does, for, with all these inundations, it has not been cold. God bless you. End of section 210, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 211 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 289. Blackheath, August 14th, 1766. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 30th past, and I find by it that it crossed mine upon the road, where they had no time to take notice of one another. The newspapers have informed you before now of the changes actually made. More will probably follow, but what, I am sure, I cannot tell you, and I believe nobody can, not even those who are to make them. They will, I suppose, be occasional, as people behave themselves. The causes and consequences of Mr. Pitt's quarrel now appear in print, in a pamphlet published by Lord T., and in a refutation of it, not by Mr. Pitt himself, I believe, but by some friend of his, and under his sanction. The former is very scurrilous and scandalous, and betrays private conversation. My lord says that in his last conference he thought he had as good a right to nominate the new ministry as Mr. Pitt, and consequently named Lord G., Lord L., etc., for cabinet council employments, which Mr. Pitt not consenting to, Lord T. broke up the conference, and in his wrath went to Stowe, where I presume he may remain undisturbed a great while, since Mr. Pitt will neither be willing nor able to send for him again. The pamphlet, on the part of Mr. Pitt, gives an account of his whole political life, and in that respect is tedious to those who were acquainted with it before. But at the latter end, there is an article that expresses such supreme contempt of Lord T., and in so pretty a manner, that I suspect it to be Mr. Pitt's own. You shall judge yourself, for I here transcribe the article. But this I will be bold to say, that had he, Lord T., not fastened himself into Mr. Pitt's train, and acquired thereby such an interest in that great man, he might have crept out of life with as little notice as he crept in, and gone off with no other degree of credit than that of adding a single unit to the bills of mortality. I wish I could send you all the pamphlets and half-sheets that swarm here upon this occasion, but that is impossible, for every week would make a ship's cargo. It is certain that Mr. Pitt has, by his dignity of Earl, lost the greatest part of his popularity, especially in the city, and I believe the opposition will be very strong, and perhaps prevail, next session, in the House of Commons, there being now nobody there who can have the authority and ascendant over them that Pitt had. People tell me here, as young Harvey told you at Dresden, that I look very well, but those are words of course, which every one says to everybody. So far is true, that I am better than at my age, and with my broken constitution I could have expected to be. God bless you. Letter 290. Blackheath, September 12th, 1766. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 27th past. I was in hopes that your course of waters this year at Baden would have given you a longer reprieve from your painful complaint. If I do not mistake, you carried over with you some of Dr. Monsey's powders. Have you taken any of them, and have they done you any good? I know they did me a great deal. I, who pretend to some skill in physic, advise a cool regimen and cooling medicines. I do not wonder that you do wonder at Lord C.'s conduct. If he was not outwitted into his peerage by Lord B., his accepting it is utterly inexplicable. The instruments he has chosen for the great office, I believe, will never fit the same case. It was cruel to put such a boy as Lord G. over the head of old Ligonier, and if I had been the former, I would have refused that commission, during the life of that honest and brave old general. All this is to quiet the Duke of R to a resignation, and to make Lord B Lieutenant of Ireland, where I will venture to prophesy that he will not do. Ligonier was much pressed to give up his regiment of guards, but would by no means do it, and declared that the king might break him if he pleased, but that he would certainly not break himself. I have no political events to inform you of. They will not be ripe till the meeting of the Parliament. Immediately upon the receipt of this letter, write me one, to acquaint me how you are. God bless you, and particularly may he send you health, for that is the greatest blessing. Letter 291. Blackheath, September 30th, 1766. My dear friend, I received yesterday, with great pleasure, your letter of the 18th, by which I consider this last ugly bout is over, and to prevent its return, I greatly approve of your plan for the south of France, where I recommend for your principal residence, Pazenas, Toulouse, or Bordeaux; but do not be persuaded to go to Aix-en-Provence, which, by experience, I know to be at once the hottest and the coldest place in the world, from the ardor of the provincial sun, and the sharpness of the Alpine winds. I also earnestly recommend to you, for your complaint upon your breast, to take, twice a day, asses, or what is better, mare's milk, and that for these 6 months at least. Mingle turnips as much as you can with your diet. I have written, as you desired, to Mr. Secretary Conway, but I will answer for it that there will be no difficulty to obtain the leave you ask. There is no new event in the political world since my last, so God bless you. End of section 211, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 212 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 292. London, October 29th, 1766. My dear friend, the last mail brought me your letter of the 17th. I am glad to hear that your breast is so much better. You will find both asses and mare's milk enough in the south of France, where it was much drank when I was there. Guy Patin recommends to a patient to have no doctor but a horse, and no apothecary but an ass. As for your pains and weaknesses in your limbs, je vous en offre autant. I have never been free from them since my last rheumatism. I use my legs as much as I can, and you should do so too, for disuse makes them worse. I cannot now use them long at a time, because of the weakness of old age, but I contrive to get, by different snatches, at least 2 hours walking every day, either in my garden or within doors, as the weather permits. I set out tomorrow for Bath, in hopes of half repairs, for Medea's kettle could not give me whole ones. The timbers of my wretched vessel are too much decayed to be fitted out again for use. I shall see poor Hart there, who, I am told, is in a miserable way, between some real and some imaginary distempers. I send you no political news, for one reason among others, which is that I know none. Great expectations are raised of this session, which meets the 11th of next month, but of what kind nobody knows, and consequently everybody conjectures variously. Lord Chatham comes to town tomorrow from Bath, where he has been to refit himself for the winter campaign. He has hitherto but an indifferent set of aides-de-camp, and where he will find better I do not know. Charles Townshend and he are already upon ill terms. Enfin, je n'y vous goûte, and so God bless you. Letter 293. Bath, November 15th, 1766. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 5th instant from Basle. I am very glad to find that your breast is relieved, though perhaps at the expense of your legs; for if the humor be either gouty or rheumatic, it had better be in your legs than anywhere else. I have consulted Moissy, the great physician of this place, upon it, who says that at this distance he dares not prescribe anything, as there may be such different causes for your complaint, which must be well weighed by a physician upon the spot; that is, in short, that he knows nothing of the matter. I will therefore tell you my own case in 1732, which may be something parallel to yours. I had that year been dangerously ill of a fever in Holland, and when I was recovered of it, the febrific humor fell into my legs, and swelled them to that degree, and chiefly in the evening, that it was as painful to me as it was shocking to others. I came to England with them in this condition, and consulted Mead, Broxholm, and Arbuthnot, who none of them did me the least good, but on the contrary increased the swelling, by applying poultices and emollients. In this condition I remained near 6 months, till, finding that the doctors could do me no good, I resolved to consult Palmer, the most eminent surgeon of St. Thomas's Hospital. He immediately told me that the physicians had pursued a very wrong method, as the swelling of my legs proceeded only from a relaxation and weakness of the cutaneous vessels, and he must apply strengtheners instead of emollients. Accordingly, he ordered me to put my legs up to the knees every morning in brine from the salters, as hot as I could bear it. The brine must have meat salted in it. I did so, and after having thus pickled my legs for about 3 weeks, the complaint absolutely ceased, and I have never had the least swelling in them since. After what I have said, I must caution you not to use the same remedy rashly, and without the most skilful advice you can find, where you are; for if your swelling proceeds from a gouty or rheumatic humor, there may be great danger in applying so powerful an astringent, and perhaps repellent, as brine. So go piano, and not without the best advice, upon a view of the parts. I shall direct all my letters to you chez Monsieur Sarraxin, who by his trade is, I suppose, sedentaire at Basle, while it is not sure that you will be at any one place in the south of France. Do you know that he is a descendant of the French poet Sarrazin? Poor Hart, whom I frequently go to see here, out of compassion, is in a most miserable way. He has had a stroke of the palsy, which has deprived him of the use of his right leg, affected his speech a good deal, and perhaps his head a little. Such are the intermediate tributes that we are forced to pay, in some shape or other, to our wretched nature, till we pay the last great one of all. May you pay this very late, and as few intermediate tributes as possible, and so, jubeo te benevolere. God bless you. End of section 212. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 213 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 294. Bath, December 9th, 1766. My dear friend, I received 2 days ago your letter of the 26th past. I am very glad that you begin to feel the good effects of the climate where you are. I know it saved my life in 1741, when both the skillful and the unskillful gave me over. In that ramble I stayed 3 or 4 days at Nimes, where there are more remains of antiquity, I believe, than in any other town in Europe, Italy excepted. What is falsely called La Maison Carrée is, in my mind, the finest piece of architecture that I ever saw, and the amphitheatre the clumsiest and the ugliest. If it were in England, everybody would swear that it had been built by Sir John Vanbrugh. This place is now just what you have seen it formerly. Here is a great crowd of trifling and unknown people, whom I seldom frequent, in the public rooms, so that I may pass my time très uniment, in taking the air in my post-chaise every morning, and in reading of evenings. And, a propos of the latter, I shall point out a book, which I believe will give you some pleasure. At least it gave me a great deal. I never read it before. It is Réflexions sur la poésie et la peinture par l'Abbé de Baux, in 2 octavo volumes, and is, I suppose, to be had at every great town in France. The criticisms and the reflections are just and lively. It may be you expect some political news from me, but I can tell you that you will have none, for no mortal can comprehend the present state of affairs. 8 or 9 people of some consequence have resigned their employments, upon which Lord C made overtures to the Duke of B and his people, but they could by no means agree, and his Grace went, the next day, full of wrath, to Woburn, so that negotiation is entirely at an end. People wait to see who Lord C will take in, for some he must have; even he cannot be alone, contra mundum. Such a state of affairs, to be sure, was never seen before, in this or in any other country. When this ministry shall be settled, it will be the 6th ministry in 6 years' time. Poor Hart is here, and in a most miserable condition. Those who wish him the best, as I do, must wish him dead. God bless you. Letter 295. London, February 13th, 1767. My dear friend, it is so long since I've had a letter from you, that I am alarmed about your health, and fear that the southern parts of France have not done so well by you as they did by me in the year 1741, when they snatched me from the jaws of death. Let me know, upon the receipt of this letter, how you are and where you are. I have no news to send you from hence, for everything seems suspended, both in the court and in the Parliament, till Lord Chatham's return from the Bath, where he has been laid up this month by a severe fit of the gout, and at present he has the sole apparent power. In what little business has hitherto been done in the House of Commons, Charles Townshend has given himself more ministerial airs than Lord Chatham will, I believe, approve of. However, since Lord Chatham has thought fit to withdraw himself from that House, he cannot do well without Charles's abilities to manage it as his deputy. I do not send you an account of weddings, births, and burials, as I take it for granted that you know them all from the English printed papers, some of which, I presume, are sent after you. Your old acquaintance, Lord Essex, is to be married this week to Harriet Bladen, who has 20,000 down, besides the reasonable expectation of as much at the death of her father. My kinsman Lord Strathmore is to be married in a fortnight to Miss Bowes, the greatest heiress perhaps in Europe. In short, the matrimonial frenzy seems to rage at present, and is epidemical. The men marry for money, and I believe you guess what the women marry for. God bless you, and send you health. Letter 276. London, March 3rd, 1761. My dear friend, yesterday I received 2 letters at once from you, both dated Montpellier, one of the 29th of last December, and the other the 12th of February, but I cannot conceive what became of my letters to you, for I assure you that I answered all yours the next post after I received them, and about 10 days ago I wrote you a volunteer, because you had been so long silent, and I was afraid that you were not well. But your letter of the 12th February has removed all my fears upon that score. The same climate that has restored your health so far will probably, in a little more time, restore your strength too, though you must not expect it to be quite what it was before your late painful complaints. At least I find that, since my late great rheumatism, I cannot walk above half an hour at a time, which I do not place singly to the account of my years, but chiefly to the great shock given them by my limbs. D'ailleurs, I am pretty well for my age and shattered constitution. As I told you in my last, I must tell you again in this, that I have no news to send. Lord Chatham at last came to town yesterday, full of gout, and is not able to stir hand or foot. During his absence, Charles Townshend has talked of him and at him in such a manner, that henceforward they must be either much worse or much better together than ever they were in their lives. On Friday last, Mr. Dowdeswell and Mr. Grenville moved to have 1 shilling in the pound of the land tax taken off, which was opposed by the court, but the court lost it by 18. The opposition triumphed much upon this victory, though I think without reason, for it is plain that all the landed gentlemen bribed themselves with this shilling in the pound. The Duke of Buccleuch is very soon to be married to Lady Betty Montague. Lord Essex was married yesterday to Harriet Bladen, and Lord Strathmore last week to Miss Bowes. Both couples went directly from the church to consummation in the country, from an unnecessary fear that they should not be tired of each other if they stayed in town. And now, Dixie, God bless you. You are in the right to go to see the Assembly of the States of Languedoc, though they are but the shadow of the original Etat, while there was some liberty subsisting in France. End of section 213, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 214 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 297, London, April 6, 1767. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter from Nîmes, by which I find that several of our letters have reciprocally miscarried. This may probably have the same fate. However, if it reaches Monsieur Sarrazin, I presume he will know where to take his aim at you, for I find you are in motion, and with a polarity to Dresden. I am very glad to find by it that your meridional journey has perfectly recovered you, as to your general state of health; for, as to your legs and thighs, you must never expect that they will be restored to their original strength and activity, after so many rheumatic attacks as you have had. I know that my limbs, besides the natural debility of old age, have never recovered the severe attack of rheumatism that plagued me 5 or 6 years ago. I cannot now walk above half an hour at a time, and even that in a hobbling kind of way. I can give you no account of our political world, which is in a situation that I never saw in my whole life. Lord Chatham has been so ill these last 2 months, that he has not been able, some say not willing, to do or hear of any business; and for his sous ministres, they either cannot or dare not do any without his directions; so everything is now at a stand. This situation, I think, cannot last much longer; and if Lord Chatham should either quit his post or the world, neither of which is very improbable, I conjecture that which is called the Rockingham connection stands the fairest for the ministry. But this is merely my conjecture, for I have neither the data nor postulata enough to reason upon. When you get to Dresden, which I hope you will not do till next month, our correspondence will be more regular. God bless you. Letter 298. London, May 5th, 1767. My dear friend, by your letter of the 25th past, from Basle, I presume this will find you at Dresden, and accordingly I direct to you there. When you write me word that you are at Dresden, I will return you an answer, with something better than the answer itself. If you complain of the weather north of Besançon, what would you say to the weather that we have had here for these last 2 months, uninterruptedly? Snow often, northeast wind constantly, and extreme cold. I write this by the side of a good fire, and at this moment it snows very hard. All my promised fruit at Blackheath is quite destroyed, and, what is worse, many of my trees. I cannot help thinking that the King of Poland, the Empress of Russia, and the King of Prussia, s'entendent comme larron en foire, though the former must not appear in it upon account of the stupidity, ignorance, and bigotry of his Poles. I have a great opinion of the cogency of the controversial arguments of the Russian troops, in favor of the dissidents. I am sure I wish them success, for I would have all intoleration intolerated in its turn. We shall soon see more clearly into this matter, for I do not think that the autocratrice of all the Russias will be trifled with by the Sarmatians. What do you think of the late extraordinary event in Spain? Could you have ever imagined that those ignorant Goths would have dared to banish the Jesuits? There must have been some very grave and important reasons for so extraordinary a measure, but what they were I do not pretend to guess, and perhaps I shall never know, though all the coffee houses here do. Things are here in exactly the same situation in which they were when I wrote to you last. Lord Chatham is still ill, and only goes abroad for an hour in a day, to take the air in his coach. The King has, to my certain knowledge, sent him repeated messages, desiring him not to be concerned at his confinement, for that he is resolved to support him, pour et contre tout. God bless you. Letter 299. London, June 1st, 1767. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 20th past, from Dresden, where I am glad to find that you are arrived safe and sound. This has been everywhere un annus mirabilis for bad weather, and it continues still here. Everybody has fires, and their winter clothes, as at Christmas. The town is extremely sickly, and sudden deaths have been very frequent. I do not know what to say to you upon public matters. Things remain in statu quo, and nothing is done. Great changes are talked of, and I believe will happen soon, perhaps next week; but who is to be changed, for whom, I do not know, though everybody else does. I am apt to think that it will be a mosaic ministry, made up de pièces rapportées from different connections. Last Friday I sent your subsidy to Mr. Larpent, who, I suppose, has given you notice of it. I believe it will come very seasonably, as all places, both foreign and domestic, are so far in arrears. They talk of paying you all up to Christmas. The King's inferior servants are almost starving. I suppose you have already heard, at Dresden, that Count Bruhl is either actually married or very soon to be to Lady Egremont. She has, together with her salary as Lady of the Bedchamber, 2500 a year, besides 10,000 pounds in money left her at her own disposal, by Lord Egremont. All this was sound great and a coup d'allemand. I am glad of it, for he is a very pretty man. God bless you. I easily conceive why Orloff influences the Empress of all the Russias, but I cannot see why the King of Prussia should be influenced by that motive. End of section 214. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 215 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 300. Blackheath, July 2nd, 1767. My dear friend, though I have had no letter from you since my last, and though I have no political news to inform you of, I write this to acquaint you with a piece of Greenwich news, which I believe you will be very glad of. I am sure I am. Know then that your friend Miss was happily married 3 days ago to Mr. an Irish gentleman, and a member of Parliament, with an estate of above £12,000 a year. He settles upon her £600 jointure, and in the case they have no children, £1,500. He happened to be by chance in her company one day here, and was at once shot dead by her charms, but as dead men sometimes walk, he walked to her the next morning, and tendered her his person and his fortune, both which, taking the one with the other, she very prudently accepted, for his person is 60 years old. Ministerial affairs are still in the same ridiculous and doubtful situation as when I wrote to you last. Lord Chatham will neither hear of nor do any business, but lives at Hampstead, and rides about the heath. His gout is said to be fallen upon his nerves. Your provincial secretary, Conway, quits this week, and returns to the army, for which he languished. 2 lords are talked of to succeed him, Lord Edgemont and Lord Hillsborough. I rather hope the latter. Lord Northington certainly quits this week, but nobody guesses who is to succeed him as president. 1,000 other changes are talked of, which I neither believe nor reject. Poor Hart is in a most miserable condition. He has lost one side of himself, and in a great measure his speech, notwithstanding which he is going to publish his divine poems, as he calls them. I am sorry for it, as he had not time to correct them before this stroke, nor abilities to do it since. God bless you. Letter 301. Blackheath, July 9th, 1767. My dear friend, I have received yours of the 21st past, with the enclosed proposal from the French refugees for a subscription toward building them un temple. I have shown it to the very few people I see, but without the least success. They told me, and with too much truth, that while such numbers of poor were literally starving here from the dearness of all provisions, they could not think of sending their money into another country, for a building which they reckoned useless. In truth, I never knew such misery as is here now, and it affects both the hearts and the purses of those who have either. For my own part, I never gave to a building in my life, which I reckon is only giving to masons and carpenters, and the treasurer of the undertaking. Contrary to the expectations of all mankind here, everything still continues in statu quo. General Conway has been desired by the King to keep the seals till he has found a successor for him, and the Lord President the same. Lord Chatham is relapsed, and worse than ever. He sees nobody, and nobody sees him. It is said that a bungling physician has checked his gout, and thrown it upon his nerves, which is the worst distemper that a minister or a lover can have, as it debilitates the mind of the former and the body of the latter. Here is at present an interregnum. We must soon see what order will be produced from this chaos. The electorate, I believe, will find the want of Comte Fleming, for he certainly had abilities, and was as sturdy and inexorable as a minister at the head of the finances ought always to be. When you see Comtesse Fleming, which I suppose cannot be for some time, pray make her Lady Chesterfield's and my compliments of condolence. You say that Dresden is very sickly. I am sure London is at least as sickly now, for there reigns an epidemical distemper, called by the genteel name of l'influenza. It is a little fever, of which scarcely anybody dies, and it generally goes off with a little looseness. I have escaped it, I believe, by being here. God keep you from all distempers, and bless you. Letter 302. London, October 30th, 1767. My dear friend, I have now left Blackheath till the next summer, if I can live till then, and am just able to write, which is all I can say, for I am extremely weak, and have in a great measure lost the use of my legs. I hope they will recover both flesh and strength, for at present they have neither. I go to the Bath next week, in hopes of half repairs at most, for those waters, I am sure, will not prove Medea's kettle, nor les eaux de Jouvence to me. However, I shall do as good courtiers do, and get what I can, if I cannot get what I will. I send you no politics, for here are neither politics nor ministers. Lord Chatham is quiet at Pynsent, in Somersetshire, and his former subalterns do nothing, so that nothing is done. Whatever places or preferments are disposed of, come evidently from Lord, who affects to be invisible, and who, like a woodcock, thinks that if his head is but hid, he is not seen at all. General Pulteney is at last dead last week, worth above £1,300,000. He has left all his landed estate, which is £28,000 a year, including the Bradford estate, which his brother had from that ancient family, to a cousin germain. He has left £200,000 in the funds to Lord Darlington, who was his next nearest relation, and at least £20,000 in various legacies. If riches alone could make people happy, the last two proprietors of this immense wealth ought to have been so, but they never were. God bless you and send you good health, which is better than all the riches of the world. End of section 215, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 216 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 303. London, November 3rd, 1767. My dear friend, your last letter brought me but a scurvy account of your health. For the headaches you complain of, I will venture to prescribe a remedy, which by experience I found a specific, when I was extremely plagued with them. It is either to chew 10 grains of rhubarb every night going to bed, or, what I think rather better, to take immediately before dinner a couple of rhubarb pills, of 5 grains each, by which means it mixes with the ailments, and will by degrees keep your body gently open. I do it to this day, and find a great good by it. As you seem to dread the approach of a German winter, I would advise you to write to General Conway, for leave of absence for the 3 rigorous winter months, which I dare say will not be refused. If you choose a worse climate, you may come to London, but if you choose a better and a warmer, you may go to Nice-en-Provence, where Sir William Stanhope is gone to pass his winter, who I am sure will be extremely glad of your company there. I go to the Bath next Saturday, utinam de frustra. God bless you. Letter 304. Bath, September 19th, 1767. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter of the 29th past, and am very glad to find that you are well enough to think that you may perhaps stand the winter at Dresden, but if you do, pray take care to keep both your body and your limbs exceedingly warm. As to my own health, it is in general as good as I could expect it at my age. I have a good stomach, a good digestion, and sleep well, but find that I shall never recover the free use of my legs, which are now full as weak as when I first came hither. You ask me questions concerning Lord C., which neither I, nor, I believe, anybody but himself can answer. However, I will tell you all that I do know, and all that I guess concerning him. This time 12-month he was here, and in good health and spirits, except now and then some little twinges of the gout. We saw one another 4 or 5 times at our respective houses, but for these last 8 months he has been absolutely invisible to his most intimate friends, les sous-ministres, would receive no letters, nor so much as open any packet about business. His physician, Dr. as I am told, had very ignorantly checked a coming fit of the gout, and scattered it about his body, and it fell particularly upon his nerves, so that he continues exceedingly vapourish, and would neither see nor speak to anybody while he was here. I sent him my compliments, and asked leave to wait upon him, but he sent me word that he was too ill to see anybody whatsoever. I met him frequently taking the air in his post-chaise, and he looked very well. He set out from hence for London last Tuesday, but what to do, whether to resume or finally to resign the administration, God knows. Conjectures are various. In one of our conversations here, this time 12-month, I desired him to secure you a seat in the new Parliament. He assured me that he would, and, I am convinced, very sincerely. He said even that he would make it his own affair, and desired that I would give myself no more trouble about it. Since that I have heard no more of it, which made me look out for some venal borough, and I spoke to a borough jobber, and offered £2500 for a secure seat in Parliament, but he laughed at my offer, and said that there was no such thing as a borough to be had now, for that the rich East and West Indians had secured them all, at the rate of £3000 at least, but many at 4,000, and 2 or 3 that he knew at 5,000. This, I confess, has vexed me a good deal, and made me the more impatient to know whether Lord C had done anything in it, which I shall know when I go to town, as I propose to do in about a fortnight, and as soon as I know it you shall. To tell you truly what I think, I doubt, from all this nervous disorder, that Lord C is hors de combat as a minister, but do not ever hint this to anybody. God bless you. Letter 305. Bath, December 27th, 1767. En nova progenis. My dear friend, the outlines of a new ministry are now declared, but they are not yet quite filled up. It was formed by the Duke of Bedford. Lord Gower is made President of the Council, Lord Sandwich Postmaster, Lord Hillsborough Secretary of State for America only, Mr. Rigsby Vice Treasurer of Ireland. General Conway is to keep the seals a fortnight longer, and then surrender them to Lord Weymouth. It is very uncertain whether the Duke of Grafton is to continue at the head of the Treasury or not, but in my private opinion, George Grenville will very soon be there. Lord Chatham seems to be out of the question, and is at his repurchased house at Hayes, where he will not see a mortal. It is yet uncertain whether Lord Shelburne is to keep his place. If not, Lord Sandwich, they say, is to succeed him. All the Rockingham people are absolutely excluded. Many more changes must necessarily be, but no more are yet declared. It seems to be a resolution taken by somebody that ministers are to be annual. Sir George Macartney is next week to be married to Lady Jane Stuart, Lord Bute's second daughter. I never knew it so cold in my life as it is now, and with a very deep snow, by which if it continues I may be snowbound here for God knows how long, though I propose leaving this place the latter end of the week. Poor Hart is very ill here. He mentions you often and with great affection. God bless you. When I know more, you shall. End of section 216, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 217 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 306. London, January 29th, 1768. My dear friend, 2 days ago I received your letter of the 8th. I wish you had gone a month or 6 weeks sooner to Basle, that you might have escaped the excessive cold of the most severe winter that I believe was ever known. It congealed both my body and my mind, and scarcely left me the power of thinking. A great many here, both in town and country, have perished by the frost, and been lost in the snow. You have heard, no doubt, of the changes at court, by which you have got a new provincial, Lord Weymouth, who has certainly good parts, and, as I am informed, speaks very well in the House of Lords, but I believe he has no application. Lord Chatham is at his house at Hayes, but sees no mortal. Some say that he has a fit of the gout, which would probably do him good, but many think that his worst complaint is in his head, which I am afraid is too true. Were he well, I am sure he would realize the promise he made me concerning you, but, however, in that uncertainty, I am looking out for any chance borough, and if I can find one, I promise you I will bid like a chapman for it, as I should be very sorry that you were not in the next Parliament. I do not see any probability of any vacancy in a foreign commission in a better climate. Mr. Hamilton at Naples, Sir Horace Mann at Florence, and George Pitt at Turin, do not seem likely to make one. And as for changing your foreign department for a domestic one, it would not be in my power to procure you one, and you would become d'évêque meunier, and gain nothing in point of climate, by changing a bad one for another full as bad, if not worse, and a worse, I believe, is not than ours. I have always had better health abroad than at home, and if the tattered remnant of my wretched life were worth my care, I would have been in the south of France long ago. I continue very lame and weak, and despair of ever recovering any strength in my legs. I care very little about it. At my age every man must have his share of physical ills of one kind or another, and mine, thank God, are not very painful. God bless you. Letter 307. London, March 12th, 1768. My dear friend, the day after I received your letter of the 21st past, I wrote to Lord Weymouth as you desired, and I send you his answer enclosed, from which, though I have not heard from him since, I take it for granted, and so may you, that his silence signifies his Majesty's consent to your request. Your complicated complaints give me great uneasiness, and the more as I am convinced that the Montpellier physicians have mistaken a material part of your case, as indeed all the physicians here did, except Dr. Mati. In my opinion, you have no gout, but a very scorbutic and rheumatic habit of body, which should be treated in a very different manner from the gout; and as I pretend to be a very good quack at least, I would prescribe to you a strict milk diet, with the seeds, such as rice, sago, barley, millet, etc., for the 3 summer months at least, and without ever tasting wine. If climate signifies anything, in which, by the way, I have very little faith, you are, in my mind, in the finest climate in the world, neither too hot nor too cold, and always clear. You are with the gayest people living; be gay with them, and do not wear out your eyes with reading at home. L'ennui is the English distemper, and a very bad one it is, as I find by every day's experience, for my deafness deprives me of the only rational pleasure that I can have at my age, which is society, so that I read my eyes out every day, that I may not hang myself. You will not be in this Parliament, at least not at the beginning of it. I relied too much upon Lord C.'s promise above a year ago at Bath. He desired that I would leave it to him, that he would make it his own affair, and give it in charge to the Duke of G., whose province it was to make the parliamentary arrangement. This I depended upon, and I think with reason; but since that, Lord C. has neither seen nor spoken to anybody, and has been in the oddest way in the world. I have sent to the Duke of G., to know if L. C. had either spoken or sent him about it, but he assured me that he had done neither; that all was full, or rather running over at present; but that if he could crowd you in upon a vacancy, he would do it with great pleasure. I am extremely sorry for this accident, for I am of a very different opinion from you, about being in Parliament, as no man can be of consequence in this country who is not in it; and though one may not speak like a Lord Mansfield or a Lord Chatham, one may make a very good figure in a second rank. Locus est pluribus umbris. I do not pretend to give you any account of the present state of the country or ministry, not knowing nor guessing it myself. God bless you, and send you health, which is the first and greatest of all blessings. End of section 217, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 218 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 308. London, March 15th, 1768. My dear friend, this letter is supplemental to my last. This morning Lord Weymouth very civilly sent Mr. Wood, his first commis, to tell me that the King very willingly gave you leave of absence from your post for a year, for the recovery of your health, but then added, that as the court of Vienna was tampering with that of Saxony, which it seems our court is desirous to contrecarrer, it might be necessary to have in the interim a charge d'affaires at Dresden, with a defalcation out of your appointment of 40 shillings a day, till your return, if I would agree to it. I told him that I consented to both the proposals, upon condition that at your return you should have the character and the pay of a plenipotentiary added to your present character and pay, and that I would completely make up to you the defalcation of the 40 shillings a day. He positively engaged for it, and added, that he knew that it would be willingly agreed to. Thus I think I have made a good bargain for you, though but an indifferent one for myself, but that is what I never minded in my life. You may therefore append upon receiving from me the full of this defalcation, when and how you please, independently of your usual annual refreshment, which I will pay to Monsieur Larpent whenever you desire it. In the meantime, cura ut valeas. The person whom Mr. Wood intimated to me would be the charge d'affaires during your absence is one Mr. Keith, the son of that Mr. Keith who was formerly minister in Russia. Letter 309. London, April 12th, 1768. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 1st, in which you do not mention the state of your health, which I desire you will do for the future. I believe you have guessed the true reason of Mr. Keith's mission, but by a whisper that I have since heard, Keith is rather inclined to go to Turin, as charge d'affaires. I forgot to tell you in my last that I was almost positively assured that the instant you returned to Dresden, Keith should decamp. I am persuaded that they will keep their words with me, as there is no one reason in the world why they should not. I will send your annual to Mr. Larpent in a fortnight, and pay the 40 shillings a day quarterly, if there should be occasion, for in my own private opinion there will be no charge d'affaires sent. I agree with you, that point d'argent, point d'Allemagne, as was used to be said, and not without more reason, of the Swiss; but as we have neither the inclination nor, I fear, the power to give subsidies, the court of Vienna can give good things that cost them nothing, as archbishoprics, bishoprics, besides corrupting their ministers and favorites with places. Elections here have been carried on to a degree of frenzy hitherto unheard of. That for the town of Northampton has cost the contending parties at least £30,000 a side, and has sold his borough of to 2 members for £9,000. As soon as Wilkes had lost his election for the city, he set up for the country of Middlesex, and carried it hollow, as the jockeys say. Here were great mobs and riots upon that occasion, and most of the windows in town broke, that had no lights for Wilkes and Liberty, who were thought to be inseparable. He will appear, the 10th of this month, in the Court of King's Bench, to receive his sentence, and then great riots are again expected, and probably will happen. God bless you. Letter 310. Bath, October 17th, 1768. My dear friend, your last 2 letters, to myself and Grevenkop, have alarmed me extremely; but I comfort myself a little, by hoping that you, like all people who suffer, think yourself worse than you are. A dropsy never comes so suddenly, and I flatter myself that it is only that gouty or rheumatic humor which has plagued you so long, that has occasioned the temporary swelling of your legs. Above 40 years ago, after a violent fever, my legs swelled as much as you describe yours to be. I immediately thought that I had a dropsy, but the faculty assured me that my complaint was only the effect of my fever, and would soon be cured, and they said true. Pray let your amanuensis, whoever he may be, write an account regularly once a week, either to Grevenkop or myself, for that is the same thing, of the state of your health. I sent you, in 4 successive letters, as much of the Duchess of Somerset's snuff as a letter could well convey to you. Have you received all or any of them, and have they done you any good? Though in your present condition you cannot go into company, I hope that you have some acquaintances that come and sit with you; for if originally it was not good for a man to be alone, it is much worse for a sick man to be so. He thinks too much of his distemper, and magnifies it. Some men of learning among the ecclesiastics, I dare say, would be glad to sit with you, and you could give them as good as they brought. Poor Hart, who is here still, is in a most miserable condition. He has entirely lost the use of his left side, and can hardly speak intelligibly. I was with him yesterday. He inquired after you with great affection, and was in the utmost concern when I showed him your letter. My own health is as it has been ever since I was here last year. I am neither well nor ill, but unwell. I have in a manner lost the use of my legs, for, though I can make a shift to crawl upon even ground for a quarter of an hour, I cannot go up or down stairs, unless supported by a servant. God bless and grant you a speedy recovery. Note. This is the last of the letters of Lord Chesterfield to his son, Mr. Philip Stanhope, who died in November, 1768. The unexpected and distressing intelligence was announced by the lady to whom Mr. Stanhope had been married for several years, unknown to his father. On learning that the widow had 2 sons, the issue of this marriage, Lord Chesterfield took upon himself the maintenance of his grandchildren. The letters which follow show how happily the writer adapted himself to the trying situation. End of section 218. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 219 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 311. To Mrs. Stanhope, then at Paris. London, March 16, 1769. Madam, a troublesome and painful inflammation in my eyes obliges me to use another hand than my own to acknowledge the receipt of your letter from Avignon of the 27th past. I am extremely surprised that Mrs. du Bouchet should have any objection to the manner in which your late husband desired to be buried, and which you very properly complied with. All I desire for my own burial is not to be buried alive, but how or where, I think, must be entirely indifferent to every rational creature. I have no commission to trouble you with, during your stay at Paris, from whence I wish you and the boys a good journey home, where I shall be very glad to see you all, and assure you of my being, with great truth, your faithful humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter 312, to the same at London. Madam, the last time that I had the pleasure of seeing you, I was so taken up in playing with the boys that I forgot their more important affairs. How soon would you have them placed at school? When I know your pleasure as to that, I will send to Monsieur Perny to prepare everything for their reception. In the meantime, I beg that you will equip them thoroughly with clothes, linen, etc., all good but plain, and give me the account, which I will pay, for I do not intend that, from this time forward, the 2 boys should cost you 1 shilling. I am, with great truth, madam, your faithful humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter 313. Madam, as some day must be fixed for sending the boys to school, do you approve of the 8th of next month? By which time the weather will probably be warm and settled, and you will be able to equip them completely. I will upon that day send my coach to you, to carry you and the boys to Loughborough House, with all their immense baggage. I must recommend to you, when you leave them there, to suppress, as well as you can, the overgrowings of maternal tenderness, which would grieve the poor boys the more, and give them a terror of their new establishment. I am, with great truth, madam, your faithful humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter 314. Bath, October 11th, 1769. Madam, nobody can be more willing and ready to obey orders than I am, but then I must like the orders and the orderer. Your orders and yourself come under this description, and therefore I must give you an account of my arrival and existence, such as it is here. I got hither last Sunday, the day after I left London, less fatigued than I expected to have been, and now crawl about this place upon my 3 legs, but am kept in countenance by many of my fellow crawlers. The last part of the Sphinx's riddle approaches, and I shall soon end as I began upon all 4s. When you happen to see either Monsieur or Madame Perny, I beg you will give them this melancholic proof of my caducity, and tell them that the last time I went to see the boys, I carried the Michaelmas quarterage in my pocket, and when I was there I totally forgot it, but assure them that I have not the least intention to bilk them, and will pay them faithfully the 2 quarters together at Christmas. I hope our 2 boys are well, for then I am sure you are so. I am, with great truth and esteem, your most faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter 315. Bath, October 28th, 1769. Madam, your kind anxiety for my health and life is more than, in my opinion, they are both worth. Without the former, the latter is a burden, and indeed I am very weary of it. I think I have got some benefit by drinking these waters, and by bathing, for my old stiff rheumatic limbs, for, I believe, I could now outcrawl a snail, or perhaps even a tortoise. I hope the boys are well. Phil, I dare say, has been in some scrapes, but he will get triumphantly out of them, by dint of strength and resolution. I am, with great truth and esteem, your most faithful humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter 316. Bath, November 5th, 1769. Madam, I remember very well the paragraph which you quote from a letter of mine to Mrs. du Bouchet, and see no reason yet to retract that opinion, in general, which at least 19 widows in 20 had authorized. I had not then the pleasure of your acquaintance. I had seen you but twice or thrice, and I had no reason to think that you would deviate, as you have done, from other widows, so much as to put perpetual shackles upon yourself for the sake of your children. But if I may use a vulgarism, 1 swallow makes no summer. 5 righteous were formerly necessary to save a city, and they could not be found. So, till I find 4 more such righteous widows as yourself, I shall entertain my former notions of widowhood in general. I can assure you that I drink here very soberly and cautiously, and at the same time keep so cool a diet that I do not find the least symptom of heat, much less of inflammation. By the way, I never had that complaint, in consequence of having drank these waters, for I have had it but 4 times, and always in the middle of summer. Mr. Hawkins is timorous, even to minutia, and my sister delights in them. Charles will be a scholar, if you please, but our little Philip, without being one, will be something or other as good, though I do not yet guess what. I am not of the opinion generally entertained in this country, that man lives by Greek and Latin alone, that is, by knowing a great many words of two dead languages, which nobody living knows perfectly, and which are of no use in the common intercourse of life. Useful knowledge, in my opinion, consists of modern languages, history, and geography. Some Latin may be thrown into the bargain, in compliance with custom, and for closet amusement. You are by this time certainly tired with this long letter, which I could prove to you from Horace's own words, for I am a scholar, to be a bad one. He says that water drinkers can write nothing good. So I am, with real truth and esteem, your most faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. End of section 219, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 220 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 317. Bath, October 9th, 1770. Madam, I am extremely obliged to you for the kind part which you take in my health and life. As to the latter, I am as indifferent myself as any other body can be; but as to the former, I confess care and anxiety, for while I am to crawl upon this planet, I would willingly enjoy the health at least of an insect. How far these waters will restore me to that moderate degree of health, which alone I aspire at, I have not yet given them a fair trial, having drank them but 1 week. The only difference I hitherto find is, that I sleep better than I did. I beg that you will neither give yourself, nor Mr. Fitzhugh, much trouble about the pine plants, for as it is 3 years before they fruit, I might as well, at my age, plant oaks, and hope to have the advantage of their timber. However, somebody or other, God knows who, will eat them, as somebody or other will fell and sell the oaks I planted 45 years ago. I hope our boys are well. My respects to them both. I am, with the greatest truth, your faithful and humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter 318. Bath, November 4th, 1770. Madam, the post has been more favorable to you than I intended it should, for upon my word I answered your former letter the post after I had received it. However, you have got a loss, as we say sometimes in Ireland. My friends from time to time require bills of health from me in these suspicious times, when the plague is busy in some parts of Europe. All I can say, in answer to their kind inquiries, is that I have not the distemper properly called the plague, but that I have all the plague of old age and of a shattered carcass. These waters have done me what little good I expected from them, though by no means what I could have wished, for I wished them to be les eaux de Jouvence. I had a letter, the other day, from our 2 boys. Charles's was very finely written, and Philip's very prettily. They are both perfectly well, and say that they want nothing. What grown-up people will or can say as much? I am, with the truest esteem, madam, your most faithful servant, Chesterfield. Letter 319. Bath, October 27th, 1771. Madam, upon my word, you interest yourself in the state of my existence more than I do myself, for it is worth the care of neither of us. I ordered my valet de chambre, according to your orders, to inform you of my safe arrival here, to which I can add nothing, being neither better nor worse than I was then. I am very glad that our boys are well. Pray give them the enclosed. I am not at all surprised at Mr. Conversion, for he was, at 17, the idol of old women, for his gravity, devotion, and dullness. I am, madam, your most faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter 320. To Charles and Philip Stanhope. I received a few days ago the 2 best written letters that I ever saw in my life, the one signed Charles Stanhope, the other Philip Stanhope. As for you, Charles, I did not wonder at it, for you will take pains, and are a lover of letters. But you, idle rogue, you Phil, how came you to write so well that one can almost say of you 2, et cantare porus et respondere parati? Charles will explain this Latin to you. I am told, Phil, that you have got a nickname at school, from your intimacy with Master Strangeways, and that they call you Master Strangeways, for to be rude you are a strange boy. Is this true? Tell me what you would have me bring you both from hence, and I will bring it to you, when I come to town. In the meantime, God bless you both. Chesterfield. End of section 220. End of Letters to his Son on the Art of Becoming a Man of the World and a Gentleman, by Philip Stanhope, 4th Earl of Chesterfield. Read by Professor Heather and By, in Carrollton, Georgia, in 2010 and January 2011. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.